everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel. It means everything.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Shinji Matou at your service. Chapter 501 to 553, Chapter 501, Shinji's Plan. 1,481 words. Like Semiramis, Shinji also devised a detailed plan, and was waiting for the crucial moment when the airborne garden would strip the Holy Grail from the ley lines. Everything done prior was merely groundwork for this critical juncture, and the subsequent wrap-up, aiming to maximize his chances of success. Of course, there were differences. While Semiramis aimed to securely transfer the Holy Grail to the airborne garden, Shinji wanted to maintain the current state, not returning it to the underground altar, but having it hover above the ground, boldly showcasing the existence of this artificial miracle. Thus, when Semiramis separated the greater Holy Grail from the altar and raised it to the surface, Shinji activated his array of spells. These spells, designed by Justes, the creator and core of the greater Holy Grail system who knew it best, were set up by Shinji at various nodes around the castle during his spare time. The sole purpose of these spells was to strengthen the connection between the greater Holy Grail and the ley lines, fixing it in place, neither falling back to the altar nor being taken away. The greater Holy Grail had been hidden beneath Millennia Castle for 60 years, closely intertwined with the ley lines. For Semiramis to take it away was akin to opposing the entire ley line system of Tryphas single-handedly. Even as a demigod-like sorceress who suppressed an era, with the airborne garden as her backup, it was no easy feat, evident from the exceedingly slow ascent of the greater Holy Grail. Otherwise, with her mastery of space manipulation reaching the realm of magic, she could have transferred the greater Holy Grail in the blink of an eye, without all this trouble. The process of transferring the greater Holy Grail was like a tug of war. On one side were Semiramis and the airborne garden, on the other was the ley line system of Tryphas. Initially, despite the ley line's immense power, they were uncoordinated and naturally couldn't match Semiramis, who could concentrate her power. But now, with Shinji's intervention, the ley line's power was significantly concentrated, making it impossible for Semiramis to budge the Grail. No matter how powerful her EX-rank noble phantasm was, it couldn't surpass the energy source of the greater Holy Grail. Hence, this magnificent scene that left everyone in awe unfolded. Servants, summoned by the Holy Grail and given their roles and vessels, would never mistake the Holy Grail once it appeared. The Holy Grail is the ultimate prize for all participants in the Holy Grail War. When it appears within reach, their actions are predictable, fierce competition, the most intense struggle. Though this Holy Grail War has a unique format with two major factions, red and black, the essence and conclusion of the war remain unchanged. Regardless of the process, the Holy Grail War will ultimately yield only one winner, or, like the previous 3 wars, no winner at all. No matter how many servants are summoned, the entire Holy Grail system will gradually activate as servants die, following these specific rules. After 3 servants die, mana begins to fill. After 4 servants die, the mana overflows. After 5 servants die, the Lesser Grail manifests, starting to connect to the outside of the world, and the Greater Holy Grail begins its activation. After 6 servants die, the hole to the outside of the world opens, allowing the Greater Holy Grail to function as a wish-granting device, capable of fulfilling most wishes. After 7 servants die, the hole fully connects to the root, achieving the ultimate goal pursued by Magi throughout history, reaching the root. Of course, merely reaching it does not guarantee successful entry, which is beyond the control of the Greater Holy Grail. The death count of servants does not distinguish between factions. Once the required number of servants has died, the Greater Holy Grail will fully activate. At that point, anyone who makes a wish will conclude this Holy Grail War. Servants wishing to remain in the current world will need to re-establish contracts, while those unwilling will dissipate into spirit particles. Given the 15 apparent servants and the actual count of 16, even with the Greater Holy Grail fully activated and connected to the root, 9 servants would remain. However, the Holy Grail War can only have one winning master-servant pair, meaning the maximum number of wishes granted by the Greater Holy Grail is 2. Moreover, once the wishes are made, all holes and pathways will close. This means that the remaining 9 servants and an indeterminate number of masters, who, as long as they have command seals, are theoretically still eligible to make a wish even without a servant, will compete for the 2 wish slots. The mechanism of the Greater Holy Grail does not stipulate that only the victor can make a wish. In other words, it's first come, first served. Given this major premise, how could the masters and servants of the red and black factions possibly wait to decide the factional victor first, and then battle among the remaining participants to determine the final winner? What a joke! The Holy Grail War is just a process, making a wish through the Holy Grail is the result. When the process to achieve the result is no longer singular, who would care about the so-called structured process? Not to mention an unverified piece of information, it is said that even if the Greater Holy Grail hasn't reached the level of a wish-granting device, it can be forcibly activated to grant some wishes that don't change the world. In the original Fate/Apocrypha, the monster formed by Danik and Vlad III attempted to do just that. Granted, Danik was driven to desperation, and had no choice but to take a final gamble, and he had no intention of forcibly activating the Greater Holy Grail earlier. But firstly, before the final battle began, except for Siegfried, who gave away his dragon heart, and whose status was uncertain, no other servants had died. Secondly, Danik had studied the Greater Holy Grail for many years and must have had some confidence in his attempt. Consequently, the number of masters and servants competing for the wish could be even greater. Some righteous master-servant pairs might want to follow the proper procedure, but if anyone breaks the rules, others will have to follow suit to win. This is human nature, and Shinji targeted this very weakness. It's an obvious scheme, even knowing it's a trap, they have no choice but to jump in. Because everyone has an uncompromising wish, otherwise, they wouldn't respond to the summons and participate in the Holy Grail War. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Watcher sent by the counter-force, Artoria. She has no wishes entrusted to the Holy Grail, but she will still join the battle at her master's command. The only master-servant pair truly indifferent to the Holy Grail are Astolfo and Seal-Nike. Astolfo only wants to enjoy his second life, and Seal-Nike only wants to cough Astolfo. However, the absence of this pair doesn't affect the overall situation, it might even be beneficial. Astolfo himself is an unstable factor. Who knows when he might decide to use his noble phantasm to attack the Greater Holy Grail, given his evaporation of reason. Given this, why not go all the way, find an opportunity to sever the contract between Astolfo and Seal-Nike, transfer the command seals to Sieg, and then let the 2 of them leave Triphas to live their own lives. With this decision made, Shinji turned around, his figure gradually fading. Since he had no wish entrusted to the Holy Grail, now was not the time to wade into the chaos. It was better to stay away and watch the show. Maybe bring along Artoria and Jean, watch the chaos unfold, and hunt for the mastermind behind the scenes, wouldn't that be delightful? Oh, and get some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Too bad the timing is off, there's no free air conditioning and Wi-Fi. P.S. How many wishes the Greater Holy Grail can grant is unknown. This is just the information released publicly, and hasn't been verified. After all, neither Fate/Stay Night, Fate/Zero, Fate/Apocrypha, nor the first 3 Holy Grail Wars had a true master-servant winner who made a wish. It wasn't until the FGO timeline that the wish-granting nature of the Grail was confirmed. In the 2004 Fifth Holy Grail War, the previous Chaldea director, the current director who died in the prologue, and the father of Olga Marie, who no one remembers, obtained the Holy Grail with King Solomon and made their wishes. Spoiler alert. The previous director's wish was for a large amount of money, which was used to build Chaldea. Solomon's wish was to give up all his powers and become a true human. As a puppet linking humans and gods in life, he longed for true freedom. Chapter 502, Chapter 502, Subsequent Arrangements. 1,252 words. Indeed, Shinji also has no desire that needs to be fulfilled by the Holy Grail. When you think about it carefully, it's only natural. In the end, he is merely a passerby in this world. No matter how many traces he leaves behind, or how deep the bonds he forms are, he will eventually have to leave. After all, this is not the world he lives in, and the creation of the third magic cannot affect parallel worlds. Given that, why bother doing something pointless? Of course, if there was a real chance to make a wish, Shinji wouldn't mind giving it a try. Shinji and Justy's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail as a wishing machine, a sample of the miraculous magic power capable of triggering miracles, and to observe the entire process of converting that magic power into a wish. It's not that they don't want to take the entire Greater Grail back with them, but they can't. As the old man of the jewel said, there are restrictions on traversing parallel worlds. Shinji can't bring his own body over because there is already a Shinji here. The same goes for the Greater Grail. There's an identical body of Justy's in the mountain belly of Ryuta Temple. Therefore, the two can only settle for second best, using the incomplete third magic to carry back some untainted miraculous magic power. They'll also observe the critical operational mechanism of the Greater Grail to find a way to purify the tainted Holy Grail. The miraculous magic power will only flow out once the Greater Grail is truly completed. Before that, it's merely the magical energy absorbed from the ley lines stored in the Greater Grail. For the magic power to be converted into a wish, someone needs to wish upon the Holy Grail and achieve it. Why not directly wish for the method to purify it? This has already been explained earlier. The Greater Grail only shortens the process and gives the result, but it doesn't skip the process to directly produce the result. Without a method to achieve the wish cannot be realized. Shinji and Justy's don't know how to purify the Grail, nor do they know where the purification method exists. How could the Grail create one out of thin air? If they were to make a wish, Shinji might wish for Karna's full set of noble phantasms, Gilgamesh's full set of noble phantasms, or Ramses II's full set of noble phantasms, wishes that are soulbound and can be taken away. But such wishes are not urgent. He is not a greedy person, nor has Gilgamesh's collecting obsession. The noble phantasms at hand are sufficient for now. Getting those overpowered noble phantasms would be great, but not getting them isn't a big deal either. His mentality is somewhat akin to Kainatha's. This is precisely why he chose to participate as a servant and then withdrew at a critical moment. As for Fiori's wish, actually, this wish doesn't necessarily need the Holy Grail to be fulfilled. Compared to Kainatha's destructive magic circuit necrosis, Fiori's leg problem is a minor issue. For Justy's, who has mastered 50% of Tuko's medical skills, it's just a matter of surgery. If Gortz, the master of human alchemy, is willing to help, the treatment would be even smoother. The reason for not mentioning it is that post-surgery recuperation requires a considerable amount of time, and it's not the right time to expose Justy's. After the Holy Grail War ends, Shinji will naturally arrange for the surgery, allowing this lovely and intelligent girl to stand on the ground with her own feet, walk freely, and run. Regarding the post-war handling of the Ig Millennia clan's relationship with the Mages Association, Shinji already has some preliminary ideas. If all goes well, the Ig Millennia family will be able to break free from their losing streak alliance and truly secure a place in the Mages Association. This way, Fiori's talents and potential won't go to waste, and their master-servant bond will not be in vain. Fiori, even if I'm no longer here, you must live happily. Although the mystery is declining, this era remains brilliant. I hope you will shine with your light. I will bless you from a distant parallel world. Just as Shinji thought he had accomplished a great feat, and his thoughts were drifting away. Shiro, the priest, walked out of the palace district with a katana in hand, stopping at a hideously jagged edge. Here lay the beast's nest, which had been abandoned at his suggestion. From this vantage point, one could see the starry sky below and the earth above. Yes, nothing seemed amiss. Semiramis's noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, was inverted, with its base facing the sky and its structures pointing toward the ground. The golden sun, the silver moon, why do they look so familiar? Ah, I remember now, it's from there. Shiro squinted his eyes, exuding a mellow warmth like a jar of aged wine, unique and rich from years of fermentation. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness it. Unknowingly, so many years have passed. You who once amazed the world have gradually been submerged in the river of time. Besides historians who specialize in studying the past, probably only a few of us old immortals still remember you. Indeed, in any world, time is the most ruthless. Shiro raised his head, his narrowly opened eyes firmly locked onto the artificial sun. That's why I must obtain the Holy Grail. With this data, I can bring you out from the depths of history's river, to see the world you once dedicated yourselves to protecting. I can confidently say, this flourishing age is as you wished. No, it has become even better than you had hoped. I also want to show you the scenery beyond this world and ask for a bit of help. Waging war against a civilization that has plagued countless parallel worlds is a bit too much for just a few of us. So, I'm sorry. Although this surprise you've given me is very satisfying, and I'm eager to see your next move, I still have to thwart your plans. I hope you don't mind. Well, even if you do mind, it doesn't matter. The world doesn't revolve around you, and things won't always go your way. True strength is finding a way out of adversity. Besides, after helping you so much, it's not too much to mess with you a bit occasionally. And this doesn't even count as messing with you. At this, Shiro's mouth curled into a smile, and with his squinting eyes, he looked every bit the cunning old fox. He extended his left hand and softly chanted. Left hand, Xanadu matrix, set. Red magical patterns flashed briefly, like a crimson lightning bolt shooting toward the tornado connecting the garden and the underground. So that's how it is, using the ley lines in reverse to channel magical energy to the Holy Grail, combining the ley lines and the Holy Grail into one entity. No wonder Assassin couldn't move it, it's the entire Triphas. But there are ways to destroy it. He raised his right arm, with blue magical energy swirling around his wrist, ready to burst forth. I just need to use these hands. No, it's still a bit too unfair to use them now, so. Got it. The blue light on his right hand faded. Lancer, release your power, let Brahmastra, O Brahma, cover the earth. Chapter 503, Chapter 503, Brahmastra, O Brahma, cover the earth. 2060 words. Understood. Upon hearing Shiro's command, Karna responded with his usual calm demeanor, and rushed to the fissure where Shiro was located as quickly as possible. At the moment when his form materialized from spiritual particles into a physical body, the great hero sung in the Mahabharata did something unprecedented. He voluntarily set aside his golden spear. However, his aura did not diminish, instead, it intensified. Even Shiro, standing beside him, could sense an extraordinary presence, a divine majesty more vast and grand than the sun, representing the unparalleled might of the ancient Indian civilization. Brahmastra, O Brahma, cover the earth. This was the anti-army, anti-nation noble phantasm bestowed upon Karna by Parshurama, the Brahmin with the axe. Originally a bow, it would track and infallibly hit its target when invoked with the name of the god Brahma. However, due to a curse, it could not be used against opponents stronger than Karna. In other classes besides archer, the weapon would manifest as different projectiles. Due to the numerous curses Karna suffered in life, each class carried different curses. As a rider, his chariot would lose mobility at critical moments. As an archer, he would forget the ultimate secrets of archery at crucial times. As a lancer, he would forget how to use the sure-kill weapon Brahmastra at key moments. This, however, was not a critical moment, and Karna had not forgotten how to use his noble phantasm. This was the most unique activation method among all his classes. It did not rely on his golden spear, which served as the vessel for Brahmastra, but on his eyes that could see through appearances to the essence. Karna's eyes widened, and an unprecedented brilliant light shone from his green-silver pupils. In the next second, the light converged into a single point, and shot out from his elliptical pupils. Yes, you read that correctly. Stripped of all the descriptions of aura and sensory experiences, the method of using the anti-nation noble phantasm, Brahmastra, O Brahma, cover the earth, in the Lancer class is shooting lasers from his eyes. The average human pupil diameter is 2.5 to 4 millimeters, even if dilated by strong light, it would be around 8 millimeters, including the surrounding eyeball area. The laser Karna shot would be no more than 1 centimeter in diameter. Do not underestimate its power just because the laser is as thin as a pinky. an anti-nation noble phantasm is not named lightly. The earliest noble phantasms were divided into 4 categories based on their targets: anti-personnel, anti-fortress, anti-army, and anti-world. However, this rough classification couldn't clearly define the myriad of noble phantasms possessed by heroic spirits, leading to subsequent additions such as anti-mountain, anti-civilization, anti-feast, anti-purge, and so on. Among the original 4 categories, anti-fortress emphasized great power, and anti-army emphasized a wide range. If a noble phantasm had both the range of an anti-army class and the power of an anti-fortress class, how would it be classified? The conventional proposal is anti-army, anti-fortress, or anti-army plus anti-fortress. But such a designation seemed lowly and failed to highlight the noble phantasm's immense power, leading to the creation of an independent category that surpassed both anti-fortress and anti-army, known as anti-nation noble phantasm. Though there were elements of tongue-in-cheek and exaggeration, the description of anti-nation noble phantasm was true. So, what happens when the laser hits the ground can be easily imagined. To put it plainly, the entire city of Millennia was surrounded by a curtain of flames shooting skyward. Following Shiro's instructions, Karna's terrifying laser circled the perimeter of the entire castle. The immense power of Brahma was unleashed upon contact with the ground, erupting like molten lava and volcanic ash. The faces of the Ig Millennia Masters, hiding in the most heavily protected room in the castle, changed almost simultaneously. The destructive power of the light beams emanating from the garden was truly terrifying. Merely sweeping through the outskirts of the city caused such devastation, if it had directly swept through the interior of the castle. Upon this realization, Darnik issued the command without hesitation. This place is no longer safe. Fiori, take everyone else to that location for refuge. But isn't that the highest level restricted area? Fiori knew exactly where Darnik was referring to, which is why she was perplexed. As the master who carried the hope of the Ig Millennia clan's revival, everyone present had high-level access, allowing them to move freely within the castle, except for private areas. There was only one exception, the underground altar. No one was permitted to enter there except Darnik. Even Fiori, as the future head of the clan, had only been brought in by Darnik once, just before the servant summoning ritual, to witness the true form of the Greater Grail. To Fiori confusion, Darnik simply replied, "It is a restricted area because of the Greater Grail. Without the Greater Grail, it's just an ordinary altar. Hurry, the enemy's attack could come at any moment." "Uncle, what about you?" Darnik's order was for Fiori to take everyone to the restricted area, clearly indicating that he had no intention of going there himself. "I will go outside. Fiori, you will be in charge of the command from now on. Everyone must follow her instructions." With that said, he leaped out of the window. For a magus, descending from a high place was not a difficult spell. It was like walking downstairs, and he began to walk in the air. It's time to prepare for the worst. His gaze shifted between the Greater Grail, the aerial garden, and the command spells in his hand. As the sole beneficiary of the Third Holy Grail War, and a monster who had researched the Greater Grail for over 60 years, Darnik understood the essence of the Holy Grail War very well. The moment the Greater Grail appeared before everyone and was fixed in place, he realized that a chaotic battle, devoid of any factional boundaries, was about to begin. Though he was the head of the Ig Millennia clan, a figure of great authority, this was ultimately a battle over a grail that could grant any wish. Even the most obedient Fiori and Calls might not follow his orders, not to mention the powerful servants and top combat experts sent by the Mages Association. Even if the Archduke, situated in his homeland, was stronger than all the other servants, and even if his strength surpassed other magi, this slight advantage meant nothing in the context of 13 servants remaining in the world. Moreover, due to Vlad III's overwhelming presence, remaining hidden and waiting for an opportunity was difficult, and he might even become a target for everyone. There were ways to break the deadlock, but any action carried significant risks. What a predicament! Just a few minutes ago, he had the upper hand, so how had it suddenly become such a difficult situation? However, Darnik did not feel anxious or frustrated by this. In nearly a century, he had encountered many similar situations, some even more intense. Especially the Third Holy Grail War 60 years ago, the intensity of that war made it seem like a miracle that he was still alive. Discovering the path to the Greater Grail through a collapsed cavern was an unexpected stroke of luck. By weaving a tapestry of lies, he managed to entice Nazi Germany and, with a presidential order, dispatched troops that were hard to believe came from the Allies, forcibly seizing the Greater Grail. Then, during its transfer to Germany, he deliberately had them pass through Trifas, and subsequently killed all the magus and soldiers who had fought alongside him. Since then, he has focused on research and politics. When dealing with the association, Darnik always maintained the guise that the Ig Millennia clan was content to serve as a refuge for declining magi. To adapt the Greater Grail to Trifas, Darnik allowed it to slowly deteriorate. During this process, the Grail not only retained the ability to summon pure heroic spirits, but also gained the unexpected byproduct of summoning characters who only possessed aspects of heroic spirits. Regardless, time was on his side. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. What was the cornerstone of this persistent determination? Was it the fundamental motivation of all magi to reach the root? Of course, that was a significant factor. Being born a magus, it was natural to aim for that goal. But could he truly go to such lengths solely for this pure desire? Bitter memories from 80 years ago resurfaced. At that time, as a newly emerging magus, he had a promising engagement. It was indeed an excellent match. For Darnik, it would lay the foundation for elevating his family lineage to nobility. However, this engagement was put on hold. The bloodline of the Ig Millennia clan was deemed impure and unlikely to sustain itself beyond 5 generations, inevitably leading to decline. This was the warning from a certain magus. Absolutely absurd. If there were still 5 generations left, taking appropriate measures to remedy the situation should be completely feasible. It seemed that only Darnik thought this way. To a clan unwilling to take risks, he quickly became an outcast who needed to be excluded. Whether it was his sworn brother who had once patted his shoulder warmly, talking about friendship, or the woman who had shyly expressed her love, and was soon to become his partner, all of them distanced themselves from him. That's fine. In the long journey of life, one sometimes encounters such things. But at that moment, the dream of elevating his clan to nobility was utterly shattered. Even if he overcame the decline after 5 generations, the stigma once attached could never be removed. While he might not have cared, the future of his successors had been stolen by that magus. In that instant, Darnik realized that reaching the root through conventional means, studying magecraft day and night, striving to elevate his status within the association, becoming nobility, was an unachievable dream, and thus abandoned it. Hence, he needed to devise a way to prevent his clan from declining, and also explore a path to reach the root. While it wasn't impossible to continue his research independently by leaving the Mages Association and hiding in the world, Darnik refused to do so. Staying within the association was undoubtedly humiliating. However, Darnik never forgot this humiliation for even a second and etched it deeply into his heart, as motivation for his efforts. During this period, he came across information about the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City. He allied with Nazi Germany, which had a strong interest in occult practices and participated as a master supported by military forces. The situation became extremely chaotic due to the rule-breaking tactics of the Einsberns, an unexpected stroke of luck. The Third Holy Grail War ended amidst the chaos. The exhausted Einsberns, Tosaka, and Matou were unable to stop Darnik and Nazi Germany's actions. To this day, Darnik no longer harbored resentment towards the clan that abandoned him. Considering the current situation, he even felt like thanking them. However, that clan had long been wiped out, and left no mark on history. Darnik did not directly act against them, he merely used political means to corner them. By guiding them to invest in meaningless experiments, letting their secret techniques leak, and causing their heirs to die in unfortunate experimental accidents, he led them to ruin. When they finally debased themselves, trying to curry favor with Darnik and join the Ig Millennia, he exiled them instead of integrating them into the clan. Since then, Darnik only heard that they went to the Far East, the stage of the Holy Grail War, Japan, and never heard from them again. They likely lived a life of endless sorrow. His life was one of constantly trampling others. Now, the targets to trample were the Mages Association, and the Magus of his clan. Of course, he had no hesitation, whether it was trampling his clan or sacrificing his life. Anyone familiar with Darnik's usual demeanor would be chilled by his current expression. His face was cold and emotionless, like frozen frost. In such moments, he always thought of extremely vile things. If necessary, he would not hesitate to commit any evil act. He intentionally went outside for this reason, to avoid raising unnecessary suspicion among others. So, what should I do? As Darnik pondered in a corner, new changes unfolded in the castle courtyard. Chapter 504, Chapter 504, A Narrow Miss. 1143 words. The master's fears did not materialize. The terrifying beam shot from the Hanging Gardens swept the castle's periphery, and vanished, as if it had no interest in the castle itself. It wasn't because Karna had exhausted his energy. The son of the sun with the blessing of the sun, golden armor, had astonishing regenerative and endurance capabilities. Although he had a fierce battle with Vlad III, consuming a lot of energy and suffering some losses, by the time he returned to the Hanging Gardens, his injuries and magical energy had mostly recovered. Releasing a noble phantasm once, especially his weakest, was not enough to put him in a state of magical energy deficiency. Of course, the support from Shiro and Semiramis played a part, but this only highlighted Karna's fearsome nature, the epitome of the strongest hero. He ceased firing simply because of an order from Shiro, the priest. Is this enough? Yes, this is sufficient. Karna's expression remained indifferent, exuding an unapproachable coldness, as if frozen. Ordinary people would have been scared off by this severity, but Shiro continued to smile, his demeanor seemingly more fitting for the sun god's role. Our primary goal is not to strike the Black Faction, but the Greater Grail. So you had me attack the ley lines? Yes. Indeed, Karna's attack with his anti-nation noble phantasm, Brahmastra, O Brahma, cover the earth, was never aimed at the Black Faction's masters and servants but at the ley lines. The blazing curtain of flames that almost reached the Hanging Gardens was just half of the beam's energy, the other half delved underground, wreaking havoc at various ley line nodes. Ley lines, the convergence of power in an area, lie deep underground and are part of the planet's workings. Even touching a region's ley lines is no easy task, let alone shaking them. Shaking the ley lines is different from a magi's utilization. Utilization is about reasonably applying the magical energy within, whereas shaking the ley lines directly destabilizes their foundation. If ley lines are likened to a river, utilization is drawing water from it, while shaking is making the entire river tremble, a far more difficult feat according to Shiro's estimation. Simply shaking one ley line node would require at least an A-rank anti-fortress noble phantasm. Shaking all the nodes around the castle at once would require an anti-nation noble phantasm. Among the participating servants in this Holy Grail war, only Karna met this requirement, and he did not disappoint, completing the task perfectly. Through the occasionally flickering red electric currents of magical energy, Shiro could feel the connection between the Greater Grail and the earth weakening. Although not completely severed, it was gradually yielding to the pull from the Hanging Gardens. It won't be long before the Greater Grail is fully transferred, and the Black Faction's servants will seize this opportunity to attack. You need to conserve your magical energy for the upcoming efforts. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. You should leave as well, it's not safe here. Yes, I know. I'll stay a bit longer to ensure the transfer goes smoothly, then I'll return. Hearing Shiro's response, Karna nodded silently and disappeared in a flash of golden light. Once the golden light completely vanished, Shiro's usual smile faded. His empty right hand rhythmically drummed on the hilt of his sword, muttering to himself. I wonder what expression you have now. Disappointment? Or utter confusion? Ha, what kind of move is this? Just as Shiro predicted, Shinji's mood was very sour. Disappointment, anger, and panic all intertwined. All because of the message from Fiore. The connection between the Greater Grail and the ley lines had weakened. The Greater Grail's current state is sustained entirely by the ley lines of Trifas. Without the support of these ley lines, the Greater Grail cannot withstand the pull from the gardens. If this continues, the Greater Grail will inevitably be seized by the Red faction, and reclaiming it later would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, my plan would be ruined, and most critically, Justice is still inside. No, I absolutely cannot allow the Greater Grail to be taken. I cannot let this happen. What should I do? What should I do? Think, brain, think. Magecraft is out of the question. Semiramis's spell is not a simple attraction. It uses the power of the gardens to replace the physical laws around the Grail with those of the gardens. Such high-level magecraft, approaching the rank of true magic, is beyond the capabilities of someone like me, who isn't even first-rate. Then how about physics? Yes, physics. If I discard the cumbersome task of severing the ley lines, the Greater Grail is being pulled towards the gardens by gravity. If I can counteract this gravity with another force, yes, that's it. Bellerophon. Shinji, who had come back, leaped onto the top of the Greater Grail. No, Shinji, the power of Pegasus might damage the exterior of the Greater Grail. Justy's anxious voice appeared alongside the pure white Pegasus. The Greater Grail was modeled after Justy's body, and, though much sturdier after its transformation, could still be damaged by the immense power of such a high-ranking phantasmal beast. We can't worry about that now. You told me that as long as the core remains intact, it can absorb mana and self-repair. Moreover, I won't let you fall into enemy hands, never. Shinji hadn't forgotten that Amakusa Shiro could connect with the Greater Grail, and would do so. If he discovered Justy's presence, the consequences would be unimaginable. He couldn't allow that to happen. Shinji. Justy's tried to say something more. Don't say anything, just listen to me. The Greater Grail doesn't matter. You are the only one who must stay safe. Shinji inverted his body, pressing his hands against the exterior of the Greater Grail, releasing mana without regard for the cost. With his feet pointing skyward and his shoes exerting maximum force, he spoke to Pegasus. Help me push it down. If we can push it back underground, we win. Don't stop until I tell you to. Sensing its master's urgency, Pegasus turned its body, and began ramming the Greater Grail. As expected from an ancient creature rivaling dragons, the Greater Grail, which Shinji couldn't budge, began to descend with just one impact from Pegasus. Seeing this, Shinji's face lit up with joy. Well done. Keep ramming it. Pegasus let out a long, resonant cry, its lithe, white body drawing an arc in the air before diving down. At that moment, Justy's voice echoed in Shinji's ear again, Shinji, watch out. Watch out. Before Shinji could react, Pegasus's cry suddenly turned pained. In the next instant, his vision was filled with the pure white brilliance of Pegasus. With a muffled grunt, man and beast tumbled off the top of the Greater Grail. Chapter 505, Chapter 505, Assault on the Hanging Gardens. 1,261 words. The sudden turn of events left Shinji dizzy and disoriented. Amidst his daze, he heard Justy's anxious call. Shinji, Shinji, are you all right? Answer me. I'm okay, just a bit of a concussion. Pressing his throbbing head, he quickly regained control of his body, thanks to the combat instincts honed by Skathaka's training. What exactly happened just now? On your end. Before he could finish speaking, Shinji's body froze. Pegasus, which he had pinned his hopes on, had reverted to spirit form at some point, and its current state silently revealed what had transpired. Just as Pegasus had ascended with full force, preparing to accelerate and ram into the Greater Grail, an attack came out of nowhere. It struck Pegasus's body, causing the unbalanced beast to crash directly into Shinji. Although Pegasus dissipated its physical form immediately to avoid further harm to Shinji, the mysterious attack inflicted significant damage on it. This attack deprived Pegasus of its ability to fly and fight for a short period, completely clearing the way for the Greater Grail to enter the Hanging Gardens. Kneeling on the ground, Shinji looked up at the slowly ascending golden sphere, his face filled with pain and frustration. Why did this happen? We were so close. The fall from heaven to hell gnawed at his heart. He hammered his fists against the smooth stone slabs beneath him, futilely venting his chaotic emotions. At this point, he had no way to stop the Greater Grail from leaving. He could only watch as it ascended higher and higher, while the contract linking him and Justice became increasingly vague due to Semiramis's interference. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He muttered through gritted teeth, his deep blue eyes bloodshot. In his despair, Shinji saw a resolute figure appear by the remnants of the city wall, standing like a snow-capped peak on the Nordic landscape. The most famous hero of Norse mythology, the knight who traversed Niederland, and the dragon slayer, Siegfried. With his appearance, more heroes gathered. There was the great sage of ancient Greece with a longbow on his back, a tyrant dressed in black exuding a formidable aura, and a master golem maker as steady as a rock. These heroes came from different backgrounds and experiences, but they all exhibited the same trait: when facing the colossal object above, they showed no fear. Even with the Greater Grail taken and their advantage turned into a disadvantage, they did not despair nor did they give up. They leaped, using the floating stones altered by the change in physical laws as footholds, and charged into the Hanging Gardens without hesitation. This was the spirit of heroism, the true essence of heroes, something Shinji lacked. Perhaps he had enough strength, and his mind was sharp, but he was missing a crucial quality. As Vlad III had said, only those who could laugh in the face of overwhelming odds and despair were worthy of being called heroes. Shinji, although he had faced various hardships and adversities, had never been driven to despair. Perhaps it was his nature, no matter how reckless or risky his actions were, he always left himself an escape route. Even when confronting the Ortenross, he had a secret plan to escape with Pegasus. When someone has a way to retreat, they lack the courage to fight to the death. Now, Shinji was finally cornered with no way out. Amakusa Shiro could connect to and control the Greater Grail through his noble phantasm. This would inevitably lead him to discover Justice, who also held some control over the Grail. Given Amakusa's ruthless decisiveness, if he saw Justice as an obstacle to his control, she would be in grave danger. While there was a chance she might be deemed harmless, Shinji dared not gamble on it. He couldn't risk the life of the woman who meant so much to him, no matter how slim the chance of failure. No, it's not over yet, there's still a chance. If we can take the Hanging Gardens, we can reclaim the Grail. Wait for me, Justice, I'm coming to get you. Shadows silently crept up and enveloped Shinji's body, transforming into a cloak that also rendered the assassin beneath it invisible. The Hanging Gardens, Semiramis's noble phantasm, was a place that instantly alerted her to any intruders. As soon as the Black Faction servants led by Vlad III set foot in the temple, Semiramis detected them, and relayed this information via surveillance images to the waiting Red Faction. Red Lancer Karna raised his immortal blade and calmly declared, "I'll handle Black Berserker Vlad III. My target is, of course, Black Archer." Red Rider Achilles had already made his decision. "I wanted to choose Black Archer too." Red Archer Atlanta scratched her beast ears in frustration. As a fellow archer, she was burning with a strong fighting spirit, but... "Sorry, sis, I really can't let you have this one." "Ah, I know, so I won't fight you for it." During Karna's absence, Atlanta had learned Black Archer's true name, and understood the complex relationship between him and Achilles. This master-student confrontation was inevitable, and she neither wanted nor could disrupt it. But who should I choose then? Black Saber? Or the Black Caster whom I haven't seen? Atlanta was indecisive. To be honest, neither Black Saber Siegfried nor Black Caster of Isbron were good matches for her. Siegfried, with his near-invulnerable body and Balmung, was like an impenetrable iron turtle. Similarly, Isbron, as the master of golem creation and a key source of the Black Faction's infantry, would undoubtedly bring golems with him. Atlanta didn't believe for a second that he would come alone. Once the number of golems increased, it would be hard for her to maintain the front line, not because she couldn't defeat them, but because the current situation didn't allow her to use her favored kiting tactics. Kiting required the enemy to focus solely on her, but the Black faction's primary goal wasn't to defeat the Red faction's servants, it was to reclaim the Greater Grail. If Atlanta tried to fight while retreating, Avisbron would surely leave some golems to block her path, and then advance with the rest of his forces. Her noble phantasm, Phoebus Catastrophe, had already been exposed, and one of its targets was the golems. If Black Castor had any sense, he would be prepared for this. Suddenly, a thought popped into her head. If only Castor would help. Shakespeare's skill in chant could turn the mundane into the extraordinary, creating explosive arrows for large-scale attacks, and armor-piercing arrows specifically for Black Saber. This would greatly alleviate her concerns. Unfortunately, the powerful support of the great playwright had always been capricious. As soon as he left the throne room, he exclaimed, "Thanks to the Greater Grail, I've suddenly been struck with creative inspiration." "Excuse me," and hurried back to his so-called study, leaving everyone else exasperated. While Atlanta was hesitating, Karna spoke up. "I have a suggestion." "Let's hear it." "Don't choose. Use your phantasmal puppets for the front line, and you find opportunities in the back. This should play to your strengths." "You're right." Atlanta's eyes lit up at his words. She wasn't alone, her side also had phantasmal puppets. If the enemy had high defense and numbers, so did they. With meat shields, she could shoot to her heart's content. "Thank you, Lancer." "Then it's settled. Let's give it our all." Achilles hefted the meteor spear made by his teacher, and gifted by his father, ready for the enemy's arrival. Chapter 506, Chapter 506, Saint vs. Poisoned Woman. 1257 words. The Black faction must reclaim the Greater Grail before it is taken. The Red faction must defend it until it is completely in their possession. With the shift in offense and defense, the situation has reversed. The once impenetrable fortress of the Millennia Castle has now become a useless ruin, and the Red faction holds the advantage. However, there is another pressing issue at hand, the presence of the approaching ruler. Only Semiramis, Shakespeare, and their master, Father Shiro, are aware of this. Both the Black and Red factions, as well as Jeanne d'Arc, understand that this is a race against time. In the few minutes before the Greater Grail is fully extracted and integrated into the Hanging Gardens, they must fight with all their might. As Jeanne came closer, she was further amazed by the floating noble phantasm. Few heroic spirits possess anti-fortress noble phantasms powerful enough to destroy a castle, but they do exist. However, heroic spirits who possess a fortress as their noble phantasm are exceedingly rare. The only heroic spirit Jeanne could immediately think of with such a noble phantasm was the Child of Light from Ireland, and even that was limited to his homeland. Moreover, a floating fortress was almost unheard of. The most troublesome aspect now was that the master of this floating fortress seemed to harbor ill intentions toward her. Although there were many things she needed to clarify with the Red faction, she had no time for detours. But she had a nagging premonition that something crucial was unfolding, perhaps even nearing completion. She forcibly pushed these thoughts aside and sprinted up the walls of the Millennia Castle. Through a large hole in the Millennia Castle, she could see the Greater Grail gradually revealing its true form. Unbelievable. It was no surprise, she muttered to herself. The oppressive feeling constricting her entire body confirmed that this was indeed the authentic Greater Grail. What was astonishing was the Red faction's attempt to extract it. Indeed, this war centered around the Greater Grail. However, this usually happens only after the war's conclusion. Why was the Red faction so desperate to retrieve the Greater Grail while the battle still raged on? The problem likely stemmed not from the Red faction's servants but from their master, who appeared to be acting against the Mages Association's intentions, most probably the young man in a monk's robe she had seen in her vision. As she reached this conclusion, she arrived at the floating fortress. Water flowed upwards and trees grew downwards. Reverse flow. The Hanging Gardens. Correct, ruler. A mocking voice reached her ears. She turned to see who it was. Jean knew of two heroic spirits who possessed the Hanging Gardens as a noble phantasm. One was Nebuchadnezzar II, and the other, a legendary empress whose false association with the construction of the Hanging Gardens had been mistakenly recorded as history. The world's oldest assassin, Semiramis. Red Assassin. So it's you. Indeed. Now, ruler, what brings you to my gardens? I believe I have done nothing against the rules. Perhaps due to the dim light, her dark and bewitching evening gown almost blended with the night. To Jean, this semblance was particularly eerie. No, you have. Oh? Semiramis seemed intrigued. So, what rule do you claim I have violated? If you can honestly say you have adhered to the rules of the Holy Grail War, then let me see your master. In an instant, Semiramis's gaze shifted from mocking to wary. Seeing this change in her expression, Jean knew she was on the right track. Regrettably, my master is very busy right now. Besides, he's a very cautious person and wouldn't want to meet with other servants. So he is hiding in these gardens, then. Jean succinctly pointed out. Semiramis had already entered a battle-ready state as if to prevent her. The saint raised her holy flag and proclaimed. You should know that it's pointless, Red Assassin. Indeed, my magic cannot penetrate your magic resistance. It's one of the privileges of being a ruler, isn't it? There are other privileges too. Red Assassin, please don't force me to use them. A faint blue light radiated from Jean's entire body, causing Semiramis to frown. The greatest privilege of a ruler, the command spells that can be used on all servants, correct? It's quite troublesome, but even if you exhaust all your command spells, I have no intention of betraying my master. If you use a command spell on me, my master will stop it. So your master is not a puppet. I would like to make him a puppet if I could, but even in these gardens, well, it's pointless to discuss it with you. Just know that I will not betray him. Hearing Semiramis's words, Jean was somewhat puzzled but still took a step forward and declared. Then, as of now, you are my enemy. At this stage, she finally identified Red Assassin and her master as clear enemies. In response to Jean's declaration of war, the proud Assyrian empress's expression grew serious. Ordinarily, an assassin's abilities are incomparable to a ruler's, and the combination of a magus and a ruler is particularly deadly. Normally, even without the use of command spells, Jean wouldn't need much effort to defeat her. Fortunately, her master, Shiro, had long anticipated a confrontation with Jean, and had prepared in advance. Oh, really? I am your enemy, then? In that case, I will have to use all my power to defeat you. As Semiramis spoke, she raised her left hand, her thumb and middle finger poised to snap. However, Jean was even quicker in her movements. Although her martial prowess still lagged behind heroes like Karna and Achilles, who stood proudly in the age of gods, she was by no means ordinary. At a distance of only 3 meters, she would not give Semiramis any opportunity to cast her spells. The holy flag billowed in the wind, and before it fully unfurled, its silver spearhead was already descending. This was Jeanne d'Arc's most formidable attack, named Revelation. However, this seemingly inevitable strike did not land on Semiramis's head. Just before the flag fell, a piece of black, fish-scale-like armor appeared above Semiramis. It was this armor that blocked Jeanne's holy flag and gave Semiramis the chance to snap her fingers. With a crisp snap, Semiramis vanished from her spot, leaving behind only a voice of admiration. Should I say as expected of the saint? Even the scales of the divine fish barely held up. The scales of the divine fish manifested Semiramis's divinity as a demigod. Divinity might seem intangible and insignificant, but it is often the source of many heroes' strength. Those with divinity naturally stand out more than those without it, easily becoming the center of attention. This is evident from the fact that many protagonists in Western myths and legends are demigods. Different sources of divinity grant different powers. Karna, as the son of the sun god Surya, received the iconic solar fire, Achilles, blessed by his mother Thetis, possessed invulnerability, and that the miniature world enclosed by the azure sky, surrounded by ocean currents. Similarly, Semiramis received unique abilities from her mother, the fish goddess Derketo, one of which was her ability to manifest the divine fish's scales for defense. I wonder how you'd fare against the real divine fish. Jean furrowed her delicate brows, her sky-blue eyes warily scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, behind her, the space rippled like water, and a monstrous fish with a grotesque face leaped out. Chapter 507, Chapter 507, Saber Face in Action. 1,278 words. The strange fish bore a striking resemblance to the carp fish, but it was many times larger. It was the familiar of the fish god Derketo, a divine fish that only Semiramis could summon. Its movements were incredibly agile, capable of rivaling that of a serpent even outside of water. It possessed a large mouth capable of devouring a person, with teeth that gleamed with a cold light, and a powerful jaw more fearsome than ordinary swords and blades. At this moment, it was opening its maw wide, attempting to bite the girl before it in half. If it were an average servant, the divine fish's ambush might have succeeded. But Jeanne d'Arc was no ordinary servant, she was a ruler, a saint who could hear the revelations from God. Before the divine fish appeared, she had already foreseen the danger and prepared to dodge and counterattack. As the divine fish drew closer, so close that she could smell the stench from its foul teeth, Jeanne swiftly turned around. Her 3-meter-long holy banner struck the divine fish's body fiercely, leaving a long, shocking scar on its scales, which were as solid as iron. The brutal beast was sent flying, crashing into many carefully arranged plants in the garden. Having easily thwarted the divine fish's ambush, Jeanne let out a soft snort, and the flag adorned with the fleur-de-lis fluttered in the wind. However, this gallant figure was an eyesore to Semiramis, who was hiding somewhere unseen. I thought the saint from the legend would be some noble and pure existence, but it turns out she's just a crude country girl. Facing Semiramis's sharp ridicule, Jeanne remained unfazed, responding calmly. You're right, I am just a country girl from Domremy-la-Pucelle, never a saint. Jeanne's title of saint was posthumously awarded. In her lifetime, she was burnt at the stake as a heretic. Jeanne herself never saw herself as a saint, apart from her military role, she was just an ordinary country girl from France. Seeing Jeanne's attitude of not feeling ashamed but rather proud, Semiramis's words grew even more disdainful. Then continue rolling in the dirt with this ugly man-eating fish. As soon as she finished speaking, the divine fish, which had been sliding on the ground, flicked its tail, and leaped up, attacking in a manner akin to hunting in water. Although it was a familiar of the fish god, Derketo was not a benevolent deity. Would a kind god kill her lover and abandon her daughter after their affair was exposed? Naturally, her familiar would not be a good creature either. Though called a divine fish, it was a ferocious beast. The wound Jeanne inflicted did not scare it, instead, it awakened its savagery, making its already hideous appearance even more terrifying. In Semiramis's eyes, this beast was the perfect match for Jeanne, the country girl. Once again, Jeanne sent the divine fish flying, beating it until it was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Yet, Jeanne felt no joy. She had understood Semiramis's strategy. Unable to win in close combat, and her magic ineffective against Jeanne's absolute magic resistance, Semiramis had chosen a roundabout tactic, summoning. Summoning magic itself did not directly affect Jeanne, and wouldn't be hindered by her magic resistance. The summoned creatures, being real entities, also wouldn't be affected by the magic resistance. As long as the creatures were strong enough, defeating Jeanne was not impossible. A single divine fish was not enough, but what if there were several? What if even stronger beasts were summoned? Though she had not received further revelations, Jeanne sensed the approaching danger. This was a super grand temple built at the pinnacle of human history, not just the age of gods. It was impossible that there were no powerful divine beasts, mythical beasts, or magical beasts guarding it. No, she couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. She had to break through quickly, she had to use her command spells. Yes, the command spell. Although Semiramis had mentioned that even if Jeanne used her command spell, her master would use theirs to cancel it out, there was still an order of operations. As long as there was a brief gap, Jean was confident she could break through. Having made her decision, Jean hesitated no longer. A crimson light flowed over her back, hidden beneath her battle armor. In the name of the ruler, I command. No. Semiramis, hidden in the shadows, turned pale. Master, quickly. At this critical moment, calculated in seconds, a bizarre surge of magical energy swept through the entire aerial garden. This magical energy was so immense that none could compare to it, except for the 8-armed, multi-legged Spartacus. It was also so malevolent that even a staunchly devout demigod, a savior of her nation like Jean, felt a shiver of fear. Accompanying this immense magical energy, something was born. It was something so significant that it diverted attention from the Holy Grail war, potentially a fatal presence. 3 figures, 2 tall and 1 short, walk side by side through the rubble. Incredible, Kairi Sisegu remarked, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Yeah. If that had hit directly, we'd be dead for sure, Mordred nodded vigorously, arms crossed. The Night King Artoria remained silent, quietly surveying the surroundings. Due to Spartacus's self-destruction, her battle with Mordred had been forcibly interrupted. After witnessing the wild, destructive light and subsequent, both the father and son duo, known for their leadership qualities, unspokenly decided to cease fighting and figure out what had happened and how it would impact the battle. Thus, the group followed the aerial garden, completely forgetting their ruthless combat from just moments before, reinforcing Sisegu's belief that the two were indeed father and son, or mother and daughter. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning, and the ground was a charred black and red with lava. Looking at the scene, who would believe this was the plains of Romania, and not the crater of some volcano in the Alps? But who did this? That dangerous woman. Sisegu looked up, his gaze fixed on the aerial garden almost blending into the Millennia Fortress. The Black Faction masters, except Shinji, believed it was the noble phantasm of the Red Caster, but Sisegu thought otherwise. Having researched Semiramis, he knew it was the noble phantasm of the Red Assassin. No, it doesn't seem like it. That woman's magical energy shouldn't be like this, Mordred shook her head. It should be darker, more somber, like my mother's, don't you think, father? Artoria did not respond immediately, only muttering a single word, son. Son? Mordred and Sisegu exchanged confused glances, not understanding what Artoria meant. Just as Artoria was about to explain, a golden, glowing orb began to rise from the castle. That's the Greater Grail. But how? Did that woman do this? The 3 of them, sensing the overwhelming power, simultaneously turned pale. Artoria reacted the fastest, dashing forward like an arrow. Wait. Mordred wanted to rush forward too, but after taking just a couple of steps, she remembered she wasn't alone. Turning back, she asked. Master, what should we do next? You already know the answer, don't you? Sisegu took a deep drag on his cigarette, then crushed it out. If we do nothing now, we'll be seen as outsiders. You're right. Let's go, Saber. Understood, Master. So, are you good at flying? Not particularly. As much as I hate to admit it, it looks like I'll have to rely on you. Seeing the bitter expression on Sisegu's face, Mordred grinned mischievously. It was time for her unique skill, Mana Burst, to shine once again. Chapter 508, Chapter 508, The Succession of Blood. 1176 words. Combat raged fiercely in the corridors leading to the main hall of the Hanging Gardens. Black Saber Siegfried led an army of golems, charging like a tsunami against all obstacles. However, this tide couldn't break through the dam formed by another group of puppets. It wasn't that Siegfried lacked strength, or that Black Caster of Eastbraun was poorly commanding. The real issue was the unchecked destructive power of Red Archer Atlanta. The legendary huntress, who dedicated her life to the hunt, had prepared several platforms in the corridors. From these elevated positions, she roamed back and forth, mercilessly raining arrows on her opponents from above. Yes, a one-sided massacre. The nearest platform was over 100 meters away from the defensive line. Neither Siegfried nor Avisbron could attack her, they could only watch helplessly as she unleashed her arrow storms. In truth, the Black faction did have someone who could counter Atlanta, but they were all otherwise occupied. Black archer Chiron, whose archery skills surpassed Atlanta's, could have neutralized her advantage from above. But Chiron chose to let Atlanta fire at will, unable to ignore his current opponent. Indeed, he dared not. His opponent, Red Rider Achilles, was an even more destructive force on the battlefield than Atlanta. With the swiftest feet among humans, he possessed unparalleled mobility. His invulnerable body, impervious to anything but divine power, allowed him to charge through attacks with impunity. Had he not insisted on a one-on-one duel with Chiron, and instead led a team assault, the Black faction's situation would have been even worse. Yet even without Achilles rampaging, the Black faction was in dire straits because their leader, main general, and ace, Black Berserker Vlad III, was being suppressed. As I thought. Ugh. Red Lancer Karna, speaking calmly, relentlessly pushed his opponent into a corner. His precise, merciless attacks were befitting of a great hero. However, Vlad III, who had previously held a slight advantage, now found himself at a disadvantage. Vlad himself sensed the change. His strength was waning. If his power had been at its peak earlier, now it was reduced to a mere 60%. His once formidable attacks, executed in quick succession, had lost their speed and sharpness. Karna easily deflected them with his spear and armor, without even needing to ignite his flames. The distance that had been hard to close before was now effortlessly bridged. Vlad III's exceptional attributes, which had been the highest in this Holy Grail war, were now significantly diminished. This further amplified Karna's martial arts advantage, forcing Vlad to retreat continuously. Perhaps noticing Vlad's confusion, Karna explained during a brief pause in the battle. This hanging garden is the domain controlled by our assassin, not your territory. In other words, while you are within this garden, you are not the hero who saved a nation. Red Assassin's noble phantasm controlled a specific domain. This meant that this place wasn't Vlad III's revered Romania, where his fame was at its peak. Naturally, Karna's fame here was also close to zero. However, the intrinsic power levels of Karna and Vlad III were worlds apart, a hero at the zenith of the Age of Gods, unmatched in his era, versus a tyrant of a small European country, albeit a brilliant military strategist. They were simply not on the same level. Vlad III's ability to contend with Karna stemmed from the faith boost he received on his home soil. Without this faith, he reverted to his true form. The most direct manifestation of this was the nullification of his skill, demonic defender of the state, which led to the loss of his A rank, mad enhancement boost, dropping his exceptional strength and agility back to A rank. Although still higher than Karna's, this gap could easily be bridged by Karna's mana burst. Worse still, Vlad III's greatest asset, the noble phantasm, Khazikli Bey, the Lord of Execution, required demonic defender of the state to connect to the ley lines and transform the area into his territory to be used. With demonic defender of the state nullified, Khazikli Bey couldn't be used. Strictly speaking, it was downgraded. The noble phantasm's rank dropped from B to C+, and its type changed from anti-army to anti-unit. Though still written as Khazikli Bey in English, its name changed to Khazikli Bey, Bloodstained King Demon. It retained the power to annihilate a single servant in one blow, but that applied to regular servants. For a top-tier servant like Karna, it posed no threat. At this moment, Vlad III had lost the elegance, grandeur, and ferocity he usually maintained. Forget about taking Karna's head, any slight mistake would lead to a catastrophic downfall. A trace of regret filled Vlad III's heart. This operation had been too reckless. He had misjudged both sides' strengths, ventured too deep into enemy territory, and most fatally, had not anticipated the enemy seizing the Greater Grail. One wrong move led to total defeat. And his defeat would mean the entire Black faction's defeat, unless Assassin arrived in time. No, he couldn't place his hopes on him. The Red faction still had Caster, Assassin, and Saber unaccounted for. There was no choice left but the final option. A profound sorrow appeared on Vlad III's face, both for himself and for his opponent. He sheathed his spear, adjusted his attire, and looked directly at the nearby Karna. A trace of puzzlement appeared on Karna's stern face, and the advancing golden spear halted. "What's this? Are you surrendering?" "I do not surrender to invaders." "Right now, you are the invader." "Indeed, we are the invaders, so I am no longer the Lord of Romania, right, Darnik?" Vlad III raised his head, the sorrow on his face growing deeper. "As you say, Grand Duke." At the edge of the battlefield, atop a temple-like pillar, a white cloak appeared as if by magic. No servant present had sensed his presence. All the servants halted their actions. It was the only master present, the head of the Igmalenia family, Darnik. Darnik's voice was soft, like a devil's whisper. "Though it is regrettable, your status as a hero is confined to Romania. Elsewhere in the world, people know you by another name, the infamy you sought to erase. Darnik, I do not wish to bear the shame imposed by posterity. Do you understand?" "I understand, so let me bear this sin. If our wishes are fulfilled, I will die to atone." With that, Darnik raised a hand bearing 3 glowing command seals. "By the command seal, I order you, heroic spirit Vlad III, to immediately activate your noble phantasm." Karna, being the closest, instinctively sensed danger. His golden spear streaked through the air, aiming straight for Vlad III's chest. Unexpectedly, Vlad III neither dodged nor blocked, allowing the spear to pierce his chest, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Thus, the Lord of Romania, Vlad III, is killed by you. Next is the legend of Dracula. The monster who was forced to bear a tragic infamy due to literary creation, the vampire Dracula. Shadows descended, and a bloody aura spread. Chapter 509, Chapter 509, The Vampire Dracula. 1119 words. The legend became reality. Terror descended. Shadows, magic, mist, and monstrosity completely transformed the leader of the Black faction. At this moment, the Black Berserker was no longer the Lord of Romania, Little Dragon, or Impaler Vlad III, but the blood-drinking monster, the noble ruling the night, remembered by the world as Count Dracula. The legends of vampires mostly originate from the dead apostles. Some blend into human society to drink blood, while others maintain a solitary, aloof existence. Regardless, dead apostles have always maintained their unique concepts and culture, living silently on the world's dark side, unknown to the public. However, the being before them was not such an existence. From the perspective of mysterious phenomena, it had only a history of a few centuries. However, its terror had thoroughly covered the entire world. When people heard vampire, their first thought was not of the dead apostles hiding in the dark corners of the world, but of Romania's great hero Vlad III, the model for vampire Dracula. Karna's indestructible spear indeed pierced the chest of the Black Berserker, shattering his spirit core. For nearly all servants, this would be fatal, but that assumption was based on the fact that most servants were human. The Black Berserker was no longer human. Not only was he not destroyed, but he even had the leisure to smile. What flowed from the pierced part was not blood, but an unknown substance resembling black shadows. The shadows poured out and soon transformed the entire body of the Black Berserker into this form. Although I felt a definite sensation, it seems to have no effect if he turns into that. Witnessing this bizarre scene, even Karna couldn't help but widen his eyes. The spear he wielded was a divine treasure, one of the few top artifacts of Indian mythology. If piercing the spirit core with such a weapon was ineffective, it meant, this guy had no fatal weaknesses anymore. I should have killed him before he turned into a vampire. As Atlanta complained, a large swarm of bats flew out from the black shadows. The bats gathered together, gradually forming a human shape. The vampire, fully restored to human form, turned his face towards the servants. His originally pale skin had completely lost its color, with all the blood concentrated in his eyes, turning into a primal thirst for blood. The once elegant black noble attire was torn to shreds. From within, instead of blood and flesh, shadows with substance constantly leaked out. The silver spear he previously wielded vanished without a trace, as his heroic side was completely erased. He has turned into a complete monster. Karna's straightforward remark received the unanimous agreement of all present servants. Monster or human, everything is for our wish. For this, I will use any power. Though he had become the vampire Dracula, the Black Berserker had not lost his sanity. He slowly surveyed his surroundings as if carefully observing, then locked his gaze on a particular spot. All right, quickly bring me my Greater Grail. I must use it to wash away the stigma placed upon me. It was nighttime, the peak of the vampire's power. The Black Berserker, with all his senses greatly enhanced, had already detected the location of the Greater Grail. Achilles showed scorn with a facial expression, gripping his spear, and used his superior speed to instantly close the distance to the vampire. As he leaped, he hurled the spear with bullet-like speed at the vampire. You turned yourself into a monster and still talk about washing away your disgrace. That's laughable. No. The voice of restraint came from his teacher, Chiron. But it was too late, the spear had already been caught by the vampire. A fatal shot was fired at a speed surpassing sound. Against this supposedly unavoidable strike, the vampire caught the spear effortlessly with one hand. It was as if he had caught a flying missile barehanded, an incredible feat naturally. His flesh was torn, nerves severed, and bones shattered into fragments. However, the vampire's regenerative ability was far quicker than the injuries inflicted. The sight of him regenerating the instant he was injured was enough to send chills down one's spine. You shouldn't underestimate monsters. I may not want to use this noble phantasm, but the power it brings is undeniably real. Casually tossing the spear aside, the vampire lunged at Achilles. The man, who was in midair, was instantly pinned to the ground. Even so, Achilles still had strength to spare. As long as his opponent wasn't someone with divine lineage, no attack could harm his body. That should have been the case, but the moment the vampire bared his fangs, Achilles' extensive combat experience and survival instincts warned him, prompting him to reflexively block the vampire's bite with his wrist. As the fangs touched his arm, he felt a strange sensation of pain and itchiness. Before Achilles could react, Chiron kicked him forcefully, sending him flying. Separated from the fangs, the pain and itchiness disappeared immediately. Groaning as he stood up, Achilles protested. What the hell are you doing? For an attack to affect you, it must possess the attribute of divinity. Due to your heroic traits, even mental interference and illusion magic are completely ineffective. However, even without divine lineage, there are ways to make you an ally. That was not an attack just now, it was a vampiric act. It wasn't intended to kill you but to turn you into an ally. Your body is indeed invincible against malice and killing intent, but when faced with a request, your resistance is very weak. In other words, acts of affection are ineffective. Achilles, looking displeased, finished the explanation. Chiron said nothing more, left hand holding the bow, right hand knocking an arrow, and without hesitation, he shot at the vampire who had until recently been their ally. However, the vampire nonchalantly pulled out the arrow embedded in his body. Not a drop of blood was shed, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. What is the meaning of this, Black Archer? Are you planning to betray us? Darnik demanded harshly. This isn't betrayal. Chiron shook his head, his face showing undisguised regret and sorrow. Compared to the red and black factions, we are heroes first and foremost. Some things cannot be compromised. Vlad III did not get angry at this answer but asked unhurriedly, did I do something intolerable to you? Or do you insist that heroes must defeat me, the monster? In essence, yes. You are too dangerous now. If I had hesitated even a moment longer, Achilles might have become your thrall, such is the nature of vampires. Am I wrong, ruler? Chapter 510, Chapter 510, Subjugation. 1206 words. The vampire suddenly turned to look in a different direction. His face showed clear displeasure, and the arrow in his hand was crushed into pieces. He wasn't facing any of the red or black faction servants present, but a newly arrived girl. If the vampire was a noble of the night, then this girl was the one who brought dawn, tearing through the darkness. The holy flag fluttered in the wind, emitting a pure and sacred light that starkly contrasted with the darkness surrounding the vampire. Everyone's eyes turned to the ruler. This included Karna, who had once sought her life, but Jean paid him no attention. She silently stared at the newly born vampire. In Jean's eyes, the status sheet of the Black Berserker had undergone significant changes. Having become a vampire, his attributes, which had dropped to 0 due to lack of recognition, had returned, and in some aspects, he was even stronger than he had been as the Prince of Wallachia. His skill set had also changed accordingly. Demonic Defender of the State was replaced by Vampirism, and Transformation, and Battle Continuation had also changed. Vampirism, rank A. One of the vampire's powers. Through the act of sucking blood, the target is turned into a servant. Although the one being drained remains alive, they become fundamentally the vampire's thrall, akin to the dead. Moreover, since this act is one of affection rather than attack, even those with bodies that can withstand all kinds of attacks cannot defend against it. Transformation, rank C. One of the vampire's powers. Can transform into mist, monsters, or countless bats. Though highly effective in melee combat, it is less effective against wide-range attacks. Battle Continuation, rank A. One of the vampire's powers. Will not die easily. Even with mortal wounds, can continue to fight, disregarding physical damage entirely. In other words, Vlad III, no, Vampire Dracula, is a dangerous monster disrupting the Holy Grail War, and a threat to humanity. If left unchecked, he could turn all servants and people into his thralls. Once he leaves the Hanging Gardens. Jean did not finish her sentence, but everyone understood her meaning. This madness could spread to the entire world. Although the vampire appeared rational and calm, his method of overpowering Achilles and biting him directly indicated that Jean's words were likely true. Even if he didn't spread the vampire plague worldwide, for the heroes, becoming a monster, and a thrall under his control was unacceptable, regardless of faction. If they clung to their factions now, once the red faction was converted, the black faction wouldn't escape conversion and enslavement either. After all, only one person could claim the Holy Grail. Whether to protect the world, to conceal the mysteries, or simply for their survival, they could not ignore him. The vampire before them had become the #1 enemy of all servants. This was why Jean had abandoned her fight with Semiramis and rushed here urgently. The most troublesome aspect of the Black Berserker lies in his concept. In Romania, Vlad III is a hero who protected the nation, but the legend of Dracula the vampire also exists, meaning history and legend are intertwined. The faint light of the guardian of the nation, and his notoriety may directly apply to him. If he reaches the Greater Grail, and is released from the Hanging Gardens, Jean truly has no idea how to deal with this monster. Perhaps the legendary tragedy, The Night of Wallachia, will replay, and this time it won't be a nightmare but a reality. The vampire must be defeated here, he must not be allowed to escape. So that's your judgment, ruler. But remember, everything I have done has not violated the rules of the Holy Grail War. Black Archer's attack on me to protect his disciple and his honor is his freedom, but as the adjudicator, you are violating your duty by doing so. Hearing the vampire's words, Jean frowned slightly. Upon careful consideration, this was indeed the case. Everything the Black Berserker had done was not against the rules. Transforming into a monster was a result of his second noble phantasm, succession of blood, and turning others into thralls through vampirism was an inherent skill. The Holy Grail War did not prohibit converting enemies into thralls or familiars. If he were not allowed to do this, his noble phantasm should have been sealed from the start. Since he was granted this noble phantasm, its use was legitimate. Punishing someone who hasn't violated the rules would be against the adjudicator's duty, akin to a biased referee. But you will distort the world. That's just your subjective judgment. Until now, the Count hasn't done anything to distort the world. When did speculation and possibilities become grounds for conviction? Your actions are really hard to justify. Darnik let out a harsh, derisive chuckle. Known as the eight-forked tongue, he was especially skilled in manipulating words, making the unreasonable seem reasonable, and in this case, he indeed had a point. Seeing Jean's hesitation, Darnik pressed further. Moreover, the fact that the Count can speak as he did just now shows that he still possesses rationality and awareness. The situation you fear won't happen. Of course, if you insist on your judgment, we will resist by all means. If any unforeseen events occur, it will be you who forced a being with human nature left into becoming a true monster. TCH, speaking as if you're righteous when you're a vampire. Ruler may have scruples, but I don't. Black Berserker, I don't like you, so I'm going to kill you. While Jean, Chiron, and others were shaken by these words, Achilles scornfully curled his lip. Like or dislike, right or wrong, he didn't care. His right hand wielding the spear, and the left hand holding the shield, and with the comet form in his legs, Achilles launched another attack on the vampire, this time determined not to give him any chance to suck blood. A large number of stakes erupted from the vampire's body, the most common manifestation of the Khazikli Bay. Though not summoned from the ground, there was no need to worry about surprise attacks. However, stakes thrown by the vampire's extraordinary strength naturally exceeded the speed of sound. TCH, how annoying. Achilles swung his shield, swiftly deflecting the stakes. But the impact of the stakes also affected his unparalleled swift feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the vampire quickly closed in, striking the shield with both claws. The shield remained unbroken, but Achilles was sent flying by the vampire's immense strength, crashing into the corridor wall. Though unharmed due to his immortality, Achilles couldn't hide his shock at the vampire's overwhelming strength. At that moment, the vampire's transformed weapon was already near Achilles. Turning this ancient Greek hero into a thrall would almost guarantee victory in this Holy Grail war. However, his attempt was thwarted by Karna's spear. Although slightly inferior to Achilles, Karna was also highly agile. As Achilles moved, Karna raised his immortal blade. Meanwhile, the last servant of the Red faction, Atlanta, quietly nocked a blackened arrow. Her target was not the vampire, who was holding his own against two top-tier servants. She aimed at the vampire's master, Darnik. Chapter 511, Shinji appears. 1349 words. Like Shinji, Atlanta never considered herself a hero. She was merely a hunter who used the most effective methods to hunt her prey. For the Black Berserker before her, the most effective hunting method was to kill his master. Once the master was dead, the vampire would lose his anchor and source of magical power, making him much easier to kill. An arrow, almost merging with the dim corridor, left the bowstring. Although not particularly fast, it was silent, a shooting technique she had developed specifically for hunting extremely alert prey. The arrow smoothly cut through the air, like a venomous snake aiming for Darnik's eyes. By the time he realized the danger and tried to evade it, it was already too late. The arrow carried enough destructive power to rival an anti-material sniper rifle. If it hit, Darnik's head would explode. With the loss of his source of magical power, and without the reinforcement of command spells, the vampire wouldn't be far from disappearing. Atlanta had calculated everything before making her move. This was her way of hunting. Unfortunately, her hunt did not succeed this time. She hadn't underestimated Darnik's strength, nor had the vampire broken through the siege of two servants to rescue his master. The true reason for her hunting failure was the intervention of a third party. A crescent-like flash of light sliced through the black arrow in front of Darnik. It was a scythe, with a smooth, mirror-like metal blade attached to a black wooden handle. Both the blade and handle were clean and unadorned, looking very simple. The weapon's owner was dressed just as plainly, with a dark cloak covering his entire body, and a hood hiding his face, exuding no presence, like a ghost. Such characteristics belonged to only one class. Atlanta's cat-like pupils shrank suddenly. You are the Black Assassin. Get down. Don't just stand there as a target, unless you plan to face a servant head-on. The cloaked man didn't pull back his hood. He spoke to Darnik in a voice that was calm and unquestionable. Though the voice was familiar, its coldness and authority made it seem strange to everyone. Assassin, how did you? If you still want the Holy Grail, follow me. Wait, the Holy Grail. Not giving Darnik a chance to finish, Shinji, seeming like a completely different person, leaped off the pillar with his scythe in hand and walked forward. Darnik, not daring to stay behind and face Atlanta's arrows alone, quickly followed. The holy banner waved, and the saint tasked with adjudication blocked their path. Black Assassin, what are you planning? Fulfilling the duties of a servant and the Black faction, defeating the Red faction, and reclaiming the Holy Grail. Shinji kept walking, not stopping. And you don't care about the Black Berserker? Jean's face showed a hint of anger. She could tolerate the choices of other servants, but not the Black Assassin, her ally, someone also chosen by the Holy Grail. His actions mattered to her. No need to care. Why? Aren't you worried about the irreparable consequences he might cause? The more Jean spoke, the more anxious she became, but Shinji remained unmoved, passing her by. Black Assassin. In a moment of desperation, Jean forcefully grabbed Shinji's wrist. Tell me what you're thinking. I want to know. Perhaps it was the saint's persistence that made refusal impossible, or maybe it was Jean's wavering expression that made Shinji relent. He finally stopped and his tone softened a bit. Sorry, time is tight. There's no time to explain. At least give me an answer. Jean lifted her head, her sky-blue eyes meeting another pair of blue eyes through the cloak. Without evidence, there can be no conviction. Without an action, there is no crime. The Black Berserker hasn't violated any rules. While true, this wasn't Shinji's real intention. Whether he was guilty or not, whether he broke the rules or not, he didn't care. Right now, he only wanted to use every available force to swiftly penetrate the deepest part of the Hanging Gardens and reclaim his family. To achieve this goal, he didn't mind using any power, even that of a vampire or a demon. But if he breaks the rules, it will be too late. This is Romania out there. Don't worry. Although he has turned into a vampire, his mind remains that of Vlad III, the Grand Duke of Romania. He won't harm his country's people without reason. If he dares to, I will kill him. I've forgotten to mention, when it comes to dealing with vampires, I'm a true expert. I've killed dozens if not 100. Though most were weaklings. When it came to understanding Vlad III, even Darnik was no match for Shinji. He knew the 3 different states of Vlad III's dual classes, he knew Vlad's character in each state, and he knew his convictions. Even if Vlad went mad as a berserker, he wasn't a devil without limits, as long as Darnik didn't imprint his existence into Vlad III's soul like in Fate/Apocrypha, turning him into a creature of pure obsession and instinct. Even if the settings and reality diverged, Shinji didn't care. Dracula was a monster derived from the dead apostles, and their weaknesses were his weaknesses. As the captain of the Dead Apostle hunting squad, Shinji had extensive experience hunting vampires. Dracula was indeed stronger than Vlad III in terms of power. But due to their different natures, Shinji found Dracula easier to deal with than Vlad III. Even if Dracula left the Hanging Gardens and took control of them, Shinji was confident he could kill him. And if he couldn't, so what? The 27 dead apostle ancestors couldn't overturn the world, and neither could the Crimson Moon, the source of all vampires. A mere Dracula. Did he think the modern era, with its declining mysteries, was easy to conquer? Even if Dracula was invincible and unstoppable, it wouldn't matter. After all, it wasn't Shinji's world. If it was destroyed, it was destroyed. He would feel guilty, sad, and remorseful for his incompetence, but all of this paled in comparison to Justi's. Yes, Shinji was that selfish. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't one in the past, isn't one now, and has no plans to be one in the future. Saber, archer, caster, I'll handle berserker. If you trust me, come with me. If not, please don't obstruct me. I don't want to be your enemy. As Shinji spoke, he gently pried Jean's hand off and resumed walking. Jean wanted to say something but remained silent in the end. Chiron watched his new pupil pass by, sighing and shaking his head. Siegfried and Avisbron, maintaining their usual silence, one sheathing his sword and the other with arms crossed, quietly stepped back. These heroes couldn't bring themselves to stand alongside a blood-sucking monster, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. Finally, he arrived at the side of the vampire Dracula, his gaze fixed on the two renowned heroes blocking his path. Move aside. What a joke. If you want to keep going, you'll have to get past me first. Achilles signaled to Karna to keep the vampire occupied, while he turned his spear to launch an attack on this old rival. If you don't want to die, then don't block my way. Shinji's voice returned to its earlier icy tone. Who dies is yet to be seen. Not good. This is. Achilles' sentence abruptly caught in his throat, and both Chiron and Atlanta's expressions changed drastically. In Shinji's hand appeared a black shield, its center adorned with the lifelike visage of a beautiful face. To the heroic spirits of ancient Greece, the fame of this shield was overwhelming, even surpassing Achilles' shield and great Ajax's, Rho Ajax. Its name was Aegis, the shield of Athena. But its true terror lay not in the shield's defense, but in the head of the Gorgon embedded in its center. More precisely, in the piercing eyes of the Gorgon. And now, those eyes were open. The gaze of the Medusa. Chapter 512, Going All Out. 1127 words. The highest grade of mystic eyes. The mystic eyes by the Gorgon Medusa. The ultimate form of petrifying mystic eyes, praised as impossible to replicate through magecraft, Cybele. When these mystic eyes open, the world is drained of all color, leaving only shades of gray. Only those with magic resistance can maintain their existence in this gray world. A-grade magic resistance grants immunity to petrification, but imposes a heavy pressure effect, reducing all abilities by 1 rank. Those with B-grade must pass a resistance check to avoid petrification. Magic resistance at C-grade and below results in unconditional petrification. Undoubtedly, this is an extremely rogue ability. In the past, countless heroes sought to defeat Medusa, including many renowned warriors. However, these warriors were turned into statues by mystic eyes before they could showcase their skills, dying in bitterness. Those who weren't petrified saw their abilities drastically reduced, and were ultimately crushed by the Gorgon. Let's look at the situation of those covered by the petrifying mystic eyes. Phantasmal puppet, no class, no magic resistance, unconditional petrification. The army of golems entangled with the phantasmal puppet, no magic resistance, unconditional petrification. Red Archer Atlanta, magic resistance level D, unconditional petrification. Red Rider Achilles, magic resistance level C, unconditional petrification. It's unclear whether it's because simple petrification isn't considered harm that Andreas Amarantos doesn't activate. This is why Shinji said, if given a chance, he can kill Achilles. Medusa, cursed by Athena, is no longer the beautiful goddess but a Gorgon monster devoid of divinity, thus not sealed by the Diatrikon Astrolonk barrier. However, due to considerations of hiding his identity, conserving strength, and not wanting to see a hero he admired die so miserably, he hadn't used this ultimate trump card. But now, to reclaim justice, he has thrown all concerns aside, revealing all his cards, anyone in his way, no matter who will be killed without mercy. Realizing the danger, Achilles and Atlanta used their incredible speed to hide at the corners of the corridor and behind the platform, respectively, barely avoiding the expanding gray world and the visual range of the mystic eyes. This is the only way to cope with Cybele when magic resistance is insufficient. No matter how strong the petrification is, it remains a mystic eye, it can't work outside its line of sight. However, only Achilles and Atlanta could make such a response. Being from Greece, they could recognize the shield immediately and had the speed to react. Others either got petrified before recognizing it or recognized it but lacked the speed, eventually being engulfed and assimilated by the gray world. Of course, there were exceptions. Red Lancer Karna, the only one maintaining his color in the gray world. Although his magic resistance is the same as Achilles at C grade, his golden armor reduces all interference to 1/10, effectively multiplying his magic resistance by 10. Thus, the debuff only reduces his abilities by 1/10 of a rank. This minor decrease doesn't affect Karna's immense power. Swinging his hands, his immortal blade shone like the first light of dawn, cutting through the gray world and striking the center of the shield, Medusa's eyes. Then, the spear's shadows shattered the gray world into fragments, forcing Shinji to retreat repeatedly. Facing Karna, who had perfected his uncrowned martial arts, even with Chiron's special training, and wielding the divine shield and serpent killer scythe, Shinji struggled to defend. Since he couldn't defend, he chose not to. Attack met with attack. Shinji, already filled with rage, had no intention of tangling with Karna any longer. He retracted the scythe and swung a golden cudgel directly at Karna's face, which was even paler than that of a Caucasian. Seeing the signature weapon of Indra, the father of his archenemy Arjuna, and a deity with whom he had a complex history, Karna finally lost his usual composure. The highly compressed flames of the sun rose from his golden spear, clashing head-on with the golden lightning emanating from the weapon. The divine might of the sun god and the thunder god swept through the entire corridor. This pair of ancient adversaries from the distant age of gods battled once more in the modern era, where mysteries had faded. This time, the victory did not go to the trickster thunder god Indra but to the sun god Surya, who had bestowed the gift of fire upon humanity. "How did you come to possess Indra's Vajra?" Karna asked, deflecting the thunderbolt with his spear. But Shinji was no longer in his original position. Seizing the moment when the solar flames and divine lightning were clashing, he had already bypassed Karna, and continued deeper into the corridor, with the vampire Dracula following him. There was no way Karna would let the two pass easily. He merged with his spear and began the pursuit. However, the vampire was faster. Still retaining the primary thoughts of Vlad III, the vampire knew that whatever this ever-cautious assassin was planning, they now had to work together. Otherwise, reclaiming the Greater Grail would be impossible. Compared to Achilles and Atlanta, who had retreated before the petrifying mystic eyes, Karna, who was unafraid of petrification, posed a greater threat to the assassin. Thus, the vampire's course of action was clear. The vampire used his body as a springboard, launching wave after wave of supersonic stakes. In the confined corridor, the destructive power of these stakes was even more terrifying than his noble phantasm. Under such a dense assault, even someone as strong as Karna couldn't maintain his offensive, and had to switch to defense, repeatedly shattering the stakes fired by the vampire. On the other side, Achilles and Atlanta were not idle either. They launched a coordinated attack. Achilles charged forward, holding the shield of the world, while Atlanta closely followed with her bow of the heavens. Before the small world created by the world shield, even the highest grade of petrifying mystic eyes was ineffective. Under the shield's protection, Atlanta could shoot arrows without worrying about being petrified. This was the only offensive strategy Achilles could think of. Unfortunately, the petrifying mystic eye's ineffectiveness did not mean Shinji was out of options. His goal was never to fight the Red Faction servants. He had always intended to find the Greater Grail first. Whether to reclaim it or start a chaotic battle to quickly complete the ritual could be decided later. Using his winged sandals, he flew over Achilles and Atlanta without engaging them directly. The vampire followed suit, transforming into an invisible mist and gliding along the ceiling. The three Red Faction servants, of course, wouldn't allow the two to leave so easily. They immediately regrouped into a three-person team. Thus, the Holy Grail War finally had its first true team battle. Chapter 513, Chapter 513, Rongaminiad. 1188 words. Achilles was very displeased at the moment because he had been injured yet again. Blessed by his mother, resilient against divine flames, and able to withstand non-divine attacks, Achilles' robust body had always been his pride and most trusted asset. But in this Holy Grail war, his invulnerability had been repeatedly breached. Chiron's arrows and divine constructs were one thing, as he already knew about these weaknesses, and was prepared for them. But what about the others? The mysterious Black Assassin. The so-called friendly vampiric behavior of the Black Berserker, who had turned into a vampire. And now, the spear of this suddenly appearing Black Lancer. In one night, his invulnerability was breached by 3 different methods. Even the greatest hero of the Trojan War couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Was his Andreas Amarantos a fake? Especially the last one. As a demigod, Achilles was sure that the female knight before him had no divinity, the lance that struck his chest wasn't a divine construct, and his widely known weak point hadn't been targeted. So how did she break through his invulnerability? Though it was just a blunt strike with only slight pain, Achilles' usually steadfast confidence wavered. Instinctively, Achilles turned to look at Chiron. This was a habit he had developed in his youth. When in doubt, ask Google, Chiron. His teacher was a walking encyclopedia. In Achilles' mind, there was nothing he didn't know. Karna, Atlanta, and others who knew Achilles' true name and legend were also very curious. Being stared at with trust and a thirst for knowledge by a disciple who was like a son, Chiron forgot about the distinction between friend and foe, and naturally fulfilled his duties as a teacher. That indeed isn't a divine weapon. It is a noble phantasm created by the planet itself, surpassing divine constructs. The concept of surpassing divine constructs and being created by the planet itself awakened the knowledge implanted in everyone's minds by the Holy Grail, knowledge about the origin and evolution of deities. The history of deities predates humanity by far. They existed when the planet was still in its primordial state, manifestations of powers deified into forms. Later, as natural phenomena became common, most deities began to increase in number once settled into stable existences. Human understanding of nature was still shallow, and out of fear of these forces and nature, humans began to worship them. These were the nature gods, defining the age of gods as recognized by humans. As time passed and human society developed, the control of these deities gradually weakened. Humans began to distance themselves from the age of gods, and their perceptions of deities changed, even becoming distorted, giving rise to modern gods. Modern gods formed from the growing beliefs of humans were either pure creations of belief and fantasy or fictional constructs by those maintaining their rule. Unlike the original nature gods, modern gods were purely anthropomorphized entities of belief, essentially no different from heroic spirits, only differing in nature and rank. Regardless of the distinctions between nature gods and modern gods, the original deities were extensions of the planet's power. Noble phantasms created by the planet were naturally on par with these deities. Achilles' Andreas Amarantos was an extension of divine power. According to the unchanging rule of the mystical world that a greater mystery nullifies a lesser one, Achilles' invulnerability couldn't possibly withstand Artoria's holy spear. If I'm not mistaken, that spear's true form is one of the towers the planet created to stabilize the surface world where humans live. No wonder you're highly esteemed by your master, the great sage, Artoria, whose noble phantasm's true form had been revealed, wasn't angry. She only admired Chiron's insight and knowledge. Later, there are some matters I'd like to discuss with you and your master. Please don't refuse. Chiron naturally referred to the contract between Shinji and Artoria. My master must have made preparations if he has summoned me. But before that, I must fulfill my master's orders first. As Artoria spoke, she lifted her lance, pointing it at the 3 red faction members who had come to their senses and were about to launch another attack. This spear is the roaring anchor that binds the stars, the furthest lance that shines, singing the light of the stars. With this ultimate spear, I will protect my master's back. If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop wasting time with all this nonsense. With his doubts dispelled by his teacher's guidance, Achilles charged forward once again. At the same time, Karna unleashed his indestructible blade, and Atlanta's 7 arrows of the Big Dipper flew forth, striking first. The 3 had resolved to eliminate the obstacle before them as quickly as possible, for it was their only option. Given Artoria's strength, to hold her off, they needed either Achilles or Karna to remain behind. However, losing either of these two would make it difficult to handle Shinji and Dracula together. To effectively suppress those two, the three of them needed to advance and retreat in unison. They were confident that no single servant could withstand the combined might of the three of them. Artoria was well aware that she couldn't hold them off, so she didn't even try. Instead, she directly unleashed her noble phantasm. Invisible air. The atmosphere began to expand, and the surroundings started to warp and distort due to the changes in the air. In the enclosed corridor, the howling winds were completely trapped, allowing their destructive power to reach its peak. With Artoria's thrusting motion, the air within the corridor was drawn along. The sound of wind crashing like an explosion, and the impact of compressed air hitting objects echoed in their ears. Atlantis' chain of 7 arrows, modeled after the Ursa Major constellation, was naturally torn to shreds. The two great heroes had to halt their advance. Their golden armor and Achilles' Andreas Amarantos could protect their bodies but couldn't guarantee their balance. And this was merely the prelude, the safeguard for the Night King wielding the ultimate spear to focus on unleashing her trump card. Behind Artoria, indistinct images began to appear. Among them was her in her youthful form. There was the knightly flower, holding the sword of the lake. The perfect white prince wielding the sacred sword of the sun. The first archer with flowing red hair and closed eyes. The advisor who bore infamy to create an ideal city. The squire who stayed by her side until the very end of her life. The brother who grew up with her and guarded her until death. And several heroic figures whose faces were indistinct due to the distortion of the air. And the knight with the horned helmet, out of place among the group, this person had also appeared in this Holy Grail war. These were the immortal legends etched into the land of Britain, the splendid chapters of human history. A voice rang out, not Artoria's own, but a will emanating from within the holy spear, reaching deep into the soul. O holy spear, removing anchor. Thrust and feast. 13 fangs. Rongaminiad. Chapter 5:14, Chapter 5:14, Noble Phantasms Clash. 1090 words. As Chiron mentioned, the Holy Lance was not originally a weapon. When humanity ascended to the throne of all spirits, the original mysteries came to an end. In their place, a layer called the laws of physics that best suited humanity enveloped the planet. To maintain this thin layer, several anchors were embedded into the earth, and the Holy Lance, Rongaminiad, the lance that shines to the end of the world, was one of them. This anchor, created to maintain the world, was entrusted to the Night King, and unknowingly subjected to seals imposed by the king and knights. These seals are the shackles that limit the power of the Holy Lance, 13 strictures. Only in circumstances where multiple glories and missions can be achieved can the true Holy Lance be liberated. Now, the decisions of the Round Table are being declared within the Holy Spear. The battle must be to live. Acknowledge, K. The enemy must be more powerful than oneself. Acknowledge, Bedivere. The battle must not be inhumane. Acknowledge, Gareth. The battle must be for truth. Acknowledge, Agravain. The enemy must not be fairies. Acknowledge, Lancelot. The battle must not involve personal gain. Acknowledge, Galahad. The battle must be an honorable one. Acknowledge, Gawain. Not all, merely 7. Yet 7 is sufficient, the number required for complete liberation is exactly 7. The moment the resolutions take effect, the dim and deep courtyard corridor is filled with unprecedented radiance. 7 seals, also 7 prayers, and 7 purest powers from her companions are injected into the Holy Lance, igniting the beginning of humanity and guarding the light of humanity. She and her companions have bravely fought time and time again under this light. Amid the radiance, Artoria's expression is solemn and devout, more pious than a saint like Jean, as if all her mind and spirit have been captured by this starry brilliance. All unrelated persons, retreat immediately, Holy Lance, anchor removed. The moment the words fall, Jean and Darnik are astonished to find that Artoria's attribute panel has changed. Originally an already powerful A++ rank anti-fortress noble phantasm, with the restraints lifted, it has been rewritten to rank EX, type, something that has never happened in any known Holy Grail war. Listen to her. Retreat. Although Chiron does not have the authority to see the servants' panels like a master or ruler, his rich experience and keen perception make him sense the danger immediately. He grabs Darnik and retreats. The others, realizing the situation, quickly follow suit. At the back of the group, Black Caster throws what looks like purple gemstone magical tools onto the walls as he runs. These are golem cores created using Caster's class skill, item construction. Unlike other casters, Avisbrand's item construction is limited to golems and puppets with a single function, but he has perfected this single function to the utmost. As soon as the core touched the wall, it began to assimilate the surrounding materials, consuming them voraciously. In less than a second, the golem had already taken shape. Next, Avisbrand casually moved his fingers in the air, and the newly formed golem began to move swiftly. This was his inherent skill, B-rank numerology. It is an application of the magical system, Kabbalah, he created, and through short chants structured by no Tarachon, he can instantaneously input multiple commands into multiple golems. Compared to the golems he controls directly, the self-operating golems on the battlefield are laughably puppet-like. The golems extended their bodies, constructing layer upon layer of defensive walls behind Avisbrand. Behind these walls, the immortal dragon-slaying hero slung his fantastical greatsword on his back, using his body and the broad blade as a second layer of defense. Beside him stood Jean, holding the holy banner aloft. If the situation turned dire, she would also unleash her noble phantasm. Judging from the mana emanating from the holy lance, Artoria's strike had already surpassed the intensity of the self-destructing Spartacus earlier. Even with the protection of the holy banner, Jean was not confident she could emerge unscathed from the holy lance's attack. Whether intentional or not, the Black faction had also included her within their defensive construction. With the situation having developed to this point, as the adjudicator, she bore a certain responsibility and could not stand idly by, both publicly and privately. After this, you must give me a proper explanation. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. The Saint of France, for once, showed a rare flash of indignation befitting her age. While the Black faction and Jean could retreat, the Red faction trio could not. It wasn't that they didn't want to, they simply couldn't. Disrupted by the invisible air, they had missed the best opportunity to interrupt or escape. At this point, a forced retreat would only leave them within the attack range of the Holy Lance and destroy the carefully formed formation. This would expose all three to the Holy Lance's radiance simultaneously. If lucky, one might fall, if unlucky, none would survive. Indeed, none would survive. Atlanta, who was not skilled in defense, was a given. Even Karna and Achilles lacked confidence. Though Karna's golden armor was mighty, it paled in comparison to the star-made Holy Lance. Achilles' immortality was ineffective against the Holy Lance, and his shield was only A+ rank. Facing an EX rank, nature unknown Holy Lance, it wouldn't be surprising if it got shattered. Moreover, Avisbrand's puppet manipulation to set up defenses had also indirectly blocked the Red faction's retreat path. To survive, they had to work together. The miniature world enclosed by the azure sky. Achilles once again invoked the true name of his shield. Without an anti-fortress noble phantasm, he chose to face the fully liberated star anchor with the grand world he experienced in his life, providing a canopy for his teammates. And his teammates did not disappoint him. Atlanta notched 2 arrows, compressing the attack range of her noble phantasm to the extreme, focusing the arrows on a single point. Though it was her third time using the noble phantasm, it was the most suitable attack method for the current situation. Fortunately, her master had no complaints about this. I offer thee this calamity, Phoebus' catastrophe. A rain of arrows, gleaming with a light teal hue, fell brilliantly. Simultaneously, Karna raised his immortal blade. Flames formed a vortex, merging with his entire body's mana to coat the golden divine spear in a layer of red. This magnificent color could not be erased, even by the star's radiance. Brahmastra Kundala, O Brahma, curse me. Chapter 5:15, Chapter 5:15, Premonition and Revelation. 1057 words. Karna suddenly lifted his foot, and stepped forward with enough force to shatter the stone slabs beneath him. The divine spear he launched rushed towards the advancing radiance of the star's brilliance, carrying the undeniable glow of the sun. As if provoked by this brilliance, or perhaps enraged by the power of the natural deity, the holy lance in Artoria's hand condensed into an even purer light. The light, overly condensed to its limit, pulsed, brewed, and roared. In this roar, it welcomed its true liberation. Rangaminiad. Light cascaded. Light surged. The light of divine retribution and the scorching sun paled in comparison. The planetary power eroded all matter, casting a straight line within the corridor between fantasy and reality. This light pierced through magnificent palatial complexes. This light sliced through miraculous gardens. Finally, it spanned the night sky. Where is the kingdom of the heavens? Wherever it is, my radiance shall strike it down. This is the power of a star-made noble phantasm, proudly standing at the pinnacle of all noble phantasms. However, though the holy lance is mighty, the opposing noble phantasms are not weak either. The rain of light arrows summoned by Atlanta heralded the clash of noble phantasms, stirring ripples in the star's brilliance with the divine powers of the sun god and the moon god. Following this was the divine spear infused with the sun's flames, the main force of the red faction, a noble phantasm more powerful than Brahmastra. O Brahma, cover the earth. Karna's hidden noble phantasm, his ultimate move. It imbues the unextinguishable blade with Karna's inherent heat effect and launches it. Its power, range, and effect surpass those of Brahmastra. O Brahma, cover the earth, with a performance comparable to a nuclear weapon. Now, the destructive power of this nuclear bomb was confined to a very small area. This was partly due to Karna's deliberate control, but more so because of the pressure from Rangaminiad. The release of any wide-area weapon involves a process, and Brahmastra Kundala is no exception. If unimpeded, the power of the noble phantasm would rapidly spread from the spear's tip, leveling the surrounding palatial complexes. However, if another force neutralizes the expanding power, the destruction radius of the noble phantasm will correspondingly reduce. Karna exploited this principle in reverse. Due to the overwhelming power of the holy lance, the potency of Brahmastra Kundala was consumed by the star's radiance before it could spread, resulting in no wastage and fully counteracting the holy lancer's force. Ultimately, though a nuclear weapon-grade noble phantasm, even if its rank wasn't as high as the holy lance, it couldn't be underestimated. This counteraction significantly reduced the holy lance's power, which was eventually fully absorbed by Achilles' manifested small world. Even in the presence of the star-made noble phantasm at the pinnacle of all noble phantasms, the unextinguishable blade, and the world shield maintained the dignity of high-level divine armaments. The dazzling lights collided, instantly stirring up a fierce whirlwind at the explosion's epicenter. It swept up everything around, causing continuous destruction. Not even a speck of dust remained. The overwhelming vortex of magical energy shattered the surrounding walls, destroying the enclosed corridor and even the nearby palatial complexes with sheer violence. Amid the scattered light particles, Achilles, invincible in his era, had trembling arms, barely able to hold his shield. Karna fared no better, drenched in sweat and steaming, astonishing for a hero of flames, a true son of the sun, who wouldn't sweat even when scorched by the sun's flames. Only Atlanta, shielded by the two men, and not facing the star's radiance directly, remained relatively unscathed. As soon as the magical storm subsided, she immediately drew her bow and launched wave after wave of arrows at Artoria. Previously protected by her teammates, it was now her turn to protect them. Surprisingly, faced with Atlanta's fierce assault, Artoria, who had stood her ground earlier, stepped aside, allowing them passage without resistance. Black Lancer, you. Atlanta's beast ears twitched, and her archery paused. The Night King's retreat was swift and decisive, showing no signs of fatigue. Why did she retreat? My master's command has been fulfilled, I will no longer hinder you. Artoria spoke as she lowered the holy lance, demonstrating her stance through action. Shinji's command was to buy time. Why buy time? Artoria didn't know, but it didn't affect her judgment. 3 red faction servants were obstructing her master, so she only needed to incapacitate them to prevent pursuit. After a brief exchange, Artoria had gauged that her martial prowess was, at best, on par with Karna's. Conventional methods wouldn't suffice, using her noble phantasm was the only option. When making this decision, Artoria was immensely grateful she had manifested as a lancer rather than a saber. Against renowned heroes like Achilles and Karna, Excalibur would struggle to achieve her goal. Fortunately, she had the more restrictive but stronger Rangaminiad. She was fully confident in the fully liberated Star Anchor, and the Holy Lance did not betray her trust. Even though the opposing side blocked the Holy Lance's power, it came at the cost of significant stamina and mana for Achilles and Karna. Achilles' trembling hands and Karna's sweat-drenched state were the best evidence, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness in the short term. Atlanta, with a lower-ranked noble phantasm, had less consumption, but her strength still lagged behind the 2 great heroes. With Artoria watching her, she was not a major concern. On the other hand, Artoria, with the dragon factor within her, constantly generated mana, making her naturally adept at prolonged battles. Combined with abundant mana support from Shinji, she had no worries about depletion. Deflecting Atlanta's arrows was manageable, even unleashing the Holy Lance once more would be feasible. This confidence fueled Artoria's decision to release her noble phantasm. The reason she didn't release it again to finish off the exhausted trio was partly due to concern over their desperate counterattack, and more because her instinct forewarned her of something. Something was brewing, an event so significant that even the counter-force couldn't ascertain it, bringing unprecedented risk. To counter this risk, every bit of strength was crucial. Gazing ahead, she met Jean's eyes, and the undisguised gravity in them told Artoria she too had received a revelation. Just then, the ground beneath everyone suddenly began to shake. Chapter 5:16, Chapter 5:16, Shiro joins the battle. 1110 words. After breaking through the blockade of the 3 red faction servants, Black Berserker's journey was unexpectedly smooth, so much so that it aroused suspicion. No defensive spells, no servant obstructions, and only a single path ahead. It felt like the vampire walking this road was a guest on their way to a banquet. However, the vampire knew he was not a guest but an enemy, making the red faction's behavior highly questionable. The lack of defensive spells could be attributed to their focus on relocating the Greater Grail, leaving no time to set them up, but the absence of servant obstructions was inexplicable. Of the 6 remaining red faction servants, 3 were occupied by Black Lancer. That left 3 others, Saber, Caster, and Assassin. Caster, tasked with relocating the Greater Grail, could be excused, but where were Saber and Assassin? What were they doing? Were they lying in wait, planning a fatal ambush? Unfortunately, the vampire now had no vital points. Even if an ambush succeeded, he could recover quickly. If he could find an opportunity to kill 1 or 2 more servants, he could forcibly activate the Greater Grail, realizing both his and Darnik's wishes. Indeed, the Greater Grail could be forcibly activated. This was one of Darnik's research outcomes over 60 years, and his hidden trump card. Originally, the Greater Grail required the deaths of 6 servants to function as a wish-granting device. With Darnik's modifications, this number was reduced to 2. Naturally, the scale of the wish would also diminish due to the lack of servant essences. While this method carried significant risks compared to the standard activation procedure, there was no room for hesitation now if they were to achieve their goals. Darnik's wish was to break the Ig Millennia clan's fate of decline, and ensure its prosperity and longevity. Vlad III's wish was to cleanse his name, separating the vampire Dracula's image from the heroic spirit Vlad III. The former only affected the Ig Millennia family members, while the latter merely required adjustments to the spiritual foundation within the Throne of Heroes. Both were relatively small-scale wishes. Currently, with 1 servant already fallen, the conditions for activation were nearly met. One more death would suffice, and to fulfill both wishes, at most, a second one was needed. Hence, the vampire aimed to kill one or two more servants. As for the final servant, that was reserved for himself. Since the separation of Dracula and Vlad III, his tainted existence was no longer necessary. He would use his soul as the final offering. Feeling somewhat apologetic to Black Assassin, who supported him till the end, he resolved to apologize if given the chance. With these thoughts, a door appeared before the vampire. The magic emanating from the door told him that the coveted Greater Grail lay beyond. Without hesitation, he opened the door and found the expected scene. A broad staircase built of sun-dried bricks extended straight downward, leading to an enormous structure piercing through the top floor. It was the omnipotent wish machine brimming with a destructive glow, the Fuyuki Greater Grail. Ah! A dreamy murmur escaped his throat. He had finally arrived, and now it was time to deal with the servant guarding this place. Come out, stop hiding. I am not hiding, a decadent yet superior voice responded. An enchanting woman in a black evening dress appeared before the Greater Grail. She had appeared suddenly without any detectable presence, making her class evident. Red Assassin, the vampire's red eyes gleamed with understanding. It seems both our assassins are unconventional. No, the woman shook her head. You're mistaken. There is a fundamental difference between Black Assassin and me. He is inept, whereas I have no need. Oh, that tone, that attitude, you must also be a ruler from somewhere. Indeed, my name is Semiramis. Welcome to my garden, Lord of Romania, or should I say, former lord. Whether due to the dignity of a fellow monarch or sheer confidence in her abilities, Red Assassin revealed her true name. So, the Empress of Assyria. A fitting ruler for the Hanging Gardens, as a burial ground. Yes, as your burial ground. Both monarchs expressed their unwavering resolve through their words. The vampire shifted his gaze in another direction. Everyone else, come out. Let me deal with you all at once. Please don't. With an exaggerated, theatrical tone, a flamboyant man peeked out from the side of the staircase. I am merely a writer, I won't be joining the battle. I just wanted to pay my respects to the iconic figurehead of vampire literature, Dracula. Before he could finish, a blood-soaked stake struck where he stood. If not for someone pulling him aside, he would have been impaled through the chest. Ah, that was close, really close. Such impatience, truly befitting a tyrant. Castor, hold your tongue. The one who pulled him to safety was a young man with brown skin, who smiled wryly as he complained. The literary figure you revere is a stain that Vlad III must cleanse. Your previous words were an insult to him. Is that so? Then it is indeed my fault. I must apologize. Red Castor Shakespeare placed a hand on his chest and bowed deeply. The vampire, still retaining Vlad III's will, snorted coldly and impatiently urged. Enough idle chatter. I have no time to waste. Both of you come at me together, and you can bring out Saber, who is hiding somewhere as well. No, you've made 3 mistakes, Lord of Romania. Shakespeare raised his fingers as he spoke. First, I already mentioned, I won't be fighting. Second, Saber is not here. Third, your opponent is not me or Her Majesty the Empress, but my master, Father Shiro. Master. Even though his killing intent was barely restrained, the vampire was perplexed by the choice of Shakespeare and Semiramis. A servant not fighting but their master taking the field, what was this? A suicide mission? Or perhaps some kind of scheme? Or did the Red faction believe they were so assured of victory that they had started internal conflicts? Sensing the vampire's confusion, the young man named Shiro smiled and said, You shouldn't underestimate me. I'm very strong. If I were you, I would turn and run. If you wait any longer, you truly won't be able to escape. Seemingly angered by Shiro's attitude, a vicious expression appeared on the vampire's face. He had never considered fleeing even when facing the Ottoman army, let alone a mere modern magus. he decided to use Shiro's blood to wash away this disgrace. The vampire, now fully revealing his murderous intent, stepped forward to accelerate his attack. Chapter 517, Chapter 517, Finally Meeting You. 1165 words. In the eyes of the Black Berserker, the next second, this arrogant young man would be caught by his claws, then have his throat bitten open, and his blood drunk, turning him into a mindless undead amidst his wails. Since becoming a vampire, he hadn't drunk any blood, and his desire for blood drinking/feeding was unprecedentedly high. Such an act could both quell his anger and satisfy his bloodlust. However, reality turned out completely different from his expectations. 1 second passed, and Shiro was still standing there unharmed, while the vampire had embarrassingly fallen to the ground, letting out a pitiful groan. Looking down, he saw a sharp object embedded in his knee. It was this object that sealed his regenerative abilities, causing him unbearable pain. What is this? This is a black key. Although it's not a particularly useful weapon, it has a powerful destructive force against creatures that distort the natural order, such as vampires. Right. As he said this, the young man's wrist flicked, and he held several short blades again. This conceptual weapon was developed by the Holy Church, the dark organization of the Catholic Church you believe in. One of their duties is to hunt heretics, and vampires rank first among the heretics that must be exterminated. Their battle has been ongoing for thousands of years. The temperature in the palace suddenly dropped, and a chilling aura emanated from the vampire. He was now extremely furious. Shiro's previous words were a blatant slap in the face. Vlad III was a Catholic and a devout one at that, but now he had become a heretic. This contrast made the already insane Vlad almost lose his mind. Ignoring the pain in his body, he forcefully pulled out the black key nailed to his knee, and with his other intact leg, he lunged at the detestable priest. Facing such a vampire, Shiro's smile only grew wider. I happen to be affiliated with the Holy Church. Let me fulfill my long-neglected duty and purify you completely. Magical blades formed on the short blades, and he threw them, aiming to pin the vampire's limbs. Fortunately, the vampire still retained some combat instincts. Having suffered once, he generated stakes within his body to knock away the incoming black keys. Black keys only harmed vampires if they hit, otherwise, they were no different from ordinary darts. Immediately after, the vampire's figure flashed and appeared ghost-like in front of Shiro. Master. Hey, so you have such tricks too. Much smarter than the Lancer class. Should I say you're already insane, so you can't get any crazier, but it's useless. As the claws reached his head, Semiramis urgently called out a warning, but Shiro still had the leisure to comment. Of course, his hands moved no slower than his mouth. He flicked open the red cloth draped over him, and as it swept across the vampire's body, the vampire let out a horrific scream, as if suffering immense damage. Yoa-aya, what is this? This is a holy shroud, not the commonly circulated protective conceptual weapon, but a true relic that wrapped a saint's corpse, the last gift from a certain saint to me. Its damage to vampires is even greater than the black keys. Shiro seemed addicted to explaining. Every time he used a new move, he provided a detailed explanation, afraid the vampire would die without understanding. So I told you to run quickly, though it's too late now. The red holy shroud fluttered in the wind, and silver blades danced through the air, sealing off the vampire's movements from 9 different directions. Due to the influence of the holy shroud, the vampire couldn't even mount a defense, and was about to be pinned to the ground. At the critical moment, a bright silver flash cut through the holy shroud's blockade, and a gray shadow charged in, knocking the vampire aside before the black keys could hit. Finally, I get to see you, Black Assassin. Seeing this, Shiro's smile grew even wider, but Shinji had no time to pay attention to that. He spoke bluntly to the disheveled vampire. Calm down. Don't let power and desire cloud your judgment. Although vampires possess formidable bodies, numerous supernatural abilities, exaggerated regenerative powers, and near-eternal life, they also have various weaknesses as the price for their power. Besides being restrained by black keys aimed at purification, they are also weak against holy relics like the Holy Shroud. The man standing before you can himself be considered a source of holy power. If he catches you, a simple baptism chant can turn you to ashes. Choosing him as your opponent is a death wish. You're too kind, Shiro said, scratching his cheek a bit embarrassedly. But I must correct you, I'm just an ordinary executor, not a saint. Humph, it's only because you haven't been consecrated by the church. The power derived from faith is real. Shinji smirked coldly, glaring at this biggest boss on the red side. Although he didn't know who shattered his last hope, it was someone from the red side, and all Red's misdeeds could be blamed on Shiro. To Shinji's surprise, Shiro denied it. You might not believe this, but I'm truly not a saint. I don't have that power, nor do I understand baptism chants. I use other means to eliminate vampires. What? Shinji's eyebrows, hidden by the cloak, furrowed slightly. A sense of discord surfaced in his mind but was quickly suppressed. Now was not the time to ponder such things, the priority was to rescue Justice. Whatever the case, can you return the Greater Grail to us? I'm sorry, but no. Shiro shook his head, an expected answer. Then we have no choice but to take it by force. Prepare yourself. The unleashed magic shattered the ground, and the scythe blade sliced through the air, aiming at Shiro's throat. Opposing the sharp edge of the scythe, black chains appeared out of thin air, forming a barrier before Shinji. Do not disturb my master. I, Semiramis, also an assassin, shall be your opponent. The Empress in front of the Greater Grail raised her right hand, and then swiftly brought it down. The chains twisted like snakes. Get out of my way. Shinji roared in anger. The scythe continued its path, and with a flick of his left hand, the azure cloud sword floated in the air, stirring up a tempest of wind and fire that shredded all of Semiramis's summoned chains. Amidst the wind and fire, the vampire's tall figure stood up. From his pale body grew numerous stakes, which he didn't shoot out but used as weapons to charge at the nearby Shiro. This was the best method he had thought of to deal with Shiro. If Shiro used his old tricks, he would shoot out the stakes to knock away the obstructive Holy Shroud and Black Keys. If Shiro did nothing, he would directly pierce Shiro's skull. A pincer attack from both sides. Chapter 518, Drawing the Blade. 1128 words. Facing the combined assault of two servants, Shiro's eternally gentle gaze finally turned serious. He first signaled to Semiramis with a look, indicating she need not intervene, then drew the sheathed katana tied at his waist. The end of the scabbard met the vampire's claws just right, using the powerful force of the claws to push back the hilt and parry Shinji's scythe. Using force against force. The predictive power of Mind's Eye is truly terrifying. Shinji wasn't surprised that his first strike was deflected. He knew well the effects of Amakusa Shiro's noble phantasms. Additionally, the right and left arms respectively trigger abilities similar to the skills Mind's Eye True and Mind's Eye False, and they enhance baptism chants. Mind's Eye False is based on the sixth sense and combat intuition. Mind's Eye True is based on experienced combat judgment. With the aid of these skills, Amakusa Shiro can also perform a certain degree of future sight, making the optimal choice to block Shinji, and the vampire's attack wasn't difficult. However, Amakusa Shiro is ultimately not a combat-type servant. Even with the assistance of the Mind's Eye, without sufficient physical attributes and skills to support it, he can't fully utilize them. The simplest way to defeat him is to avoid any tricks and overpower him with sheer force. Body enhancement, mana burst, maximum strength, slash. On the other side, the vampire's actions were more straightforward. His other claw struck out even faster and more fiercely than before. Shiro didn't dare block. He flipped and jumped down from the staircase he was on. Neither Shinji nor the vampire was willing to let him go. One stepped into the air to pursue, while the other turned into mist to chase. Though their motives differed, both were resolved to kill the obstructing priest as swiftly as possible. Upon landing, Shiro did not continue to evade. He held the katana horizontally in front of his chest, with his left hand gripping the scabbard and his right hand on the hilt. Then, Caster, I'm going to use this. Yes, yes, please do. Please use it to your heart's content. At the moment Caster's excited voice echoed, a formidable magical power emanated from within the scabbard that no one could ignore. The next second the katana was drawn. Like a torrential rain accompanied by thunder. Accompanied by Shakespeare's recitation, scenes painted by words transformed into reality. The lightning was the flash of Shiro's blade, and the torrential rain was the motion of Shiro's slashes. In an instant, Shinji's vision was filled with dazzling flashes of the blade, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the illusory. By the time he discerned reality from illusion, the katana, sharp as the scythe, was already before him. With just one strike, it threw Shinji off balance in midair. At this moment, Shakespeare's second verse burst out. Like a storm accompanied by raging flames. Shiro's blade turned, his left index and middle fingers tracing the back of the blade, where orange flames began to coil and rise. A powerful wind, born of magic, exploded from the hilt, feeding the flames, and the flames, in turn, empowered the wind. With a swift motion, a fiery tornado was drawn, enveloping the vampire, who had just shifted from mist to solid form. Amidst the vampire's increasingly shrill screams, Shiro twirled his blade in a flourish. Vampires, besides fearing holy symbols and purification, also fear flames. This is why the medieval church loved burning heretics. Though not every vampire fears fire, a vampire born from fantasy certainly does. Aside from fire, they fear garlic, silver, flowing water, and castor. Like the blazing sun of a summer afternoon. Shakespeare closed his eyes and recited loudly. The magic imbued in the katana changed once again due to the skill and chant. A blinding light. An intensely scorching light. As Shakespeare described it, the hottest summer, the peak of noon, and the most fierce sunlight. This sunlight was enough to scorch one's eyes, and no one dared to look directly at it. Shinji, who had just gotten up to continue his attack, felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and had to pull down the brim of his hood to block the intense light from affecting his vision. The vampire, still trapped in the fiery tornado, fared even worse. Apart from his seemingly endless screams, more and more black shadows were emerging from his tattered body, only to disintegrate into ashes under the sunlight. The shadows once controlled by the vampire were more than half gone in an instant. This is the greatest nemesis of vampires. Even the true ancestors would be affected by sunlight, let alone a vampire born from dead apostle legends. What you thought was your trump card is your greatest flaw. Subjected to such insults, the vampire wished to tear Shiro to pieces, but he could barely make a sound now. He could only watch helplessly as his hateful enemy raised the katana, and approached him bit by bit. Farewell, Vampire Dracula. Just before the katana touched the vampire's chest, the previously steady blade began to waver. Not just the blade, but Shiro's arm and even Dracula's own body started to tremble. Shiro steadied himself and glanced toward Shinji, who was not far away. He saw that at some point, Shinji had put away the scythe and switched to the spear of Ishtar. The earlier trembling had been caused by the power of this spear. He must not die. Before my objective is achieved, he must not die. Bearing the pain in his eyes, Shinji threw the spear, forcing Shiro to dodge. At the same time, he positioned himself in front of the vampire and quickly pulled off the cloak he was wearing, draping it over the vampire. The cloak of Hades could interfere with light and render one invisible, thus protecting the vampire from the sunlight's harm. With the sunlight no longer suppressing him, the vampire's powerful regenerative abilities finally kicked in. His body, riddled with wounds from the sunlight, began to heal at an astonishing rate, leaving Shiro in awe. You surprised me there. I never thought the cloak of Hades could be used this way. You certainly keep giving me surprises, Black Assassin. You're too kind. There are many things about you I don't understand either, Shinji replied, his expression rigid like a sculpture. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? I'll buy you a drink. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Is that so? That's quite troublesome, then. Shiro sighed dramatically. To be honest, you've already exceeded my expectations by getting this far. If it were the old me, I might have been at a loss. But this won't do, I'll have to cheat a little myself. Chapter 519, Chapter 519, Subame Geishi. 1196 words. As soon as the words fell, the blazing sunlight on Shiro's katana disappeared completely, leaving only the originally bright blade. For some reason, seeing this katana, stripped of its extraordinary phenomena, and returned to its natural state, did not lessen the pressure in Shinji's heart, it instead increased. Watch out! As he uttered this word, Shiro lifted his left foot. I'm going to attack now. By the time his foot landed, he was already in front of Shinji, finishing the latter half of his sentence. That's right, he had only taken one step. The distance between them was over 5 meters, yet he had crossed it in a single step. This was Flash Step. Shinji's pupils suddenly contracted. A single step covering multiple paces, this footwork he had only seen from Ryugi Shiki and Scat Hack, was a technique that required profound mastery of Eastern martial arts. Shinji himself had barely touched the threshold of this technique. How had Amakusa Shiro mastered it? Wasn't he supposed to be a third-rate combatant? Just as this doubt arose, Shinji immediately pushed it aside. Now was not the time for such thoughts, the enemy's blade was already upon him. The spear of Ishtar was held horizontally in front of him, meeting the descending katana. At the moment of collision, Shinji's grip trembled violently, and he nearly lost hold of his weapon. The force behind this strike was extraordinarily immense. No, this was not just a single strike. If it were merely one strike, the force transmitted through the blade wouldn't be so layered. This was a unique technique of layered strength, as difficult as the flash step, allowing multiple strikes' force to be condensed into one, bursting forth in an instant to catch the enemy off guard. Caught off guard, Shinji staggered back, the dissonance in his heart reaching an unprecedented high. Flash step combined with layered strength, such techniques are the hallmark of legendary sword masters. How could Amakusa, who died at 17, reach this level? Or has he grown over the past 60 years? Heroic spirits, servants, these fixed existences generally couldn't grow. However, Amakusa Shiro touched the Great Holy Grail at the end of the Third Holy Grail War, becoming incarnate as a human, allowing him the possibility of continued learning and growth. During his time as an executor for the church, he had learned to use the black keys, so he could have improved his swordsmanship as well. Though this contradicted the intelligence Shinji remembered, his very presence here, fighting Amakusa Shiro, was already an anomaly. This explanation was plausible. Amakusa had the talent and determination for such growth, yet, for some reason, Shinji's inner self kept rejecting this answer. Something was off. As Shinji stabilized his footing and regrouped, Shiro did not continue his assault, but instead sidestepped, bypassing Shinji directly to attack the vampire. The vampire, whose injuries from the sunlight had not yet fully healed, dared not face the sun-imbued katana directly. While summoning stakes to obstruct Shiro, he retreated. The onslaught of stakes could not hinder Shiro's advance. He moved left and right, and though his steps were not rapid, he managed to dodge most stakes while closing the distance to the vampire. With a flick of his wrist, the blade gleamed, striking at the vampire's chest like a bolt of lightning. In the nick of time, a muffled sound came from beneath the cloak. The previously supported cloak suddenly collapsed, falling softly, but just before it touched the ground, something propped it up again. It reformed into a humanoid shape, simultaneously releasing several hideous beasts. Looking at the lingering mist at the tail end of the monstrous beasts, a flash of understanding appeared in Shiro's eyes. So the vampire had transformed into mist just a second before being struck by the katana. The mist, having no physical form, naturally couldn't support the cloak, causing his strike to hit nothing but air. As the blade's light flashed, the mist quickly coalesced back into a solid form. Without a physical body, the vampire couldn't attack, and if it didn't reform soon, the mist would dissipate from under the cloak. If Shiro used sunshine again, it would be the end. To avoid direct contact with Shiro, the vampire chose to separate familiars from his body to attack. This was one of the vampire's abilities, derived from the legends of the dead apostles. Unlike the dead apostles, who needed to gather animal essences in advance to create familiars, Dracula, derived from legend, had no such limitations and could transform into various monsters at will. Of course, Shiro didn't see these monsters as a threat. Being extensions of the vampire, they shared the vampire's weaknesses, and also had the vulnerabilities of beasts. With a swing of his katana, Shiro conjured a fiery tornado around him, engulfing the monstrous beasts from all directions. A streak of golden light pierced through the tornado from top to bottom, accompanied by a deafening thunder. Simultaneously, a black gold spear surged upward, imbued with earth-shaking divine power. Although the fiery tornado from Shiro's katana was powerful, it couldn't withstand the combined attack of two B-rank noble phantasms from above and below, and was shattered instantly. Amidst the falling sparks, Indra's thunder and the spear of Ishtar crossed paths, creating a dazzling display of divine power. Wait, isn't something missing? Where is Amakusa Shiro? Realizing something was wrong, Shinji heard a gentle voice by his ear. Over here, secret sword. The blade sliced through the air. Shinji manifested Athena's shield as quickly as possible to protect his back. With a clang, the katana struck the shield, producing a crisp sound. However, before Shinji could feel relieved, a sharp pain hit his chest and abdomen. He instinctively looked down to see a flood of red, the color of blood. How could this be? Didn't I block it? How could I be struck? And twice. As the doubt arose, the answer came, spoken by Shiro himself. Tsubaime Geishi. What? Tsubaime Geishi. How is that possible? The ultimate technique of the nameless swordmaster who manifested as Sasaki Kojuru, originally developed to cut down swallows in midair. From a single flash in the real world, it ignores the concepts of time and space to overlap two flashes simultaneously, creating a triple-directional slash. This is a multiple-dimension refraction phenomenon, Kister-Zelrich, that surpasses speed, precision, and the illusion of attack, making it an unavoidable demon sword. Relying solely on technique, it reaches the realm of the second magic and is crowned with the name of a noble phantasm, the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Nasuverse. This is Tsubaime Geishi, the highest known sword technique in the Nasuverse. Flash step could be achieved through accumulated time, but Tsubaime Geishi was impossible. It required the fusion of talent, effort, mindset, and luck, none of which could be missing to reach such a realm. In the entire Nasuverse, only that nameless swordmaster achieved this realm after long years of training. Even the legendary Miyamoto Musashi, who defeated Sasaki Kojuru, fell short, and not even the heroes of myth could reach this level in terms of pure technique. How could an ordinary Amakusa Shiro possibly achieve it? Chapter 520, Lightless, 3. 1119 words. Enduring the pain, Shiro turned his body and swung his sword again. This time, Shinji saw it. Shiro was holding only one sword, but at the moment the sword fell, there were indeed three swords slashing at him from different directions. He only managed to block the first sword aimed at his head with his shield. Unsurprisingly, two more wounds appeared and blood gushed out. These two wounds precisely severed the tendons in Shinji's legs, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to stand. First, the first strike. Shiro, seemingly confident in his swordsmanship, turned his back to Shinji after the second slash, presenting a calm silhouette. Wait. Shinji struggled to prop himself up with his hands. How do you know Tsubaime Geishi? I know much more than that. Earlier, I gave you a chance to leave, now it's too late. Shiro grasped the sword with both hands, assuming a thrust position, the tip of the sword aimed directly at the vampire who had quietly slid to the door. That's right, the vampire was trying to escape. By now, even a fool could see that this young priest named Shiro was a formidable opponent. The vampire's various proud abilities were completely restrained by him, leaving no chance of victory. Having abandoned his human form and using his second noble phantasm, the Black Berserker had long discarded the pride and honor of the Romanian Duke. His only goal now was to survive and win, so his actions were understandable. Upon being discovered by Shiro, the vampire quickened his escape, his agility at level A pushed to its utmost limit. However, "You can't escape." With Shiro's declaration, a piercing sonic boom filled the air, a testament to the sword's speed breaking the sound barrier and reaching supersonic velocity. First step, swifter than sound. Second step, infinite suffering. Third step, the absolute sword. Just as the vampire's hands touched the door handle, Shiro's body appeared behind him. Mew Mew Sandenzuki, lightless, three-stage thrust. As he uttered the word thrust, the katana pierced the vampire's back, driving into the hilt, causing the vampire to spray a mouthful of black mist onto the door. Shinji was utterly dumbfounded. What did I just see? What did I just hear? Lightless, three-stage thrust. Could it be that I've been poisoned by Semiramis, and I'm hallucinating? Shinji's doubt was reasonable. After all, the secret sword technique displayed by Amakusa Shiro was astonishing. Lightless, three-stage thrust. A sword technique against humans and demons. A rare genius swordsman, Okita Tsuji's ultimate demonic sword technique, created with unparalleled skill and speed. As the name suggests, it's a continuous threefold thrust, starting with a standard Chuden no Kami stance. However, it's not an ordinary triple thrust but a first thrust that encompasses both the second thrust and the third thrust. Notably, the threefold thrust is not nearly simultaneous, but completely simultaneous horizontal thrusts. The three thrusts exist simultaneously at the same position. Even if the first thrust is blocked, the second and third thrusts, which are in the same position, will still pierce through. This paradox causes the sword tip to create a local phenomenon saturation, leading to phenomenal collapse. Thus, the threefold thrust becomes an essentially indefensible sword technique. Because it is indefensible, even if a vampire had pre-generated enough stakes within their body, they could not block the thrusts. Since it is a conceptual phenomenal collapse, even if a vampire turns into mist, they would still be injured. Just from the description, it is clear that this secret sword technique, like Tsubeim Geishi, has reached the realm of magic and is worthy of being named a noble phantasm, a supreme sword technique. One unavoidable Tsubeim Geishi is already exaggerated enough, and now there is another indefensible lightless, three-stage thrust. How is anyone supposed to survive? Could Amakusa Shiro be the chosen one of this world? Could it be that my interference has caused a backlash from the counterforce? To master one such technique is to stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, katana. To master both, Shinji didn't even know how to describe it. Even his two mentors, who had greatly enlightened him, might not have reached such a level. Amakusa Shiro's abilities were beyond the realm of common sense. Regardless of Shinji's thoughts or the vampire's unwillingness, nothing affected Shiro's actions. Twisting his wrist, the blazing summer sunlight once again shone from the blade. Since the sunlight emanated directly from within the body, its destructive power was even stronger, and the Hades cloak, which Shinji had high hopes for, failed to provide its expected light-blocking effect. Ayaha! A scream, heard many times before, not worth describing again. How pitiful, I almost feel sorry for you. Let's end this quickly. Inferno, burn away all sins. Under the blazing sunlight, flames erupted. The two natural forces most effective against vampires exploded simultaneously. Within the vampire's body, the shadows condensed from magical power melted away rapidly like snow in boiling water. It's over, Vampire Dracula. Is it really ending? The vampire's trademark red eyes gradually lost focus. Just as he was about to lose his last bit of clarity, the closed door suddenly swung open, accompanied by a voice. No, it's not over yet. There's still hope. Have you forgotten, Berserker, about my command seals? Darn it. The unfocused gaze gathered again, centering on the man in white before him. He raised his arm, marked with crimson patterns. I command you with my second command seal, Black Berserker, you must survive. I command you with my third command seal, Black Berserker, you must obtain the Holy Grail and fulfill your wish. With all of Darnik's magical energy infused, the compulsion of the two command seals was pushed to its limit. The crimson glow revived a miracle. The shadowy magic, like a candle flickering in the wind, suddenly came to life, beginning to repair the vampire's tattered body, and engaging in a tug-of-war with the relentless sunlight. Such remarkable persistence, Darnik Priestone ig millennia, but it's useless. Your wish will not come true. Shiro's head emerged from behind the vampire. Seeing that youthful face, Darnik felt a chill run down his spine, making him shiver instinctively. A certain memory gradually resurfaced in his mind. Despite the long years, despite consuming souls and losing himself to survive, this memory was one he would never forget, the Third Holy Grail War, where he, as a magus, fought for his life. It was the battle that marked the beginning of everything, a battle he could never forget. No, it can't be. As the memory resurfaced, the persistence on Darnik's face turned into shock and even panic, a look that neither Shinji, the Black Faction servants, nor their masters had ever seen before. Chapter 521, Chapter 521, Extermination. 1091 words. How could this be? Impossible. Although the skin color and hair color had changed, Darnik would never mistake that face. The boy shrugged and said with a relaxed attitude. To you, this is an ordinary and mundane line, Darnik. Since you're still alive, then it shouldn't be surprising that I'm alive as well, though this alive might be a bit different from what you think. No, impossible. This can't be. Why are you here? Of course, I have participated in this Holy Grail War as the master of the Red Faction. So the unfinished business from last time can be settled now. As he spoke, Shiro's body flickered and appeared ghost-like in front of Darnik. Sensing danger, Darnik was just about to dodge when a black key had already pierced his heart. Consuming others' souls could only prolong his life, but could not strengthen his body. It ends here. Yes, you're right. My life ends here, but... Drawing unknown strength from somewhere, the dying magus pushed him away and walked towards the vampire. My dream, my wish, will not end here. What are you trying to do? Ignoring Shiro's question, Darnik forcefully slashed his vein and offered his blood-soaked wrist to the vampire's mouth. I told you, Duke, I will atone for my death. Now is my atonement, drink my blood. Under the temptation of blood, the vampire bit into Darnik's wrist and drank ravenously. In the blink of an eye, Darnik's body shriveled to half its size, but his face showed no pain, and his voice grew louder. With my blood, my soul, my magic, and everything I have as sustenance, fulfill our wish, King of the Night. A servant can devour a human soul and convert it into magic power, and a vampire can absorb human blood to restore its body. The two command seals ensured the vampire could exist even without a master. Darnik, on the brink of death, offered everything he had, entrusting all to his servant, for the wish he had pursued for 80 years. With his life, blood, and soul entirely consumed, he couldn't even become a ghoul. Thus, the only beneficiary of the Third Holy Grail War perished. His sacrifice was not in vain. The power of his very existence allowed the vampire's recovery speed to surpass the purifying speed of the sun. With a roar filled with sorrow and anger, the vampire pulled out the katana lodged in its body and broke it forcefully. Without a host, the magic infused by Shakespeare lost its effect, and the sun and flames dissipated. Darnik, your wish, your last request, I have received it. I promise you, I will fulfill your wish. Rest in peace. With the sun no longer suppressing him, and having replenished his blood, the vampire regained the dignity of the King of the Night. The cloak, used to shield the sunlight, expanded, and a swarm of bats flew out from it. Shiro, with a flick of his wrist, gripped 6 black keys in each hand, but the bat's target was not him. Instead, they aimed at the servant standing outside the door behind him. The vampire, having calmed down, knew he was no match for Shiro and realized his true objective, to offer enough heroic spirits to activate the Greater Grail. So he set his sights on the servants who had come with Darnik. As long as he could take a bite and ingest even a little blood, they would become his thralls. Whether they fought or received commands to commit suicide, it would all be up to him. Achilles was the first target, not only because he was an enemy Red faction servant, but also because he was currently in a very poor state. Though the reason was unknown, the vampire wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Achilles did not expect the vampire to target them. Due to the rapid series of events, he was slow to react. By the time he realized the danger, the bats had already formed the vampire's hand, gripping his throat. Ryder, Karna and Atlanta, standing nearby, changed their expressions and were about to rush to his aid. However, in a flash, the arm holding Achilles was cut off at the wrist. When they looked closely, they saw Shiro holding a katana, his face full of amusement. "Your blade." "Fool, just because Darnik can use a command seal, doesn't mean I can't," Shiro explained calmly. The blade gleamed with the same red light that signified a miracle, and the previous breakage was barely noticeable. "Ugh!" The vampire clutched his wound, and a cloud of black mist burst from his severed wrist, blinding Shiro as it rushed towards Atlanta, who was closest. But his attack was interrupted again by Shiro, who severed his wrist with a single slash. "What's going on?" The vampire's mood, which had just stabilized, was thrown into disarray once more. Although his enemy's movements were slower than his own, why did they always manage to strike first? The other servants were equally baffled. Shiro's method of movement was beyond their understanding. Could it be some kind of magic? It's the pinnacle of footwork, reduced earth. Only the wise sage Chiron saw through the mystery. Indeed, Shiro wasn't using any ordinary footwork but the superior technique of reduced earth. This is a skill that allows one to instantly close the distance between themselves and their opponent. It's the ultimate form of footwork pursued in many martial arts. It's not merely about agility, it's a technique that combines footwork, body movement, breathing, and blind spots into a seamless whole. Though it doesn't work for long-distance travel, even Achilles and Atlanta, known for their swift feet, might not gain the upper hand in close quarters, because in the end, all paths converge. Only by mastering such a technique could one ensure the accuracy of the lightless, three-stage thrust. Otherwise, no matter how strong the swordsmanship, it wouldn't reach its full potential. "This is the end, caster." "Understood." At Shiro's call, Shakespeare spread his arms and cast an enchantment for his master once more. "Let the light of the sun illuminate the stage, and let the blazing flames bring down the curtain." Shiro assumed a stance once more, but this time, he performed a brand new move instead of the lightless, three-stage thrust. Cutting through ignorance, the luminous blade, dawn. After the night, dawn breaks. This slash, true to its name, had the heart of the blazing sun, and the edge of karmic flames, reducing the vampire who ruled the night to ashes. Chapter 522, Chapter 522, I will destroy the world. 1124 words. The brilliance of the blazing sun and karmic flames vanished in an instant, along with the magical energy and command seal effects attached to the katana. The strike named Dawn had compressed all of Shiro's power to its utmost limit, and unleashed it in a single, explosive moment, killing the vampire who had absorbed all of Danik's power in one fell swoop. It's truly pitiful. If you hadn't turned into a vampire, I might not have been able to kill you so easily. What a shame, what a shame. Shiro sighed as he sheathed his sword. Priest, you. Achilles' expression twitched, his face blank as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Atlanta and Karna, standing beside him, looked equally bewildered. Didn't I tell you? I'm very strong, but you just didn't believe me. But how can a human? No, he's not human. The King of Knights, holding the holy lance, stepped forward from the crowd with a look of utmost caution. The saint, holding her holy flag, followed closely behind, her eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. He is a servant. The moment they saw Shiro, the two servants, tasked with a heavy responsibility, finally understood everything. How can this be? This is impossible. Too absurd. Exclamations of disbelief echoed continuously, rising and falling, only to be abruptly cut off as if throttled. It truly could be, not absurd at all, because the aura of the boy priest named Shiro had indeed changed from human to servant. If that was all, it could have been brushed off. The idea of a servant being their own master, though unusual, wasn't impossible. After all, this war already had the examples of Artoria and Shinji. However, the issue lay in his class. Not saber, not archer, not rider, not berserker, not caster, and not assassin. Meeting all of you in this state for the first time, I see. A servant of the 16th class. Even Chiron, known for his composure, spoke with a tremor in his voice. I'm not the 16th, Chiron. The 16th should be the ruler standing beside you. Strictly speaking, I should be the first. The first, so that's it. The presence I sensed, the one the gods warned me about, it was you all along. There's no need to think deeply about it, the summoning of Jeanne d'Arc was abnormal from the very beginning. It was a possession summoning using a human body. Initially, it was thought to be a side effect of the unprecedented 14-servant summoning, but on closer inspection, it was quite the opposite. In a situation where 14 servants would inevitably lead to chaos, the Greater Grail should have ensured that the ruler was summoned correctly, no matter what. The reason it ultimately failed was because the Greater Grail's perception became confused. Were summoned as the ruler in the Third Holy Grail War in Fuyuki. Upon hearing Jeanne's words, all the servants, except for those who already knew the truth, Shakespeare, Semiramis, and Shinji, gasped. Yes. Jeanne silently gazed into the boy's amethyst-like eyes and called out his name. What is your goal, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada? Isn't it obvious? To bring destruction to this decayed, irredeemable world. What? Destroy the world. Everyone who heard this doubted their ears. Red Lancer. Artoria turned to look at Karna, who froze for a moment before nodding. Lies meant nothing to Karna. His confirmation meant that Amakusa Shiro Tokisada's words were true. I see, so that's why I was summoned. Artoria's expression turned icy, filled with a chilling intent to kill. She raised her holy lance, ready to strike. Something's not right. Shinji hurriedly intervened. Destroy the world. Isn't your goal supposed to be the salvation of all humanity? Why should my goal be the salvation of all humanity? The first servant turned around, looking at Shinji with a faint smile. This. Shinji was momentarily speechless, unable to say that it was because that's how it was written in the novels. Have you had any direct contact with me? Or is it that, in your understanding, this is what I should be doing? Hearing Shiro's pointed words, Shinji's pupils suddenly contracted. You. What about me? My goal doesn't align with your understanding. Aren't you, Black Assassin, quite different from my understanding as well? You're not Amakusa Shiro. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Shinji finally confirmed it. This man was not the young saint who both hated and loved humanity. Only this could explain his terrifyingly perfected swordsmanship, and the current bizarre situation along with the previous inconsistencies. I am indeed Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, at least in this world. In that sense we are quite similar. The difference is that I inherently belong here, whereas you are purely an intruder. These words left everyone else puzzled, but the two involved understood the true meaning. Shiro spoke with a casual, amusing tone, while Shinji's mind went blank. All the secrets he had hidden deep within, unwilling to expose for others to know, were now exposed by this person bearing the name, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Even more exaggerated, this person was also a transmigrator, merely wearing the guise of Amakusa Shiro, just as Shinji bore the identity of Matou Shinji. Honestly, the enemy Shinji least wanted to face was another transmigrator. If it were a native, no matter how strong the enemy, there would be clues to follow, and he wouldn't be completely at a loss. But a transmigrator meant being utterly in the dark. No matter what happened, it wouldn't be surprising. No one knew how many trump cards they had or what actions they would take. The best example was himself, after only 6 years since transmigrating, he had already mastered over 10 noble phantasms as a human and received guidance from 2 renowned masters. With this in mind, it wasn't surprising that a transmigrator, who had replaced Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, had gained various advantages and ultimately reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If Shinji had known earlier that Shiro was a transmigrator, he would have altered his plans, been more cautious, and better protected the plot to avoid exposure. No, he wouldn't have involved himself in this mess at all. But there were no ifs. By the time he knew, it was too late. Unless Shiro was an idiot, his bold revelation in front of everyone meant he was fully prepared. Why did it turn out like this? It was supposed to be just a material collection journey, just a self-training trip. So why did such a change occur? Old man Jewel, what are you up to? Is everything happening now part of your calculations? Are Justice and I just pawns, or even sacrificial pieces? Chapter 523, Chapter 523, Come Hit Me. 1045 words. Shinji's mindset was thrown off balance, everything seemed too coincidental. The old man Jewel's second magic can observe parallel worlds, and he had mentioned that the Holy Grail, an artifact created with the third magic, is extremely important. This meant he would never relax his monitoring of the Holy Grail war, and would certainly be aware of Shiro's anomalies. Transmigration inherently involves time and space, which fall under the scope of his second magic. Yet, he hadn't said anything to Shinji, merely throwing him into the Holy Grail war without any prior knowledge, leading him to be successfully schemed against by another transmigrator. This approach naturally led to negative speculations. For instance, perhaps he ultimately needed only one transmigrator, so he used a method akin to raising goo, a poison derived from having multiple poisonous creatures fight, until one survives, to determine the strongest among them. Or maybe Zelrich only needed Justice's soul to return to the untainted Greater Grail. Thinking deeper, the contract between himself and Justice might also have been orchestrated by Zelrich to utilize the unique nature of his soul to safely bring Justice into this world. Of course, another possibility existed: Zelrich might have been careless, or Shiro hid too well for him to notice anything unusual at the start. But now that Shiro's true nature was exposed and he still hadn't appeared, it could be seen as a form of abandonment, an abandonment of this world line. Shinji wasn't being pessimistic. Zelrich had done something similar before. In Fate/Strange Fake, he abandoned a world line because of the premature awakening of a certain big spider. Regardless of the scenario, it signaled that Shinji had hit a dead end. His only remaining hope lay with the counterforce of Gaia, which prevents planetary destruction, the counterforce of Alea, which prevents human extinction, and the counterforce responsible for maintaining the Holy Grail war itself. The representatives of the first two are the observer Artoria, and the adjudicator Jean. Jean was the first to act. She bit her lip, staring intently at the boy who appeared even younger than she did. I'll ask you again, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, were you being honest just now? To be saying such things at this point, you're truly adorably naive, Saint Jean. Shiro laughed as if he were very pleased. All right, since you insist, I'll tell you that I was deceived. It was that woman, Semiramis. She seduced me, incited me, and pushed the pure-hearted me onto the path of world destruction. Instead of getting angry, the name Semiramis chuckled softly. Master, you really are. Shakespeare also burst into laughter, even louder and more unrestrained than Semiramis. Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. Master, it's a pity you aren't a stage actor. Deception, seduction, incitement, and yet calling yourself pure-hearted. Ha ha ha, I can't take it, let me catch my breath and write this down. Yes, I must jot this down immediately, it's perfect material. At this point, everyone knew Shiro wasn't telling the truth, even without the human lie detector Karna confirming it. Even if the Assyrian empress was capable of such deeds, Shiro's words were false. Are you mocking me, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada? Jean's face showed a hint of anger. Yes, I'm mocking you. If you're unhappy about it. Shiro gestured for Jean to come over, his exaggerated action and ridiculous expression making him look incredibly punchable. Come hit me. Then there was a thud. Don't misunderstand, Shiro wasn't knocked down by Jean, nor did Shiro knock down Jean. It was Shakespeare, laughing so hard he convulsed and fell down the stairs. This minor interlude didn't affect Jean. Once she confirmed Shiro's true intentions, she had already made her decision. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, you've violated the rules of the Holy Grail War. You are my enemy. So what do you plan to do? Shiro remained calm. With a clear voice, the Saint of France declared, I, ruler Jean d'Arc, by the authority of my command spells, hereby order all servants gathered here, defeat Amakusa Shiro Tokisada immediately. The command spells engraved on her back emitted a brilliant light. Black Saber Siegfried, Black Archer Chiron, Black Lancer Artoria, Black Caster of Eastbraun, Black Assassin Matou Shinji, Red Archer Atlanta, Red Lancer Karna, Red Rider Achilles, Red Caster Shakespeare, and Red Assassin Semiramis were all bound by chains of restraint. These chains enhanced the servants' abilities when attacking Shiro, but would slow their movements and significantly weaken their attacks if they tried to fight against the opposing camp. Given this, it was clear whom they should fight. Moreover, most of those present were heroes, and fighting against a villain intending to destroy the world was their duty. I won't let you destroy the world. Atlanta swiftly drew her bow, her arrow imbued with a chilling hostility. Her intent was pure, she wished for a world where all children could be happy. Someone trying to destroy that world was something she could not tolerate. Achilles was equally quick to act, already suspecting that this priest was up to no good, and now he had finally shown his true colors. The two fastest servants in this battle pointed their weapons at Shiro's vitals almost simultaneously. However, before they could launch their attacks, both suddenly bent their knees with pained expressions and stopped. Is it the master? It wasn't just them, Semiramis, Shakespeare, and Karna were also affected. In other words, all the Red faction's servants had become extremely weakened at the same time. What have you done? Jean's face was filled with uncertainty, and the Black faction's servants halted their attacks due to the unusual situation. The questioned youth chuckled, then unbuttoned a few buttons on his clerical robe. Everyone gasped as they saw his exposed collarbone. Red Archer, Red Rider, Red Berserker, Red Caster, Red Assassin, excluding the one used earlier to restore a katana, there were a total of 17 command spells, neatly arranged. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, what have you done to our masters? Despite her weakened state, Atlanta's gaze remained as sharp as a beast's, as if she could tear out his throat with a bite. You mean former masters, don't you? Who knows? You might still find some remnants in the Dragonwing soldier's nest. You. Chapter 524, Chapter 524, Persuasion. 1073 words. Atlanta trembled with rage, standing up solely fueled by her anger despite having lost her source of magical energy. She had never met her master, nor had she had any interactions or bonds with them. However, if all this was a scheme by Shiro and Semiramis, whom she thought were her allies, it was a different story. The honest and straightforward huntress despised betrayal and conspiracies the most. Her tragic childhood and life's miseries all stemmed from such treachery, and now she was being treated the same way again. In that instant, her hatred for Shiro and Semiramis surpassed all others, even the blasphemous Shinji. Achilles, who always shared her sentiments, felt similarly angry but for a simpler reason, no matter what, it was his master. He could dislike his master, but he wouldn't tolerate these bastards plotting against him. Seeing this scene, Semiramis's lips curled into a seductive smile. Oh, you still have the strength to stand, but it's useless. Without magical support, just standing is exhausting for you, and with the ruler's command spells binding you, even if you reach me, you can't harm me. Aren't you the same as us? Achilles snorted coldly. The same as you? Indeed, for now, master. As Semiramis spoke, she glanced at her master, who extended a hand, radiating blue magical energy. Said. Not good, stop him. Receiving a revelation, or using intuition to foresee danger, Jean and Artoria shouted in unison. Too late, right hand, evil eater. With Shiro's declaration, a mechanism within the palace was activated. Achilles and Atlanta, who had struggled to stand, collapsed again. At the same time, Jean and the rest of the Black faction, who were ready to attack, suddenly felt a wave of nausea, followed by dizziness, weakness, and intense pain throughout their bodies. Even Siegfried with his armor of Fafnir was not spared. Poison. Chiron, skilled in medicine, immediately recognized something was wrong and covered his mouth and nose. He, as expected of the teacher of the god of medicine. But it's useless, my poison doesn't just work through breathing. It directly affects the space itself. As long as you remain in this courtyard, the poison will enter your body. Let's see if you, the great sage, can cure the poison of the oldest poisoner. Ah, I almost forgot, you, who are immortal, died from poison, didn't you? Upon hearing Semiramis's words, Chiron's expression darkened. It wasn't the insult that brought back painful memories, but the situation of the entire space being poisoned was too troublesome. Unless it was the highest grade poison like that of the Hydra, Chiron could handle most poisons. But he needed a suitable treatment environment. In the current situation, even if he cured the poison, they would immediately re-ingest new toxins, creating a vicious cycle. The most troublesome part was that this poison would gradually erode the servants' magical energy. If this continued, everyone would lose their ability to resist. In an instant, the situation took a sharp turn. Jean's army, with their overwhelming numbers, all fell to their knees, while Shiro's side, despite being at a complete disadvantage, remained unscathed and soon revived in full strength. Shiro aimed his left hand at the Greater Grail, and his right hand at Semiramis. As the red and blue magical lights alternated, Semiramis recovered from her state of magical depletion. He used the same method on Shakespeare, who also recovered and dramatically made a gesture as if to embrace the Greater Grail. As a staunch supporter of Shiro, Shakespeare had already been treated with Semiramis's anti-poison magic before the battle began, so he wasn't affected by the poison. Oh, this feeling of endless magical energy, this is the power of the Greater Grail. So wonderful. Thank you, Master, for giving me this marvelous experience. I have newfound inspiration. As long as you're happy. Shiro's expression remained gentle, showing no hint of being a villain who intends to destroy the world. I have connected your magical pathways to the Greater Grail. Now you can freely draw magical energy from it. The privilege of using noble phantasms unrestrictedly is no longer exclusive to the Black faction. The conditions are finally equal. No, Master. There's no such thing as equal conditions because today, the Holy Grail war will end with our victory. So Archer, Rider, I give you one last chance to choose. Will you pledge your loyalty and join us in victory, or vanish as defeated losers? Facing Semiramis, who was standing high and mighty with the demeanor of a victor, Atlanta looked disdainful. Whether it's victory or defeat, the world will be destroyed. What difference does it make? Achilles was even more aggressive, spitting on the ground. Swear loyalty to a witch like you. I'd rather die. You forget it, I do not need to argue with the dead. Semiramis wasn't surprised by their choices. She turned to the last servant of the Red faction, Karna. Lancer, what is your choice? Karna silently stood up and walked over to Shiro, then said. I accept. Lancer, you. Atlanta exclaimed in shock, and the others were equally astonished. Those who knew Karna's legend knew he was a noble hero of high moral character. Why would someone like him make such a choice? Karna, I misjudged you. Achilles cursed angrily. He had always seen Karna as a heroic rival, equal in strength and character. He had hoped for a climactic duel after the Red and Black factions settled their scores, which would have been enjoyable. To his disappointment, this scoundrel showed no integrity at all, leaving Achilles deeply disillusioned. Karna didn't look back or speak. He simply knelt on one knee to show his allegiance. Welcome to our side, Karna. Shiro was slightly surprised but quickly connected Karna's magical pathway to the Greater Grail as he had done before. After completing this, Shiro spoke again. Is there anyone else willing to join my side? To make the Greater Grail an omnipotent wish-granting device, we need the souls of 7 servants as sacrifices. Excluding the already departed Spartacus and Vlad III, we still need 5. There are 8 of you here, which means 3 slots are still open. Black faction members need not worry, this is Semiramis's domain. As long as you don't resist, severing the original master-servant contracts is a simple task. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After that, I'll begin the Greater Grail's activation ceremony. Chapter 525, Chapter 525, Desperate Situation. 1121 words. 10. 9. 8. 7. Shiro began the countdown, and the expressions of the servants lying on the ground varied. Some faced death fearlessly, waiting quietly for its arrival. Some stared fiercely at the pair before the Greater Grail, venting their anger and unwillingness through their gaze. Some bowed their heads, their eyes flickering as if calculating something. Others silently gathered and focused their magical energy, preparing for a final struggle. No one spoke. The palace housing the Greater Grail was eerily silent. Shiro paid no attention to this, concentrating solely on the countdown. 6. When he counted to 5, Black Caster, Avisbron, raised his hand, trembling. Avisbron. Shiro casually addressed the Black Caster by his true name. Avisbron nodded. I have a question. Go ahead. According to you, killing 5 more servants will activate the Greater Grail, your wish will be granted, and the Holy Grail war will end. We servants will then leave this world. I don't see the point of your persuasion. As Avisbron said, if they didn't surrender, they'd die in a few seconds. If they surrendered, the Holy Grail war would end soon, and they'd still disappear from this world, which was equivalent to death. Dying sooner or later made no difference. Was Shiro just toying with them? I see, I forgot to explain. Shiro scratched his cheek apologetically. As the creator of the Kabbalah system, you're aware of the concept of counterforce, correct? Avisbron nodded again. That makes it easier. The counterforce exists to prevent the world's destruction. If I aim to destroy the world, they'll inevitably try to stop me. The most likely method is to send monsters or guardians. They might be unknown, but they possess combat power equal to heroes. So, I hope you join me to help fight against the counterforce's agents. Dream on. Achilles, lying on the ground, sneered at this. Avisbron's face was hidden behind a mask, making his attitude unreadable. Shiro didn't mind and continued, honestly, I hope you join, Avisbron. The Greater Grail's wishes are limited, so I'd like to prioritize those who have no wishes to entrust to it. Of course, this is based on the assumption that your wish aligns with what I've inferred. Hearing this, Shinji, who had fallen into a state of despair due to Jean and Artoria's kneeling, felt a momentary stir. Shiro's conditions fit him perfectly. A wish to entrust to the Greater Grail. Take it or leave it. What the world would become didn't particularly matter to him either. The only thing that troubled him was Jean, Artoria, Justice, and the other Black faction companions who trusted him. He didn't want to betray that trust. But if he didn't, he couldn't break the current stalemate and reclaim Igmalenia. However, just as Shinji was hesitating on what decision to make, Shiro glanced at him suddenly and said, I almost forgot to mention, Ruler, Black Lancer, and Black Assassin must die. Why? Shinji's vision went black, nearly collapsing. Ruler and Black Lancer bear the marks left by the counterforce. As for you, as someone similar to me, you're already a primary target for the counterforce. If you were to join me in destroying the world, the counterforce's backlash would be even greater. More importantly, one transmigrator is enough. A world doesn't need 2 protagonists. So for the sake of my grand cause, please die. As Shiro spoke, he drew his katana and began walking towards Shinji. Each step was like the approach of death itself, stomping on Shinji's heart, accompanied by the countdown to the final harvest. Master. 4. Black Assassin. 3. Artoria's and Jean's shouts were mixed in, but Shinji could no longer hear them. He was engulfed in despair. He still couldn't contact Igmalenia. His body was severely injured, rendering him immobile. Now, even surrender was not an option. His vision went dark, and his mind was filled with thoughts of it's over, it's all over, everything is finished. In a daze, he saw the white-haired boy approaching, saw the gleaming, coldly flashing tip of the katana. The flash of cold steel snapped Shinji's mind back to clarity, and a savage glint appeared in his eyes. If you want to kill me, I won't let you get away with it. He clenched his left hand tightly, and Indra's thunder materialized above Shiro's head. Magic power eroded and sealed by poison. No problem, I still have command spells. If I'm going to die, there's no point in keeping them. I command Indra's thunder with a command spell. Without the verbal declaration that most masters use, just a single thought caused the second red mark engraved on his wrist to emit a dazzling light. This was one of Shinji's research achievements from the past few years. As a transmigrator and the grandson of Zokan Matou, the creator of the command spells, how could he not study this crystallization of magecraft that has reached the realm of magic and can evoke miracles? If he could mass-produce and flexibly use them, he would dare to challenge anyone, except for those planetary-level monsters beyond standard specifications. Of course, Zokan hadn't achieved this in the 120 years since the development of the command spells, so it was even less likely that Shinji, who had only studied them for 5 years, could do so. However, he had made some progress, such as the instant and silent activation of command spells when fighting Ortenross, and now. The sudden surge of magical energy drew everyone's attention. The intense sense of crisis hanging over his head made Shinji's whole body tingle, and it also wiped the usual composure from Shiro's face. Without giving the enemy a chance to react, Shinji unleashed the full power of the command spell's magic. Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion. In an instant, all sounds disappeared. No, they didn't disappear, it was just that the overwhelming noise numbed his hearing. His vision was also taken away. The lightning radiating from the golden artifact outshone the sun's brilliance, leaving only a blinding white in front of his eyes. The only sensations left were the atmospheric vibrations shaking his entire body, and the heat scorching his skin. The turbulent air currents dragged his body, causing him to tumble across the uneven ground. Fragments of debris, kicked up by the fierce wind, scattered everywhere, striking the ground and piercing flesh with heavy, muffled sounds. When his sight and hearing returned, all that remained was a sea of fire. The ground where the noble phantasm had struck was gouged out, forming a crater, and much of the palace ceiling had been blown away. This place, specially built to house the Greater Grail, was now unrecognizable in an instant. Chapter 526, Chapter 526, Escape. 1193 words. Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion, a skill that destroys a noble phantasm endowed with immense magical power, using the noble phantasm itself as a container for that power and detonating the magical energy and faith contained within it, delivering a severe blow to the opponent. Due to the destruction of the noble phantasm, this move can only be used once, but its destructive power is several times, even dozens of times, greater than the release of its true name, making it the strongest strike in the truest sense. This was Shinji's trump card, his desperate and reckless gamble in the face of despair. At this point, he had already disregarded life and death, wanting only to drag this white-haired bastard in front of him down together. Whether it was due to the effect of his A-rank luck or his disregard for life and death, death itself seemed unwilling to claim him. Shinji, at the core of the explosion, surprisingly did not suffer fatal injuries and managed to survive the destruction. The flying flames melted into the night's darkness. The entire area was deathly silent, with only the sound of the raging fire reaching his ears. The assassin, who had narrowly escaped death, didn't have time to feel grateful. His eyes searched through the increasingly intense sea of fire, scanning back and forth as if looking for something. However, before he could find it, a voice echoed in his ears, like a relentless nightmare. "What are you looking for? Are you looking for me?" Creak. The sound of a stiff neck turning, and a figure in black with white hair entered his vision. Though there were more signs of smoke and fire, the boy was still smiling. You. What about me? I admit, your broken phantasm. The destroyed illusion was executed beautifully, and the timing was impeccable, but unfortunately, you were just a bit short of killing me. Want to know how I escaped? At another time, Shinji might have had the curiosity to guess, but now, with his final counterattack thwarted, he was completely despondent and couldn't be bothered to think. Seeing Shinji not respond, Shiro seemed somewhat disappointed but revealed the answer himself. It was ground shrink. The extremity of ground shrink is similar to Astolfo's hippogriff, capable of achieving impossible existence. By the way, this body's attributes are still a bit lacking. Without command spell reinforcement, it's too much of a burden on the body, and the jumping distance isn't ideal. Upon closer inspection, the 18th stroke of the command spell engraved on Shiro's collarbone had dimmed again. If you hadn't used the B+ ranked Indra's Thunder, but instead used Black Lancer's Holy Lance, even if I had executed a dimensional leap, I wouldn't have escaped and would have been dead. Of course, everyone present, including the Greater Grail, would have been done for too. Master. Perhaps unable to endure Shiro's endless chatter, or displeased with Shiro explaining to the enemy how to achieve mutual destruction, Semiramis finally spoke up. Sorry, old habits die hard, but it doesn't matter. The same trick won't work on us. Even if they tried Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion with the Holy Lance, you could just use spatial manipulation to transfer it away. Also, Master, enough is enough. Semiramis was genuinely angry. The previous Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion, had already destroyed the protective magic placed around the Greater Grail. If another one came and she failed to block it, it would be the end for them all. Yikes! Shiro couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, triggered by the low pressure emanating from behind him. I was wrong, I'll stop talking now, alright. By this point, 10 seconds have already passed. Although it's a bit of a shame, I can only say goodbye to you all here. Blame your powerlessness. The katana was gently raised and aimed at Shinji's heart, which was also his spiritual core. I'll start with you. Considering we're both transmigrators, I'll make sure your death is painless. Just as the katana was about to fall, a red flash of lightning burst in. Shiro, whose attention was entirely focused on Shinji, paused for a moment due to the unexpected ambush. The intruder, who had stormed in like a gust of wind, swung a great sword while releasing crimson lightning, sending Shiro flying. Oh my, such ruthless attacks. Despite being ambushed, Shiro wasn't angry, he simply observed the intruder. The helmet worn during their first encounter had long been removed. There was the dazzling golden hair, the wild eyes, and an unyielding smile. The rebellious knight Mordred, you do indeed resemble your father, mother, well, King Arthur. Humph. Stop shouting my name around so carelessly. While speaking, the red saber Mordred kept swinging the great sword, relentlessly attacking Shiro. Seeing this, Semiramis frowned and said coldly. Are you planning to betray us? Are you an idiot? The ones who betrayed are you. The moment you tried to use schemes to deceive my master, you undoubtedly became my enemies. Moreover, you shamelessly planned to kill my father. Listen up. Accompanied by this domineering declaration, a slashing arc flashed through the chapel. This strike, like drawing a boundary line, completely separated Shiro's side from the others. The only one qualified to kill my father is me. The already severely damaged floor was further ruined, with countless splinters and fragments filling the air. The next instant, something seemed to be thrown from the far end of the chapel. With the sound of metal clashing against the ground, a large amount of white smoke filled the area. It was a smoke bomb. How troublesome. Semiramis grumbled while weaving magic to disperse the smoke. Time's up, Saber. Oh, everyone, retreat now. Hearing the master's command, Mordred swung one last slash, then turned and grabbed Artoria and Jean, fleeing like a rabbit. The two were about to say something when Chiron suddenly leaped up from the ground, grabbing Shinji while releasing a gust of magic like a mountain breeze. Touched by this magic, the servants immediately cleared their heads, regaining some strength, and struggled to run outside. If Shinji could use Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion, how could the great sage with divine wisdom sit by idly? From the moment he was poisoned, he had been preparing skills to suppress the toxins, waiting for the right opportunity to break the deadlock. And this opportunity came faster than he expected. First, Shinji used Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion, to blow up the palace, breaking the enclosed environment. Next, Mordred broke in, followed by Kairi Sisegu throwing smoke bombs from the corridor. With all conditions met, Chiron unhesitatingly released all his magic, maximizing his A+ level agility, grabbing Shinji with one arm and carrying the mana-depleted, paralyzed Achilles with the other as he swiftly retreated. As for the similarly immobilized Atlanta and the slow Avisbron, they were picked up by the nearest Siegfried, retreating alongside Chiron. "Master, Lancer, chase them," Semiramis urged. "Not a chance." Shinji, with his barely recovered magic, threw Ishtar's spear backward, again, Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion. In an instant the ground shook and mountains trembled. Chapter 527, Chapter 527, The Missing Lesser Grail. 1173 words. As Shiro had said, the same trick wouldn't work on a saint once they had seen it. Although he and Semiramis were not saints, their minds worked even better than those of saints, so it was natural that they wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. The moment Ishtar's spear was airborne, Semiramis began manipulating space. However, she didn't follow Shiro's suggestion to transfer it. The power of Broken Phantasm, the destroyed illusion, was too immense, and its burst speed too rapid. Even a demigod-level magus like Semiramis couldn't completely transfer it. Hence, she opted for a compromise, deflecting the explosion away from the Greater Grail, at the cost of destroying the entire palace to preserve the Greater Grail. The loud noise and bright light from the explosion dissipated, and the presence of the enemies had long vanished from perception. Using the eyes hidden throughout the courtyard, Semiramis saw the servants jumping out from the breach in the dragon-wing soldier's nest, and she couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, they're fast." Should we say that the potential of humans in a crisis is indeed extraordinary? Hearing Shiro's leisurely comment, Semiramis' already terrible mood worsened. If you had acted sooner instead of endlessly spouting nonsense, they would have been dead already. How would they have had a chance to escape? Shiro hesitated for a moment before adding, "I think they still would have had a chance. Chiron wouldn't have kept that group detoxification skill unused. It wouldn't have been like now, where they all escaped. At least we could have killed a few, maybe even met the criteria for activating the Greater Grail. Even if we were short by a bit, I could still sacrifice a certain useless writer." Hey, Empress of Assyria, that statement. You have a problem with it. Semiramis glanced sideways, and a series of magic bullets lined up behind her, scaring Shakespeare into hiding behind Karna. "No, I mean, yes, but I don't dare to say." "Then don't speak." All right, don't bully Castor." Shiro stepped forward, blocking Semiramis' line of sight. "Even if you did kill him, it wouldn't be of any use." "How could it be useless? Didn't you say the Greater Grail needs the souls of 7 servants to become an omnipotent wishing machine?" "That's true, but the prerequisite is, those souls must indeed enter the Greater Grail." "What do you mean?" "Let's put it this way, you know this is called the Greater Grail, but do you know why it's called the Greater Grail?" When he said greater, Shiro emphasized the word. "The Greater Grail, so there's a Lesser Grail." Shakespeare, with his literary background, had strong associative abilities. "Exactly, because there's also a Lesser Grail. The Lesser Grail is the key to activating the Greater Grail, and serves as a container for the souls of the heroic spirits. Only when the Lesser Grail is formed will the souls be transferred to the Greater Grail and activate it. If the Lesser Grail is absent, even if all 7 servants die, the Greater Grail won't activate. Historically, there have been instances where the Lesser Grail was destroyed, resulting in no victor." Semiramis asked, "Where is the Lesser Grail?" It was supposed to be here. Shiro pointed to the center of the Greater Grail, at those bizarre golden humanoid shapes. One of the humanoid figures had noticeable missing parts from its hands and upwards, and the missing shape was exactly that of a cup. But now it's gone. Semiramis carefully recalled the entire transfer process and suddenly exclaimed. During the transfer, something fell from the Greater Grail. Yes, it seemed like a cup. Damn black assassin, damn Pegasus, you should have killed him earlier. Well, the Holy Grail war is about competing for the Grail. Isn't it a bit too overbearing to say only we can take it and others can't? Faced with Shiro's half-joking, half-advising words, Semiramis placed her hands on her hips and arrogantly raised her head like a black swan. I've always been like this. Didn't you know? Yes, yes, all hail the Empress is supreme. Shiro and Shakespeare, who were not meeting Semiramis for the first time, exchanged glances and spoke in unison, looking like two sycophants. Seeing the two annoying guys backing down, though only superficially, Semiramis's mood improved somewhat. She unconsciously put her thumb to her chin and pondered. But this is quite troublesome. Without the Lesser Grail, the Greater Grail cannot be activated, and to retrieve the Lesser Grail, it would be very difficult with just the three of us. Naturally excluding Shakespeare, Shiro's side had its combat power in Shiro himself, Semiramis, and Karna. Each of them was a top-tier servant, overwhelmingly powerful, and in any other Holy Grail war, they would sweep through without question. But this time was different. It was an undisputed fact that the remaining 9 of the 16 servants had united under Jeanne d'Arc. They had 3 top-tier servants among them, and the others were also first-rate or super first-rate. While their combat power might be slightly inferior, their overall strength surpassed that of our side. Thinking of this, Semiramis's mood worsened again. Master, why did you have to say destroy the world? If you had honestly stated your wish, it wouldn't have come to this. Sorry to interrupt, Karna, who usually just watched without speaking, suddenly spoke up. What exactly is the priest's wish? Semiramis was taken aback. Huh? You don't know? I don't know. Karna shook his head. Then why would you, the famous Karna, become a minion of a world-destroying demon? I just saw that the priests destroy the world had another meaning beyond the literal one. Also, assassin, you haven't been truthful. Which part? As a schemer who successfully ascended to the throne through deceit, Semiramis had told so many lies that she couldn't remember them all. Our masters being thrown into the dragon-winged soldier's nest by you, Archer and Rider were anxious, forgetting that the nest had been separated by you. Yes, I lied. So what? I want to know what happened to our masters. Can't you sense it? They're all gathered in a room in this courtyard. I think they should still be in human form because the poison used was of that kind. Facing Karna's cold gaze, Semiramis nonchalantly flashed a bewitching smile. If we let them run around freely, it would be troublesome. No matter how excellent they are just magus in the end. Those who always think about stealing others' thunder are a nuisance. In terms of only thinking about yourself, you're the same kind of person. Hearing Karna's blunt words, Semiramis didn't get angry but instead smiled even more brightly. Who would have thought you could say something like that? Are you angry? Unfortunately for her, Karna was not Achilles and didn't fall for Semiramis's provocation, choosing instead to remain silent, forcing her to mutter in frustration. Back to silence, how boring. Well, even if you know the former masters are not dead, so what? Chapter 528, Chapter 528, The Complete Lesser Grail. 1041 words. Facing Semiramis's provocation, Karna calmly spoke. Although the master has indeed changed, the person who decided to summon me and sought my help is undoubtedly one of those masters. Moreover, even as my master faces impending physical demise, he still desires the Holy Grail. Given that, I can only fight for him with my spear. That is my wish, and it is also the reward for my summoning. So you intend to continue serving your previous master? What nonsense! Great hero Karna, that is a foolish choice. Perhaps seeing his words as a declaration of opposition, Semiramis's expression grew severe. Karna showed no fear and simply declared calmly. Call me whatever you like, it doesn't matter to me. But that's overestimating me, Empress of Assyria. I'm just a mere spear. Everyone present except Shiro was momentarily speechless. Those who had gained knowledge from the Holy Grail were well aware of what a rare hero he was. If such a statement came from anyone else, they would undoubtedly be enraged or mock the person, as excessive humility can turn into self-deprecation and ridicule. But when he said it, it was entirely genuine, coming from his heart. He truly believed it, and was firmly convinced of it. As expected of the hero of charity, this level of selflessness might even surpass Saint Jeanne d'Arc. Though it's a bit different from what I imagined, it's fine. I'm counting on you. Though the positions have changed, the fundamental route of the enemy coming here to seize the Holy Grail hasn't. Given that, my spear just needs to continue felling the enemies. Moreover, this aligns with my wish and is currently the best choice. I will give it my all and turn anyone who comes to seize the Holy Grail into ashes. A wish. Could it be that this seemingly selfless lancer also harbors a desire for the Holy Grail? Semiramis and Shakespeare were slightly shaken, but only Shiro understood. You mean a rematch with the Black Saber Siegfried? That's right. Because when we fought in the initial battle, he requested it. That was an endless fight, an unending clash of swords and spears. The divine spear repeatedly inflicted wounds on the immortal dragon scales, while the phantasm sword continuously slashed through the seemingly invincible golden armor. It was neither a tragic slaughter nor a battle of hidden strengths. Both sides fought with all their might, miraculously keeping the scales of power balanced. The few hours until dawn felt like fleeting moments. Seeing the anticipation in Karna's eyes, Shiro gladly agreed. I will create an opportunity for you two to fight fairly, without any interruptions. Karna nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Then let me ask, Shiro Kotomine, how do you plan to use the Greater Holy Grail to destroy the world? Oh, that. Simply put, it's about using the basic application of the third magic that created the Greater Holy Grail, materializing souls and eliminating the concept of death, to create a world where everyone is happy. Hearing such an extraordinary wish, Karna showed no surprise. Instead, he appeared somewhat puzzled. Birth, death, and lifespan are fundamental attributes of humanity. Changing these would, in a sense, make humans no longer human. It can indeed be seen as the destruction of the world. However, from another perspective, it is a form of salvation for all humanity. I cannot judge whether your approach is good or bad for humanity, but I believe some heroes will be moved by this wish. Since you need strength to fend off the interference of the counter-force, why use the term destroy the world, which is most repulsive? To showcase the charm of language, the same thing can be explained in different ways. Ah, you are the greatest master. Sikara Yuzum. Woo woo woo. Semiramis finally couldn't tolerate Shakespeare's unrestrained mouth any longer, and she administered a poison that paralyzed his vocal cords. Then she complained to Shiro. Exactly, master. If you didn't use such phrasing to push everyone to the opposite side, you wouldn't have to worry about retrieving the Lesser Grail. I'm not worried about that at all. Shiro's relaxed attitude piqued everyone's curiosity. Huh? Do you have some clever plan? Of course not. I just made some preparations in advance. Do me a favor and move that stone box from my room here. No problem. Hearing this, Semiramis casually pointed her finger twice. A 1-meter square stone box, adorned with various holy seals, appeared in front of Shiro. Shiro patted the surface of the box and gave Semiramis a peculiar look. I know you've been curious about what's inside but couldn't open it. Semiramis turned her head away. That's because back then, there was no courtyard where I could exert my full power, and I didn't have enough time. But your knowledge of magic shouldn't be affected. Unlocking this doesn't require immense magical power or grand rituals, or is it that you're only good at brute force, and not fine manipulation? Embarrassed by Shiro's blunt remark, Semiramis blushed and huffed, nitpicking, not like a man. Alright, no more jokes. This is the Holy Ark, a sacred treasure passed down through the church for many years. It's said to be a replica of the Ark of the Covenant used to store the 10 Commandments of God, specifically made for storing precious relics. If it were so easily cracked, the church's treasures would have been stolen by various heretics or magus long ago. As Shiro spoke, he removed the holy shroud draped over his shoulders and covered the top of the Holy Ark with it. With a soft click, the top lid of the Holy Ark flipped open, followed by the 4 stone walls unfolding outward, revealing its golden contents. The gleaming gold, contrasted against the falling red holy shroud, was particularly dazzling. This is. With the eyesight of the servants, mere golden light couldn't obstruct their vision. That's why they were shocked, as it was a golden cup, identical to the legendary Holy Grail that held the blood of God. Shiro caught the falling holy shroud and used it to lift the golden cup. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the complete Lesser Grail, a necessary component to operate the Greater Grail. Chapter 529, Chapter 529, What do you really want? 1173 words. What? What did he just say? The Lesser Grail. But didn't the Lesser Grail fall during the transfer? When did he? No, that's not right. That Holy Ark was prepared before the Holy Grail War began. More importantly, he just said this is the complete Lesser Holy Grail, meaning it already contains enough servant souls. What exactly is going on here? To answer these questions, we need to start with the subspecies Holy Grail Wars. After the Third Holy Grail War, the Holy Grail War system in Fuyuki became known to magus worldwide. Over the next 60-plus years, subspecies Holy Grail Wars were widely held around the world. Although lacking the crucial core Greater Grail, the rituals of the subspecies Holy Grail Wars were incomplete, summoning at most 5 servants. Even if the ritual was completed, it couldn't become an omnipotent wish-granting device, let alone open the door to the root. However, the number of 5 servants was just right to create the conditions for the Lesser Grail. As long as the ritual constructed by the 3 founding families was not arbitrarily modified, the subspecies Holy Grail Wars would end with the formation of the Lesser Grail. Shiro belonged to the 8th Sacrament Assembly, responsible for supervising and reclaiming holy relics, including overseeing the increasingly rampant subspecies Holy Grail Wars. The Middle East, where Shiro operated, had frequent occurrences due to various complex reasons, providing Shiro ample opportunities to gather information on the Holy Grail Wars and witness the birth of Lesser Grails. In one such subspecies Holy Grail War, the 5 participating groups ended in mutual destruction. Naturally, this Lesser Grail fell into the hands of the overseer, Shiro, who sealed it in the prepared Holy Ark, preserving its magical power and souls until today. Though they are 2 different rituals and normally not interchangeable, this Lesser Grail was created strictly following Fuyuki's rules. Therefore, it's almost identical to the original Seer Grail. By linking the 2 with my noble phantasm, it can perfectly replace the original Lesser Grail. Ha 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 ha. I admire my brain for coming up with such a perfect idea. Stop laughing, it's unsightly. Semiramis poured cold water on her master's smugness. You mentioned replacement, then what about the souls of Spartacus and Vlad III contained in the original Lesser Grail? Unfortunately, there's only one Lesser Grail compatible with the Greater Holy Grail. Their souls can only remain in that Lesser Grail until they naturally dissipate. So, this means there are only 5 servant souls, 1 short of the omnipotent wish-granting device. Let's just kill that useless writer as a sacrifice, as I suggested. Woo 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 woo. Feeling Semiramis's malicious gaze, the speechless Shakespeare frantically shook his head. There's no need for that, Shiro waved his hand. A servant can be found somehow. Jeanne d'Arc can sense changes in the Greater Holy Grail through her ruler privileges, and Chiron and the others won't just stand by while I destroy the world. At that time, we can kill anyone we want. So you deliberately used the term destroy the world and delayed to let them go on purpose. Sort of. But releasing all 9 servants, isn't that too many? Without me, I fear they wouldn't dare come. That's not true. So-called heroes, even when alone and knowing they will fail, will fight for their beliefs. Karna, leaning against a pillar, gazed at Shiro with divine eyes. His heroic demeanor left an overwhelming impression, making Shiro feel as if he were being stripped bare by Karna's gaze. You should know this well, so you're lying, or at least not telling the whole truth. Master. What's going on? Semiramis's eyes narrowed immediately. What scheme are you up to now? Shiro struggled to resist the urge to bang his head against the wall. How can you be such a human lie detector and see through even this? Can't we just have some fun together? Sorry. Karna apologized, his only character flaw being his piercing insight. He often mercilessly pierced through appearances to point directly at the essence, making him seem too cold, sharp, and difficult to get along with. Fine, since it's out, go ahead and say it. Karna didn't decline and continued, you give me a very contradictory feeling. You've prepared extensively for your wish, almost controlling everything, yet you deliberately slack off at crucial moments, even giving the enemy opportunities. What do you really want? Surely you don't intend to use the enemy's hand to stop yourself. Then what's the point of all your scheming? Guess slowly. Shiro said no more, knowing that saying anything more to Karna would only make things worse. Karna didn't press further and left a parting remark, I'll leave now. Call me if you need anything, before dematerializing. Master. Semiramis wanted to ask more but was cut off by Shiro. Hey Semiramis, is this Holy Grail war interesting? Interesting, very interesting. Semiramis was momentarily stunned, but then smiled a genuine smile unrelated to her usual allure. She understood what Shiro meant. All she sought was amusement, and her master and this Holy Grail war provided her with unexpected joy. Although her master occasionally angered her, and Achilles and Atlanta were somewhat annoying, it was all part of the fun. It was certainly more interesting than the monotonous court life, but I still want to know your true thoughts. I see. For now, I can only say I don't plan to lose, the rest I'll leave as a puzzle. If you truly solve it, I'll tell you everything. That's also a kind of fun, isn't it? Shiro turned to look at Shakespeare, who nodded vigorously. Unlike everyone else, Shakespeare harbored doubts but never questioned the person involved. He merely observed, recorded, and enjoyed the entire process silently. A puzzle? That's a novel experience for me too. Since she ascended the throne and ruled the Assyrian Empire, only her servants had to guess her thoughts. She never needed to guess others. Trying it occasionally wasn't bad. Fine, I agree. Then let's proceed. I'll start linking and replacing the Lesser Grail with the Greater Holy Grail. You draw mana from the Greater Holy Grail to repair the garden. Caster, go back to your study and write. Jeanne d'Arc's counterattack will take about 3 to 5 days. This is our last bit of leisure. I understand. Semiramis glanced at the mess and activated spatial transfer. Though the Greater Holy Grail was here, this wasn't the core of the Hanging Gardens. The core was always the throne room, where she could maximize the garden's power. Shakespeare hurriedly followed the Empress out, still not cured of his poison. Once everyone had left, Shiro exhaled deeply, slumping ungracefully onto the stone steps before the Greater Holy Grail, muttering softly. Finally got them temporarily fooled. None of these top-tier heroic spirits are easy to deal with. I wonder if the Black Faction is the same, what do you think? Shiro suddenly turned, smiling faintly at the golden face in the center of the Greater Holy Grail. Chapter 530, What Shinji Lacks. 1271 words. Silence. No response. This was to be expected. After all, who would have thought there was still a soul hidden within the Greater Holy Grail? However, Shiro was not willing to let it go and continued speaking. Remaining silent won't help. I know of your presence and that you can hear me. Why not come out and show yourself? Perhaps you don't believe me, but I bear you no ill will. The creator of the Greater Holy Grail, the Winter Saint, Justice Lizric von Einsburn. Still, there was no response, leaving Shiro to perform a one-man show. All right, it seems I won't gain your trust. In that case. After waiting a few more minutes, Shiro sighed slightly, shifting his gaze from the greater Holy Grail to a shadowy corner of the corridor. Hey, you don't always have to hide in the shadows. Come out and say something. I knew I couldn't fool you. Accompanied by a voice rich with the weight of countless experiences, an elderly man in a black formal suit, holding a hardcover book in his left hand, stepped out of the shadows. His white hair and beard, combined with an ageless demeanor, belonged to only one person, the jewel wizard Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. The old man approached the young Shiro, smiling as he addressed the greater Holy Grail. I assure you, what he says is true. Come out, and we will answer your questions. At these words, the golden sphere, which had remained still and seemingly lifeless, finally reacted. From the center of the golden humanoid figure emerged a woman as pure white as winter snow, her exquisite red eyes filled with profound confusion. Zelrich, what are you planning? As you've heard, destroy the world or save humanity, it's all the same. Shiro shifted to a more comfortable posture and replied with a smile. Isn't the 1,000-year wish of the Einsburn family about to be realized? Delighted? Thrilled? This? Seeing Justy's conflicted expression, Shiro also became puzzled. Why that expression? Hey, old man, is she really the Winter Saint? The one who sacrificed herself for the sake of her family's wish? She is and she isn't. She remains the Winter Saint, but she is no longer the homunculus who would sacrifice herself to fulfill her family's wish. You of all people should understand. Hearing Zelrich's explanation, Shiro nodded, I understand. Isn't there a perfect example over there? That homunculus named Sieg. So your family's wish is no longer your top priority. Then, what is your top priority? Is it him, Matou Shinji? Justice did not answer, but her changing expression betrayed her inner feelings. Do you want to know how I guessed it? It's simple. In times of crisis, a person's true thoughts are revealed. When the greater Holy Grail was in jeopardy, you first separated the lesser Holy Grail, then, risking exposure, you left your third magic in it, and coincidentally, sent the lesser Holy Grail to his master's hands. What was all that for? Don't tell me it was to stop me, you can't possibly believe that Youngman didn't tell you the wish I should make. At this point, Shiro paused, his gaze sweeping over Justy's face, and he found the answer he was looking for. It seems I was right. TSK, looks like my fellow transmigrator is doing quite well. You're like this, Sieg did it for Astolfo, and then there's Iris Veal for Kiritsugu Amiya. Could it be that the homunculi of the Einsburn family share not just appearances but also personalities? It's not just a shared personality but also an extreme reaction. Homunculi are born with a lack of emotions, so once they gain a heart, their emotions become exceptionally intense. That's why they can't hide their feelings, and why they pour all their emotions into the people they care about, even to the point of disregarding everything else. Perhaps unable to stand Shiro's teasing, or maybe simply not wanting to answer, Justice repeated her question, what exactly are you planning? Bringing Shinji and me to this world and tormenting him like this. I've already told you my goal, to obtain samples and prepare for purification. I also wanted you to reconsider whether the Einsburn family's wish is correct. The rest is none of my business. Hey. Seeing Zelrich push all the responsibility away, Shiro became anxious. That's not fair. You knew I was here and still sent people over. You're at least an accomplice. I only knew you were going to guide him a bit. I didn't expect you to use such methods. What methods? This is the most suitable way, all right. Don't tell me you can't see the flaws in that young man. Queen Scathatch trained his endurance and will, and resolved his inherent lack of talent, but there's one crucial thing she didn't teach, or didn't have time to teach. What is it? Justice asked involuntarily. It's the unwavering belief that never falters, no matter the dire circumstances. This is the biggest difference between him and those heroes. Even Astolfo, who is less powerful, surpasses him in this aspect. Take this old man as an example. His peak battle was against the origin of vampires, the absolute monarch, the true ancestor of true ancestors, Crimson Moon Brunstad. In terms of raw power, Crimson Moon far outclassed him. That battle was incredibly dangerous. He was suppressed countless times and could have died at any moment, but he never gave up. He didn't use the second magic to escape. Given the space-time interference properties of the second magic, even 10 Crimson Moons couldn't catch him if he wanted to leave. Ultimately, he took the risk of being bitten by Crimson Moon and becoming her servant to successfully defeat her. As a result, he was bitten and became a dead apostle, severely aging and losing power. If it were that young man, he might have fled long ago, or even if he held out till the end, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. As he said himself, he's just an ordinary person who gained power. His heart isn't strong enough. Shiro said, pointing to his chest. With such a mindset, he's at best a powerful modern magus, never reaching the pinnacle, never seeing the true wonders of this planet and world, always just a pawn for the old man. So you want to push him? Force him into an absolute dead end to make him undergo true transformation. Zelrich nodded thoughtfully. People are forced to grow. Only by severing his retreats with irreplaceable bonds can he truly compel himself to solidify his beliefs and give it his all, maximizing his potential, just like you did against Crimson Moon. This is both a lesson and a trial. If he passes, the world is his oyster. I'll give him something you've been coveting, letting him truly possess the potential to kill Queen Scat Hatch. But what if he doesn't pass? Justice asked anxiously. If I've given him so many heroes as companions and he still can't overcome this hurdle, he'll never reach the level of me. Even if he dominates an era by sheer luck, he'll merely be a commoner made famous in a time without heroes. He will hate you, Justice said unexpectedly. If he gets through this hurdle, even if he hates me, it won't be deep-seated. If he doesn't, he's just an insignificant human. Would you care about the resentment of ordinary people? Shiro's tone was as gentle as always, but to Justice, it sounded extremely harsh. Shinji, you must do your best and give this hateful guy a good beating. Chapter 531, Chapter 531, Dream. 1282 words. A breathtakingly beautiful aerial garden is shrouded in a multicolored poisonous mist. Various ferocious beasts from mythological times roar deafeningly. The great sage Chiron, responsible for command and detoxification, is the first to fall. Targeted by the garden's master, Semiramis, he steps into the palace complex and is immediately struck by the Hydra's deadly poison. Influenced by the legend of dying from Hydra's poison in life, he disintegrates into spirit particles without even having a chance to struggle. Soon after, the hero Siegfried, who once slew the mighty dragon Fafnir, falls, succumbing to a backstab from the black-robed priest. The great hero Achilles, whose myth shone brightly for an era, also falls. First paralyzed by poison, then caught in a trap while dazed, he injures his ankle and is eventually overwhelmed and killed by a swarm of foot soldiers. Having lost her ideal partner and vanguard, Atlanta goes berserk. Donning the boar's skin, she transforms into a destructive demon, viciously attacking everything in sight. She tears through countless fierce beasts, magical beasts, phantom beasts, and divine beasts, but is ultimately torn to pieces by a relentless horde of divine fish. Sensing the dire situation, Avisbron chooses to betray. He seizes his master Roche, using the child who always admired him as the core to activate his noble phantasm. Though he quickly dies under the furious sword of Mordred, the noble phantasm is complete. A massive golem, over 15 meters tall, becomes the greatest obstacle for everyone. To break through the golem's obstruction, Astolfo and his steed are smashed into spirit particles by the golem, Mordred is severely wounded, and Jean's holy banner loses its power after reaching its limit. Before the group can recover from their enormous losses, a new wave of attacks follows. Karna engages Artoria, while Mordred and Jean are toyed with by Semiramis, with Mordred on the verge of death. The victorious black-robed priest shows a cruel, bloody smile to Shinji, "It's over for you." The world will be destroyed. Shinji, unwilling to accept defeat, charges forward with bloodshot eyes, but is halted by a single move from the priest. He pulls out Justy's soul, using it as a barrier between them. Without giving Shinji a chance to curse his treachery, the priest drives his katana through Justy's back and into Shinji's chest. Pierced through her spirit core, Justy's presence dwindles. She reaches out to gently stroke Shinji's cheek, her eyes filled with attachment, reluctance, worry, and tenderness, but devoid of blame. Her pale lips move faintly, whispering, "Run." Then, the tightly bound contract shatters, and the bond of 6 years of shared fate breaks, dissolving into pure white spirit particles in the air. Only Shinji's heart-wrenching cries of grief remain. No. But even his shout lasts only a few seconds, as he too is pierced through his spirit core, unable to maintain his existence. His eyelids grow heavy, his consciousness fades, and the entire world is swallowed by darkness. Unwilling to perish like this, the assassin struggles to focus, trying to stay conscious, forcing his eyes open. Perhaps persistence pays off, as his heavy eyelids finally lift, and the dark world is replaced by light. However, the scenery before him is not the poison-filled aerial garden, but a familiar ceiling. This is Millennia Castle. Rubbing his groggy head, his fingers inadvertently touch a trace of moisture at the corner of his eye. So it was a dream, yes, a dream, thank goodness it was a dream. No, wait. The tight nerves had just relaxed when the previous memories surged like a tide. Days of planning had come to naught. The Holy Grail containing Justy's soul was taken away. And that person, similar to himself, wearing the guise of Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship and footwork. That person proclaimed to destroy the world. Despite pouring all his strength, using every means, and allying with every possible partner, he still ended up fleeing in defeat. Thinking of this filled Shinji with a strong sense of powerlessness. He hadn't felt this helpless in a long time, not since the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City, when Scat Hack voluntarily fell to Artoria's sword and departed this world. At that time, he vowed to work tirelessly, never wanting to lose someone important due to his powerlessness again. So, even though there was no one to supervise his training, and no one to impose a Spartan education on him, he never slacked off for a single day. He always completed his daily tasks to excess, never falling short. It should be noted that in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person living in a peaceful era. Though his life wasn't without challenges, it wasn't particularly difficult either. The most strenuous times were the major exams, the high school and college entrance exams, that most students had to endure. Even during those crunch times, he would sometimes sneak in some leisure reading or a visit to the internet cafe. But this hardship was nothing compared to the coursework left by Scat Hack. His motivation to persist until today, aside from a man's innate desire for power and curiosity about the unknown, was for the sake of those important to him. To protect his extraordinarily gifted sister and Fujino, for Tuko, and to fulfill the wishes of Justy's and Scat Hack, he had worked tirelessly until today. But now, not to mention achieving his goals, he couldn't even protect the people important to him. What was the point of being a magus or training in martial arts? Why had he worked so hard until now? Why had he willingly involved himself in the Clock Tower's conflicts, opposing the dead apostle ancestors? Were these years of effort all meaningless? Various negative emotions flooded in, and Shinji began to doubt his life, doubt himself. He didn't blame the Jewel Wizard. If that old man had truly wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. Nor did he blindly resent Shiro. Ultimately, it was his own lack of strength and insufficient planning. If he had power equal to Shiro's, if he had thought things through more thoroughly, if he hadn't let his guard down when things seemed to go smoothly, assuming everything was foolproof, and started changing the so-called tragedies according to his intentions, how could he have ended up in this situation? All of this was caused by his immaturity. If he had been more mature, stronger, the situation would have been completely different. At least that person in Shiro's guise was not invincible. If he were, he wouldn't have needed to follow Amakusa Shiro Tokisada's original plan. He could have just used force to take what he wanted. However, saying all this now was too late. Although they had narrowly escaped with their lives, their opponents, now possessing the Holy Grail and the home field advantage, were already in an unbeatable position. The supposed numerical and combat strength advantage had many ways to be dissolved. That dream just now might have been an illusion, but it was enough to highlight the problem. If even his immature self could think of such a strategy, how could that unfathomable transcender not? Was he dumber than himself? Ha, that's not a funny joke. How could someone who dared to scheme against the counterforce be a fool? The fool, the powerless one, was himself. Unconsciously, Justy's smiling visage appeared before him, so beautiful, so clear, yet gradually becoming distant. He wanted to chase after her, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up until he was utterly exhausted, his consciousness fading. I really am useless. Chapter 532, Chapter 532, Sincere. 1158 words. Groggy. In a half-dream, half-awake state, the door creaked open. Two women, one tall and one short, who looked like sisters, walked into the room. The taller one carried a basin of water, while the shorter one held a towel. Sensing the movement, Shinji reflexively opened his eyes slightly. It's you two. Although his voice was faint, the quiet room made it easy for the two women to hear him. They quickly put down what they were holding and gathered around him. Ah, master, you're awake. How's your body? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? How long was I unconscious? After using the Spear of Ishtar as a medium to perform the broken phantasm, Shinji's mana and stamina were completely drained, causing him to fall into a coma and lose awareness of the outside world. 3 full days, Artoria answered. 3 days. Propping himself up on the bed, Shinji found that his physical injuries had healed. However, as his body healed, the wounds in his heart only grew heavier with time. 3 days have passed. Has anything happened during this time? Jean shook her head. No, we've been regrouping at Millennia Castle, while the floating garden has been stationed over the sea. I see. So they haven't done anything. That's strange. Strange. What's strange? Isn't it strange? It's been 3 days. In 3 days, even I could gather enough servant souls to activate the Greater Grail, let alone that guy. Master. Hearing Shinji's sarcastic tone, Artoria's expression darkened. How can you say such things? Do you also wish for the world to be destroyed? Ah. Realizing his slip, Shinji slapped himself hard. Sorry. Assassin, what's wrong with you? You're not like your usual self at all. Jean's calm and serene blue eyes gazed at him, and Shinji felt his inner agitation subside somewhat. Maybe I still can't accept reality. After doing so much, scheming so much, in the end, it was all for nothing. Doesn't that mean everything I did was meaningless? No, what you did wasn't meaningless. Jean leaned down and gently held Shinji's hand with her own. If not for your efforts, we might already be dead. If not for your efforts, the Greater Grail might already be activated. If not for your efforts, we might not even have a chance to counterattack. Everything is because of you. So you don't need to blame yourself like this. Normally, if Jean treated him this way, Shinji would be ecstatic. But now, without Justy's, he could only muster a faint smile. Thank you for your comfort, Jean. Thank you. This isn't comfort. Artoria held Shinji's hand in the same manner as Jean, her eyes blazing with intensity. We're serious. The world hasn't been destroyed yet, thanks to your efforts, Master. But I did nothing. No, you. At that moment, the door was pushed open again, and a third face, identical to the others, peeked inside. Father, ruler, Miss Fiore requests your, Before the sentence was finished, the door exploded with a bang. Amidst the surge of red lightning, the brilliantly shining king's sword was summoned, accompanied by a roar filled with anger. You! The sudden outburst startled the three in the room. Artoria immediately turned around, glaring at the intruder angrily. Mordred, what are you doing? You all. Mordred stammered. She was always quicker with her actions than her words. She had drawn her sword, but her mouth hadn't yet decided what to say. What about us? The naturally confused Artoria looked at Jean beside her, who was equally puzzled. Mordred suddenly felt very foolish, truly. Your hands. Your hands. What about them? Shaking hands is a normal modern gesture. Do you want to try it? Yes, yes. Mordred nodded eagerly, quickly sheathing her sword and extending her hand. He. When Artoria held her hand, Mordred smiled like a child, even affecting the despondent Shinji. This poor child, Mordred, why are you here? Miss Fiore requests your presence. She said something about the Lesser Grail. It seems there's a problem. The Lesser Grail? How is there a Lesser Grail? Shinji was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that fixed to the Greater Grail? I don't know the details either. You should ask your master yourself. Because she had physical contact with her father, Mordred forgot about being angry with Shinji. All right, since you're awake, let's go together and take a look. Seeing that he seemed a bit more spirited, Artoria and Jean exchanged a smile and led the way. Since Semiramis had previously launched an attack from her airborne fortress, the royal chambers at the top of the castle were no longer considered safe. Fiore, the successor to the family head, had relocated the meeting hall to the original underground restricted area where the Greater Grail altar was stored. Present were not only the entire Millennia clan and their servants, but also the Red faction servants, who had severed ties with Amakusa Shiro. In other words, all masters and servants, except for those in Amakusa's camp, were gathered together. This was only natural. Amakusa Shiro's faction possessed formidable combat power and mobility, and needed enough servant souls to activate the Greater Grail. To avoid being picked off one by one and becoming sacrifices for his ambitions, banding together was the best choice. As Shinji followed Artoria out of the passage, all eyes turned to him. Assassin. Fiore instinctively clenched her hands. You're here, Chiron said with a smile. What a sleeper, Calls teased, winking. TCH didn't die, huh? Achilles whistled. Though the others remained silent, most expressed goodwill. Feeling so much concern, Shinji's nose tingled. The more downtrodden he felt, the more precious these sincere emotions seemed. I'm sorry to have worried you all, Shinji said, bowing deeply. It's just good that you're all right. Fiore turned her head, her voice as clear as ever, like a mountain spring. Later, I have many things I want to ask you. Yes, don't worry. I won't hide anything this time. At this point, there was no need for secrecy. Before that, I want to ask about the Lesser Grail. It turned out that 3 days ago, after Darnik had left alone, Fiore followed his orders and led people to take refuge at the altar. Just as they stepped into the altar, a golden light descended from the sky, landing right beside Fiore. At first, Fiore didn't know what it was, but instinctively felt it was something important, so she carefully kept it. It wasn't until Jean returned with her weary and injured group that they recognized it as the vessel for containing servant souls, the Lesser Grail. As she spoke, Fiore raised the vessel in her hand. Its color was identical to the central part of the Greater Grail, where the transfigured body of Justice resided. Shinji couldn't help but reach out. As his fingers touched the edge of the Lesser Grail, a familiar pull swept through his body. This is Chapter 533, Chapter 533, Messages and Confessions. 1,205 words. White radiance spread outward from the point where Shinji's finger touched the Lesser Grail, quickly filling the entire underground space. The scene of the underground altar grew fainter, and the exclamations of Fiore and the others gradually faded away. Shinji found himself in an unfamiliar world. Here, there was nothing, only an endless expanse of pure white. To others, this world might seem extraordinarily monotonous, and staying here too long could drive one mad. But Shinji did not feel this way. In this pure white world, he felt an extraordinary warmth, both physically and spiritually. It was as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his entire body feeling refreshed and comfortable. It was as if he were not in this strange world but at home. It was as if he were lounging in the backyard on a recliner, brewing a pot of black tea, enjoying the spring afternoon sunshine. He would look up casually, and there she was, the woman who loved to wear white, sitting next to him, engrossed in a fashion magazine. "Is it you, Justice?" Shinji murmured, calling out the name of the one who had accompanied him the longest. This call seemed to trigger something. A familiar figure in white appeared before him, calling out to him in a voice he had heard countless times. "Shinji." "Justice." Shinji lunged forward, wanting to hold her tightly and never let go. But this was only a wishful thought. The figure before him was an illusion, not real. Shinji's body passed through it, and he fell heavily to the ground. The illusory figure did not respond to Shinji's call, for it was merely a message. "When you hear this, I may no longer be by your side." The mastermind in the Red faction, the man named Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, is very dangerous. It was he who injured your Pegasus, and that earlier beam of light might also be related to him. I can sense that before this, a strange magical power connected to the Greater Grail. I think he has already detected my presence. However, this is not your fault. You've already taken him seriously enough and warned me to relocate, but I didn't listen. So it's my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. No, how could that be? Shinji shook his head repeatedly. I just mentioned relocating offhandedly, and didn't take it seriously. If I had insisted, this wouldn't have happened. And I didn't take that guy seriously enough. If killing him had been my top priority, I would have told Jean long ago. It was my carelessness, my assumptions. It's my fault, all my fault. Even though you might blame me, I won't be able to hear it. But I want to hear it. If Amakusa Shiro Tokisada hadn't discovered my presence and hadn't disrupted the Greater Grail, I would have come to find you after the Holy Grail War. At that time, no matter how much you complain or what you want me to do, I will listen to you. Shinji's eyes reddened. Complaints? There won't be any. As long as you can come back, you can scold me all you want. If I can't come back, you shouldn't be sad or heartbroken. You see, I was supposed to disappear as soon as the Greater Grail was completed. Every extra day I had was a blessing from the gods. To have lasted until today, to have met you, Sakura, Scathach, Iris Veal and Fujino, Tuko, to have become a real human being, I have been very fortunate and content. So even if I'm gone, it's just returning to the ending that was always meant for me. Don't say it isn't. Zelrich already told me that among the many parallel worlds, this was the conclusion meant for me. What do parallel worlds have to do with you, or with me? I just want you to live well, together with me. Tears could no longer be held back and silently slid down. The days I spent with you, teaching you magecraft, watching you work hard, worrying about you, I was truly happy. Just like that, she spoke with a smile, like a blooming flower. That smile was incredibly beautiful, free from any negative emotions. As long as I think of those days, even if I vanish right now, I won't be afraid at all. During the time I'm gone, I will always think of you and recall the 6 years we lived together. That must be very happy, that must be very happy. So, Shinji, I am very happy. His throat felt choked. Even so, You gave me happiness, so you must be happy too. Justice. I like you just as you are. Justice. I like you the most. Justice. Ah, perhaps this is what Iris Veal called love. Justice. Goodbye, my beloved. Justice. Lastly, I want to give you a gift. A stirring. A shock to the body. Seeping into the soul. Like a heartbeat, a pulse symbolizes the force of life. You always said you wanted to experience my magic firsthand, didn't you? Now is the time. Magic. Pure white magic. Far surpassing individual stores, even more abundant than Pegasus. Vast and boundless, seemingly endless. At that moment he understood. The white before him, this entire world, was her magic, the gift she gave him. Unfortunately, I was not endowed with the second magic and cannot send you back to your original world. All I can do is ensure your prolonged existence in this world. This is the only function, the only salvation of me as a deteriorated copy of the third magic user. Salvation, magic, gift, I don't want any of them. Speaking of which, we have to thank the spirits of the servants stored within the Lesser Grail. Without their help it might have taken me years to prepare this gift, or perhaps I wouldn't have been able to separate the Lesser Grail at all. As you said, my magic is a finely woven fabric, beautiful but inefficient. But this time, it was quite efficient. So accept it. The world inverted, all the white, all the magic concentrated in Justy's hands, focused on the golden cup that carried Justy's thoughts. Then, Justy's, holding the Lesser Grail, walked up to Shinji and slowly, bit by bit, merged into his body. Along with the golden cup in her hands, along with the world's pure white, along with Justy's herself. Through the combined action of the three, the spirit particles that constructed Shinji's body rapidly converted into reality. Based on the information contained within the soul, flesh, organs, bones, and skin were recreated one by one, indistinguishable from a real human. The reliance on the contract with the master to maintain magic power was severed, replaced by the magic power autonomously generated by the newly formed body. The need for an external anchor to remain in the world was eliminated due to the independent physical form. This is Justy's third magic, soul materialization, the blueprint for salvation that the Einsburn family had sought for a millennium. The difference was that she once wanted to save all of humanity, now, she did it for him alone. Chapter 534, Chapter 534, A Belated Response. 994 words. This way, you are no longer a servant, but a true human. I wonder if you prefer this adult version of your body, or the original younger version. You probably prefer this adult version more, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have complained about why you haven't grown up yet. Sorry, I made this decision without your consent. But it's also something you taught me, to be independent, to make decisions for oneself. However, this time it wasn't just about me, it was also about you. But you're always saying we're a shared destiny, right? Because we might never see each other again, let me be selfish this once. Selfish? That's not allowed. I just want you to come back to me. Once more. Once more to be together. Once more to chat. Once more to spend lazy afternoons together. Once more, I want to see that smile again. From now on, always, I just want to make her happy. But she only said, because your body is a product of soul materialization, and has merged with the Lesser Grail, it should not be limited by human lifespan, or affected by the world. It will always remain like this. So Shinji, don't worry about me, and don't worry about the Grail War or any wishes. Take the opportunity now that the Lesser Grail is separated from the Greater Grail, and run far away. You have to live well, even if I'm not there. Then find a way to go home. Besides me, you have many important people, don't you? Sakura, Fujino, Byakuya, Kariya, Elsa, and even that lady named Lorelei. If you don't go back, they will surely be sad. Goodbye, Shinji. If I ever have the chance to return to your side, I will listen to you and never leave you again. At that moment she seemed very sad, yet she smiled. She waved her hand, melted into that crumbling pure white world, and was absorbed into his new body. Ugh! He bit his teeth desperately, enduring it. She kept up a strong front and smiled to the end because she didn't want to cry, right? Fool! What winter saintess, what greatest masterpiece of the Einsburn family, where has your 1,000-year life gone? So foolish. Why deceive yourself? Aren't you very sad? Don't you want to live on? Don't you want to spend more time with me? If that wasn't the case, how could you have made such a perfect body for me? Yes, a perfect body, truly perfect, meeting all of Shinji's expectations and even exceeding them. The body age 25 years old, at the peak period of a man's life. Appearance and physique were modeled after his servant form, combined with the past and present Shinji, highlighting the strengths and compensating for the weaknesses. The physical attributes were based on his lifetime of rigorous training, further enhanced by the relic and golden apple. His overly curly hair from this life was blended with the straight hair of his past life, becoming smooth and flowing. Although the Buddha's relic could not be recreated, its strengthening effects were faithfully transferred to his left hand. The right hand retained the assimilation magic ability derived from the Ortenroth's curse. His body was extraordinarily filled with magic and vitality, so much so that it resembled a high-tier phantasmal species like Pegasus with exaggerated life force from another realm. Whether it was due to Justy's unreserved dedication or the integration of the Lesser Grail, a permanent, side-effect-free, Heaven's Dress, was implanted in Shinji's body. This allowed his physical body to self-repair even if damaged, and also restored the two noble phantasms destroyed by Broken Phantasm, showcasing Justy's thoughtful care. The only dissatisfaction was that some aspects were a bit overdone, particularly the tear ducts. Large tears kept falling and wouldn't stop no matter what. Justy's, you fool. Big fool. If you liked me, you should have said it sooner. That way, I could have responded to you earlier. Justy's, listen carefully, I like you, I've always liked you. I like your cold goddess demeanor when we first met. I like the gentleness you showed after understanding human hearts. I like your seriousness when teaching magic. I like your confusion when encountering things you don't understand. I like your unintentional glances when you look up from reading. I like your helplessness when you make mistakes. I like the intimacy when we're connected. I like our mutual understanding when working towards a goal together. I like you. I like you. I like you. I like you, 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 I like you. I, Shinji Matou, like you, Justy's Lizric von Einsburn. I want to say more, I want to tell you more. So, I'm sorry. Watching you fall into danger, ignoring you, ignoring the Holy Grail war, I can't do that. So, even if I'm very satisfied with this body, even if I've finally touched the third magic, even if my skills are inferior, even if I'm scared to death, even if I'm letting down those who are still waiting for me, I won't leave just like this. I will risk everything to find you because you're the only family I have in this world. Without you, I would truly be all alone. Clenching his fists tightly, the pure white world finally faded away, along with the despair in his tearful eyes, replaced by unparalleled determination. Let me say it again, wait for me, I will come back to get you soon. Chapter 535, Chapter 535, Confession. 1184 words. The white world dispersed. The vision was restored to its original state. It was still the somewhat dim underground altar, still surrounded by a crowd of masters and servants, and in front of him was Fiori sitting in her wheelchair. However, all the good intentions in everyone's eyes had turned into surprise and doubt. The golden cup in Fiori's hand had disappeared, and her posture had changed from holding the golden cup to pressing her right hand with her left hand. That was where the command seal, the proof of the bond with her servant, was located. Black assassin, you. Fiori's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Shinji's somewhat changed face. Jean had the same expression. Just now, both of them had sensed something unusual through the bond between master and servant and the privileges of the ruler. I'm sorry, Fiori. Shinji knelt on one knee, gently holding Fiori's hands with his own, and said apologetically. Although some unexpected things happened, you are still my master. I will help you achieve your wish, so please continue to support me and lend me your strength. What exactly happened? Our contract, how did it break? And your condition? This? Shinji lowered his head, looking at the spotless white spiritual garment woven by the third magic on his body, his eyes gentle. It's a gift from a woman who acted on her own. That foolish woman, I like how she looks in white, but that doesn't mean I want to wear white myself. Foolish woman. Fiori found she couldn't understand what Shinji was saying at all. What's going on? To put it simply, I became human, similar to how Amakusa Shiro Tokisada was before. You should understand now, right? I see, it's incarnation. Jean was the first to react. But incarnation should only be a miracle triggered when a servant touches the Greater Grail, shouldn't it? Normally, yes, but this time someone used a lesser grail to release this magic. As Shinji spoke, he moved his body a bit. Just a stretch and an endless stream of power emerged. Now he was even stronger than he was as a servant. But the stronger he became, the heavier his heart felt, as if Justice had attached her own life to him to give him this strength. Ah, the fool you mentioned earlier. The foolish woman. Artoria had good manners and didn't say the term, but Shinji had no such reservations. Even if Justice heard it and got angry, as long as she got angry at him, Shinji would let her handle it however she wanted. I know you don't understand what I'm saying, and have many questions about me. Since everyone is here, let's clear it all up in one go. You remember everything? Fiori's eyes lit up instantly. Yeah, sort of. I've more or less touched the Grail. Shinji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't debunk this lie. Your true name is? Matou Shinji, never heard of him, right? That's to be expected. I'm neither a hero nor a historical figure, just a slightly special magus. As soon as he finished speaking, Gourds clapped his hands. Among the Igmalenia family, he was the only one who had contact with the three founding families, so naturally, he found it familiar. Darnik was already dead. Matou. Why does that sound familiar? Ah, isn't that one of the three founding families that created the Holy Grail system? Originally known as Makiri, they changed their name to Matou after moving to Japan. Are you a member of the Makiri family? Yes, but not from this world. My existence is very unique. To explain it clearly, we have to start with the origin of the Holy Grail system, and the Einsburn family. Shinji then began to educate everyone on the history of the Einsburn family, from the birth of Justice to the visit of Makiri Zaldjian, the creation and construction of the Holy Grail blueprint, Justice becoming the Greater Grail, the start of the Holy Grail War every 60 years, and finally, the Third Holy Grail War, where one of the masters, Darnik, used Nazi Germany's power to cripple the three founding families and seize the Greater Grail. Afterward, he shifted the topic to parallel worlds, ending with his own experiences. This explanation took over an hour, even with Shinji intentionally glossing over the last 2 points. Despite this, it still left everyone in awe. Comments like, I never knew the Einsburn family had such a past. 2,000 years, such persistence. Wow, the clan leader was so impressive when he was young. Oh, parallel worlds exist. This is the first time I've heard of it. What? The consciousness of the Winter Saint Maiden hasn't dissipated and even has some kind of connection with you. So Perseus is your ancestor. You're really lucky to have obtained his noble phantasm. You've already participated in a Holy Grail war. So that's how you obtained the other 4 noble phantasms. I think I remember Gilgamesh throwing out 4 noble phantasms. You managed to pick them up. As expected of my master. And so on. Of course, Shinji hid the part about traversing parallel worlds, instead claiming that one day Justice was summoned by another Holy Grail, inexplicably crossing over, and brought Shinji, with whom she had a contract, along. After careful examination, they found out that there was a problem with the Holy Grail war in this world, and their emergency system seemed to have some issues, thus seeking aid from themselves in another time or space. After understanding the situation, they decided that Justice would stay in the Greater Grail to monitor the system, while Shinji, as a servant, would participate in the Holy Grail War to uncover the truth. Being the creator of the Holy Grail system, Justice knew how to utilize the rules to the fullest extent, allowing Shinji to become a master as a servant and summon Artoria. This explanation sounded far-fetched and unreliable, but Magi and servants believed it because magic itself is beyond common sense. The more improbable it is, the more it aligns with their understanding. Achieving this also demonstrated the miracle of the Greater Grail as an omnipotent wish machine. As for the Ig Millennia family's concern about the original Seventh Master, Sagra Hayoma, Shinji claimed ignorance. The only one who knew the truth, Rikuta Reika, wouldn't expose him. When summoning Jack the Ripper and Artoria, Sagra Hayoma was reduced to ashes, naturally unaware of what happened. Fiori, Calls, and the others didn't care much either. After all, that guy, like Seal Nike, practiced black magic, had a twisted personality, and took pleasure in torturing and cursing others, disliked by most Magi. Sagra Hayoma's only ally, Seal Nike, seemed distracted for some reason, so whether she heard it or not was another matter. Seeing no one raising any objections, Shinji quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He got along well with most of the Black Faction's masters and servants, and didn't want their relationship ruined by a scoundrel. That's my story. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Chapter 536, Chapter 536, Collapse of Faith. 1058 words. Fiori, who was just within arm's reach, raised her hand slightly. In other words, you're another ruler. Shinji nodded. I'm merely carrying out a similar mission. I don't have the privileges of an adjudicator. On the contrary, I can act more freely, participate in battles, and even pursue the Holy Grail. Even so. Fiori looked at the man in front of her with a rather complicated expression. I've summoned a special servant. I don't know whether to call it luck or misfortune. Whether it's luck or misfortune, there's one thing for sure, I can fulfill your wish. After Justice's parting confession, Shinji seemed as if he had been jolted awake, experiencing a tremendous shift in his mindset, which also transformed his entire bearing from the inside out. To think you would say something like that, especially after losing the Greater Grail. Fiori couldn't fathom where Shinji's confidence came from. I won't deny that we've lost the Greater Grail, but there are other ways to fulfill wishes. To put it bluntly, I can heal your legs. If you don't mind, I'd like to do it as soon as possible. Wait a minute. What did you say? Could you repeat that? The sudden good news made Fiori doubt her ears, and Calls was equally incredulous. I said I can heal your legs. Are you sure? Why didn't you say this earlier? Because I couldn't do it before. To be precise, before I became what I am now, I couldn't do it. Your leg condition isn't a disease in the strictest sense, it's a unique constitution that neither magecraft nor modern medicine can alter. If it were possible, Teacher Chiron wouldn't have been at a loss. As Shinji spoke, he glanced at Chiron, who nodded in agreement. So, you placed your hope in a miracle. That was the right move. As far as I know, only the third magic can achieve this. Specifically, it involves removing the aberrant parts of your magic circuits, and creating a new, flawless connection using the information inherent in your magic circuits. The principle is simple, and the procedure isn't complicated. It's not hard to accomplish with a basic understanding of the third magic. Easier said than done. That's magic we're talking about. Even the top magi might not touch its edges, Calls muttered. You're right, which is why I said I couldn't do it before. But now it's different. That fool Justice used the Lesser Grail to create my body, and imbued it with her third magic. Now I can weave Fiori magic circuits, thanks to the connection between us. That's wonderful, sister. Calls, still retaining a youthful heart, danced with excitement. Ah yes, it is. Fiori also smiled, though her smile carried a hint of reluctance and disappointment. This subtle feeling wasn't noticed by Shinji, who turned to look at the two servants standing closest to Fiori and Calls, who were once their enemies. By the way, I haven't asked. You haven't disappeared after 3 days, so you must have re-established a master-servant contract. With whom? You can see for yourself, Achilles said as he moved closer to Calls, while Atlanta stood behind Fiore. This was the most natural development. Having lost their masters, the two, if they didn't want to disappear, had no choice but to find new masters and re-establish their contracts. Chiron was Achilles' teacher and the person he trusted most in his life, so it was only natural for him to acknowledge Calls as his master. Atlanta had vowed purity to Artemis, and her preference for a master was females over males, chaste females over unchaste females. Given that Fiore had no certain experiences and had a calm demeanor, she was undoubtedly the best choice. Please take care of me, Miss Atlanta. Shinji waved at Atlanta with a smile, but Atlanta snorted, flicked her beast ears and tail, and ignored Shinji. It seems she's still holding a grudge against me. But I was telling the truth. This statement immediately earned a glare from Atlanta. Her new master was indeed excellent, but the only flaw was having to work with someone who had desecrated the great moon goddess. And now this guy was showing no remorse. Did he think she couldn't do anything about it? Truth, is it? I recall you said if it was false, you would let me deal with you. Yeah, so what? Very well. Black Archer, you once studied under the great gods Artemis and Apollo, isn't that right? That's correct. Chiron, who was called out, looked bewildered. Would you dare to repeat the slanderous words you said about the great Artemis to Black Archer? I advise you not to do that. You don't dare. So you admit your guilt. Atlanta pressed on relentlessly. You're forcing my hand. Although Shinji was a bit flustered, he decided to go all out and began revealing various gossip about the gods. Artemis, the moon goddess, is a love-struck natural type who is hopelessly in love with the playboy Orion, and she's extremely jealous. Apollo, the sun god, is a super-sister complex who prevents all men from approaching his sister. You even dare to slander the great Apollo. Atlanta was trembling with rage. Don't rush to get angry. Ask Chiron-sensei first. Sensei, did I say anything wrong? Well, possessing divine wisdom and known for his sage and wise nature, Chiron seemed a bit troubled. Go ahead, Sensei. Speak, Black Archer, expose this sinner's crimes. With both pairs of eyes on him, Chiron's hesitation grew. Archer, just say it. I'm quite interested too. Calls's words became the final straw. All right, though it's not quite appropriate for me to say, since it's the master's request. How should I put it? Assassin's words are indeed somewhat excessive but not false. I know a bit about Orion's story. If the sun god hadn't plotted to kill him, he probably would have married the moon goddess. Gods are often more emotional and extreme than humans. The sun god and moon goddess are no exception. Their excessive protectiveness and possessiveness led to this tragedy. Although Chiron tried to phrase it carefully to avoid overly damaging the god's image, everyone could hear the underlying truth. Shinji was telling the truth. Atlanta's vision darkened on the spot. Great Artemis. Great Artemis. Sis, pull yourself together, sis. Chapter 537, Chapter 537, An Impossible Wish. 1192 words. Atlanta's faith crumbled, which was unavoidable, given how she had idealized Artemis. However, the gods of ancient Greece, truth be told, were far from virtuous. In modern society, anyone with even a cursory knowledge of Greek mythology holds little regard for those shameless and unscrupulous deities. For a devout believer like Atlanta, who shut herself off in her world like an ostrich, or rather, a reclusive cat, it was one thing. But actively seeking out answers, especially from someone as knowledgeable as Chiron, was bound to end disastrously. Though he understood this, seeing her pale face and drooping beast ears and tail, Shinji couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Are you all right? I did warn you not to idealize the Olympian gods too much, but you wouldn't listen. Shut up, Matou. Shinji. Achilles, ever the loyal little brother, stood up for his big sister. Who do you think is to blame? If you hadn't run your mouth so much, Big Sis wouldn't be like this. Ah, my fault. Shinji turned to Fiori. Fiori nodded. Your fault. Shinji then turned to Artoria and Jean. Both nodded, with Jean adding. Though not entirely, you are at fault. All right, I'm at fault. I apologize, Miss Atlanta. Please, you must pull yourself together. An insincere apology is better left unsaid. Hearing Shinji's apology, Atlanta's dim eyes regained a slight spark. Forget it. After what happened last time, my resolve has somewhat strengthened. Even if my goddess is as you say, I won't give up. I will seize the Greater Grail, stop Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, and create a world where all children can be happy. Achilles quickly chimed in. Well said, Big Sis. I'll help you. However, Shinji interjected again at this moment. Sorry to interrupt, but I need to break in here. What now? Achilles shot him a hostile look. The essence of the Greater Grail is the accumulation of 60 years of massive magical energy, and the materialization of souls as its core. Besides the preconstructed path to the root, all other wish-granting mechanisms are based on these 2 points. And what of it? Your intelligence and comprehension. Shinji rubbed his temples. Are you Chiron's most prized student? Huh? Are you looking for a fight? Achilles, with his explosive temper, was about to lose it, but fortunately, Chiron stepped in. All right, Achilles. I understand what Shinji is trying to say. You mean that this wish-granting device isn't intelligent, it only follows the direction given by the wisher, right? As expected of Teacher Chiron, that's exactly what I meant. Based on my understanding of the Greater Grail, it's essentially a device that shortens processes. As long as the wisher proposes a feasible plan, it uses magical power to carry it out, yielding results in an extremely short time. Conversely, if the wisher doesn't have a way to achieve the wish, it won't happen. Take Fiori wish, for example, restoring the normal function of her legs without losing her magic circuits. There are many ways to achieve this result, like the surgical plan I suggested, replacing her legs with new, normal ones, or directly altering the function of her legs to separate the magic circuits from the physical functions. These are all feasible, the key is which method she prefers. But Miss Atlanta, while your wish is indeed noble and admirable, I'm afraid I can't think of a way to achieve it. Just because you can't think of a way doesn't mean others can't. Teacher, you must have a solution, right? Achilles turned to Chiron for guidance, but this time, he didn't get the response he hoped for. I don't have a solution either, so, in the end, it's just an all-purpose wish machine, not omnipotent. It's a cruel reality. Hearing Chiron's answer, Atlanta collapsed to the ground as if all her strength had left her. First, the idealized image of Artemis shattered, and then she was told that the Grail couldn't fulfill her wish. Within a few minutes, the 2 pillars that supported her crumbled completely, a blow perhaps even greater than Shinji losing Justice. Achilles panicked, Big Sis, it's okay. Even if that guy and teacher can't think of a way, don't lose hope. There might still be other ways. But even Achilles didn't believe his own words of comfort, let alone Atlanta. In sheer helplessness, he turned his gaze back to Shinji. It's your fault Big Sis ended up like this. You'd better come up with a solution or you're dead. Again with me. Fine, I'll take the blame. Shinji didn't shy away. Telling Atlanta the truth about the moon goddess and shattering her faith was a spur-of-the-moment mischief. But regarding her wish, he had been deliberate. It feels terrible, doesn't it? I understand. You understand? Shinji squatted down, meeting Atlanta's gaze. Yes, I do. Like you, I saw all my plans fall apart, and lost the most important person to me. It's an awful feeling, being overwhelmed with regret and self-reproach, even wishing the world would end. I even lashed out at Artoria and Jean who came to check on me. It was pathetic. You wouldn't want to end up like me, would you? Don't underestimate me, assassin. Atlanta's eyes cleared. I may be having trouble accepting this right now, but that doesn't mean I'll run away from reality. So, what are you going to do? Keep searching until I find a way. A hero indeed. Shinji genuinely admired her. After the Greater Grail was taken, his own state of mind was problematic, especially after Shiro revealed his identity as a transmigrator, making him feel like he was sleepwalking. If not for Justy's heartfelt confession, he might have been stuck forever. Yet Atlanta quickly adjusted her mindset, and found a new direction. At that moment, Shinji deeply felt the gap between himself and a hero, not in terms of strength or ability, but in mindset, or what Gilgamesh often referred to as caliber and style. In that case, would you like to hear my opinion as a modern person? You? Go ahead. It's simple. Start from scratch with what's within your reach. If you can't bring smiles to all the children in the world, start with one child. Save one child at a time. You could open an orphanage to take in orphans, or set up a foundation to help impoverished children who can't afford an education. It depends on how you want to approach it. This suggestion hit right at Atlanta's heart. She couldn't help but grip Shinji's shoulders, her eyes shining. Are you serious? Of course. This is something every modern person knows. The key is whether you want to do it, and if you have the means to do it. How exactly should I do it? I don't have experience in this area, nor do I have any foundation in this world, so I can't say for sure. But that's okay because someone does. Who? Our master, Fiori. Master, do you know? Atlanta sprang up like a big cat, fixing her gaze on Fiori. Fiori's mouth twitched. How did I get dragged into this all of a sudden? Chapter 538, Chapter 538, Are you leaving? 1143 words. Shinji's words were not without purpose. Seeing Fiori's inquisitive gaze, he smiled and said, I don't know much about the era you lived in, but I can be certain that the social rules of the Age of Gods are different from those of the modern age. Though I hate to admit it, in the modern world, the most indispensable things for achieving anything are not willpower or determination, but money and power. Money and power. Atlanta was taken aback. Growing up in the forest and being self-sufficient for years, she had no real concept of these things. Yes, without these two, you'll find it nearly impossible to accomplish anything. Orphanages and foundations all need to be built on these foundations. If you want to help more children, your strength alone is not enough. This is where sufficient influence comes in. And to support these children, you need enough money. In this society, everything from food and clothing to shelter and transportation costs money. Without money, it's impossible to survive. That's simple. Achilles was about to speak while rubbing his fists, but was interrupted by Shinji. Don't think about solving problems with violence. Although the average power level in the modern Magus is indeed not as high as in the Age of Gods, high-end combat power is not inferior. Servants are strong, but they are far from invincible. The Mages Association, the Holy Church, certain special families with inherited powers, the 27 dead apostle ancestors, old monsters residing in hidden realms, and the national agencies of the world government can annihilate servants. The difference lies in the cost and whether it's worth it. Most of these top organizations or individuals in the world of mysteries stick to one principle, not to interfere with the mundane world. Money and power are the core rules of the mundane world. Using force indiscriminately will inevitably attract their combined attacks. At that point, your lives are a small matter, but the children being left without support is a big deal. You wouldn't want the children, whose smiles you've just regained, to lose them again, would you? Atlanta asked, so what should we do? That's why we need Master's help. At this point, Fiori finally understood Shinji's intention. While servants are strong, they lack a social foundation. To achieve anything, they must rely on modern people, and Fiori is that reliance. Compared to those giants, the Ygd Millennia family might not seem like much, but they are the shadow rulers of Romania. Fiori, as the head of this family, controls countless resources, with money and manpower being the least of her concerns. After all, without these, the family could not sustain itself. Orphanages and child foundations could be easily established if she wanted to. It wouldn't take long for her subordinates to set things up. Using this small cost to bind a top-tier servant is undoubtedly a highly valuable deal. In simple terms, you just want Big Sis to continue relying on her master. Why beat around the bush? Achilles pouted displeasedly, but Shinji just smiled and looked at Atlanta. Don't say that. I'm merely offering a feasible suggestion. You can take your time to think about it. No need to think about it. Assassin is right, my wish is not something I can achieve alone, and master is indeed a good choice. Alright, since you say so, Big Sis, I'll help too. Two people are always stronger than one, you wouldn't mind, would you? No, of course not, Fiore quickly shook her head. It should be known that the Igmalenia family had already rebelled against the clock tower. If it weren't for the large number of servants gathered in Millennia Castle, the clock tower would have already launched an assault. The clock tower is waiting for the Holy Grail War to end so they can destroy the Igmalenia family at a minimal cost. Having Achilles and Atlanta stay changes the situation. With their strength, the clock tower cannot win unless they get serious, which would result in significant losses. The world of mysteries is not dominated solely by the clock tower. If the cost of fighting is too high, the lords of the clock tower will consider negotiating. By then, the Igmalenia family will truly hold the initiative. They can return to the clock tower with high status or join other factions, making a strategic advance or retreat. With the support of Achilles and Atlanta, Fiore can firmly secure her position as the head of the family, even if other servants remain. It's a win-win situation. Not against the arrangement itself but against Shinji's motives. What exactly do you gain from this? Don't tell me it's all for the Igmalenia family. You're not that type of person. Though Gord spoke with an unfriendly tone, his words were not wrong. Shinji was no saint, he would not do something purely for others without any self-interest. You're planning to leave, aren't you? Chiron had sensed something. Nothing escapes you, teacher. Hearing Shinji's sigh, Fiore's face instantly turned pale. Assassin, what's going on? Explain yourselves. Chiron continued his questioning. Are you going to find the Saint of Winter? Shinji nodded. Yes, I won't leave her alone. She's the only family I have in this world. Then, we can go with you, Fiore said anxiously. We must reclaim our Greater Grail. I don't think there's any need for that. Even if there is, there's no need to rush. Uncle Gord's remark left Fiore in disbelief. No need to be so surprised. Think carefully. The Lesser Grail is the essential key to activating the Greater Grail. Now that the Lesser Grail has indeed disappeared, the Greater Grail is just a locked treasure chest. It can neither grant wishes nor lead to the root. Given that, it's better to let the enemy hold it and draw the fire. If we want to reclaim it, we should wait. Let other forces make their moves first, and we'll quietly follow behind. This logic was sound and reasonable. A Greater Grail that cannot be activated has lost the value that masters and servants fought desperately for. Yet, as a creation of the third magic and the core of the Grail system, it would still attract covetous eyes from all sides, much like a hot potato, useless to oneself but highly sought after by others. The best way to handle this hot potato is to let someone else hold it. This not only diverts attention and reduces pressure but also provides an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Even Calls, who usually supported his sister, said, "Uncle is right." But. No buts. You are now the head of the Igmalenia family, and should prioritize the family's interests. Don't worry about me, your disobedient servant. I will handle the rest myself. Shinji shook his head seriously at Fiore. Chapter 539, Arranging Final Affairs. 1187 words. Of course, Shinji wanted to gather all the servants, make thorough preparations, and storm the Hanging Gardens together, overwhelming Amakusashiro Tokisada with sheer numbers. But that was just a beautiful dream. With the Lesser Grail, which served as the key, lost, Amakusashiro's plan to destroy the world using the Greater Grail had fallen through. The other masters and servants had lost their chance to fulfill their wishes. Only two might accompany him, Artoria, his servant and bearer of the mission of Counterforce, and Jeanne d'Arc, who as the ruler, intended to punish the culprit. Though Jeanne still retained her privileges, with the Holy Grail war now interrupted, she would not use her authority to forcibly command the servants. Moreover, even if convinced to use her authority, it wouldn't have any substantial effect. She only had one command left, while the other masters still had more than 2 command spells each, which could completely counteract it, potentially straining the currently good relationships. Since he couldn't force it, Shinji decided to go with the flow, arranging everything and everyone he cared about before heading to the battlefield without any lingering concerns. Yes, everything Shinji had done up to this point was about arranging final affairs. As a servant, he had the responsibility to fulfill his master's wish. So he would help her heal her legs. As a servant, he had the duty to protect his master. Therefore, in the event of his departure and inability to fulfill his duty, he arranged a substitute. Fiori trusted him greatly, treating him more like a friend than a servant, even risking her safety to accompany him. He couldn't let her take any further risks. Moreover, to make up for his previous deception and to ensure she lived better, Shinji would leave her some useful items. In addition to Fiori, he would also give certain rewards to those who genuinely cared for him and the servants. Calls, the gap between you and Fiori isn't as big as you think. It's just that you're not suited for the family's traditional spirit evocation magecraft. Your highest compatibility is actually with magecraft related to electricity. Electricity. Yes. How do you know this? Consider it a special ability of mine. Because of my arrival, I disrupted a fate that should have been yours, the existence with which you have the highest compatibility. He's talking about the original Black Berserker, Franchon. Well, the Ig Millennia family has an abundance of old magical traditions. You can pick one related to it and give it a try. It won't take much of your time, so why not? Ah, okay. When you try, consult teacher Chiron often. Although his magical abilities are restricted by his class, his experience and insight remain. His guidance will make your learning and innovation much more effective. Assassin, I. Because he had previously hindered his sister's actions, Calls thought Shinji would hold a grudge. He never expected Shinji to be so considerate. Alright, don't make that face. I'm not doing this entirely for you. The better you are, the better you can support Fiori. As Shinji spoke, he moved closer to Calls, finally whispering into his ear so that only the two of them could hear. Both you and I are well aware that Fiori is actually very soft-hearted, and not suited to be a magus. But she genuinely loves magecraft, so I'll have to ask you to handle some of the dirty work. I understand. You're more suited to be the head of the family than your sister. If you could switch places, well, never mind, it's not my place to say. As long as you understand. The most emotionally intelligent master of the Ig Millennia clan opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Shinji patted him on the shoulder and walked toward Chiron, bowing deeply. Teacher, with your wisdom, you probably already know what I want to say and do, so I won't waste words. I leave everything in your hands. Unlike Atlanta, who has a clear wish, or Achilles, who wants to help Atlanta, Chiron is wiser and more desireless. For someone like him, Shinji couldn't think of any way to compel Chiron other than sincerely asking for his help. Guiding lost souls is a teacher's duty. After a moment of silence, Chiron nodded in agreement. Without Darnik, the Ig Millennia clan severely lacks someone to act as their brains. With Chiron's promise, the last gap was filled. Shinji bowed again and moved on to the next person, Mordred. They didn't have much interaction, but for Artoria's sake, it was best to clarify some things. Mordred, what's your wish? What, are you going to try to question my wish like you did to Archer? Mordred grinned, provocatively showing a few teeth. So what if I am? Then you'll be disappointed. My wish is to pull the sword in the stone for the right to be king. Huh? Artoria was startled by Mordred's wish, and was about to say something when Shinji cut in. Give it up. You can't pull it out. What nonsense are you talking about? As someone who inherited King Arthur's bloodline, there's no way I can't pull it out. Mordred's eyes narrowed. Or are you saying I don't have the qualifications of a king? Shinji shook his head. It has nothing to do with bloodline, or the qualifications of a king. Then what does it have to do with? It has to do with Merlin. That sword can only be pulled out by Artoria. If I'm not mistaken, Merlin set it up that way when he prepared the sword in the stone equals test. No matter how great a king you are, it won't work, am I right, Artoria? Although Shinji's theory about the selection ritual was his conjecture, it was not a random guess. Based on his understanding of Merlin and analysis of that particular era, this answer was very likely true. Sure enough, Artoria admitted Shinji's claim. It's true. I only confirmed this with Merlin a long time later. TCH, that old trickster who loves playing tricks. If I ever get the chance, I'll cut him down, Mordred said, pouting. Saber, Kairi looked at his servant strangely, you don't seem to be upset at all. Mordred jumped up, huh? Are your eyes broken, master? How could I not be upset? But you don't look. Master, look closely. Mordred leaned in, only to be intercepted by Shinji's hand between them. All right, enough pretending. The reason you're not upset is that your wish isn't really to pull out the sword in the stone and become the king of Britain. Then what do you think my wish is? You want me to say it? Shinji's expression was playful. Mordred gritted her teeth. Say it or I'll cut you down. I might not describe it accurately, as I don't understand the thoughts of fools. But if I had to say, it's probably to pick up everything Artoria lost in becoming a king, waiting for the day she can lay down her burdens and show a smile as a human, not a king. Chapter 540, Kairi's decision. 2,806 words. Hearing Shinji's response, Mordred stood there as if struck by lightning, completely forgetting that Shinji had just called her an idiot. How did you know? Well, this was as good as admitting I was right. As expected, the Knights of the Round Table are just a bunch of King fans' knights, hopelessly devoted to their king. While silently making fun of them, Shinji casually replies, because I'm also a King fan, and I've met other King fans too, so I kind of get how you think. King fans? What does that mean? A fan is someone who likes something, and a King fans is someone who likes their king. In a certain circle that studies the legend of King Arthur, you guys from the Knights of the Round Table are called the king-loving knights. King fans? Liking the king. I don't know about those other guys, but I'm a rebellious knight. I hate King Arthur the most. Mordred made a show of gritting her teeth, but anyone could tell from her stiff expression and trembling voice that she was lying. Her master, Kairi Shishigu, covered his face with his hand, unable to watch. Shinji couldn't bear to watch either, so he chose to look away, turning his gaze to Artoria, though her expression wasn't much better than Mordred's. She had always thought that Mordred despised her, hated her, but now, King Arthur's simple mind couldn't comprehend the situation, and had effectively shut down. Hey, Artoria, Mordred just said all that. Aren't you going to say something? Artoria stammered, unable to say anything coherent. I really can't deal with you two. Fiori, prepare a room for them to talk things over. No need. We have nothing to talk about. I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Master, let's go. As she spoke, Mordred grabbed Kairi's arm and started to drag him out. They hadn't taken more than 2 steps when Shinji spoke up. Is running away really the best option? I am not running away. Mordred's eyes darted around. All right, I'll take your word for it, but there's something I need to remind you of. after I finish the surgery for Fiori, I'll be heading off to fight Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Artoria, as my servant and an observer for the counter-force, will come with me. What will happen then, no one knows. Whether Artoria will respond to a future summons is uncertain. This might be your last chance to see her. Don't you want to clear things up? Mordred wavered. Seeing this, Shinji leaned in and whispered into Mordred's ear, adding fuel to the fire. The current Artoria is no longer a king, and doesn't need to suppress her emotions. Understand? She might not acknowledge you as King Arthur's heir, but as Artoria's child, she won't deny you. Don't you want to be like other kids, to throw yourself into her arms and act a little spoiled? Mordred's face turned crimson in an instant. I don't want that. Really? Really? Say it again. I'll agree to talk to her, okay. All right, it's settled then. Remember, be honest and don't hide anything if you don't want to regret it. You're so annoying with all your nagging, Mordred muttered but didn't argue. Thank you, Matou Shinji, Kairi Shishigu thanked him on behalf of his servant. I just don't want to have any regrets. For Artoria, for Mordred, and for himself as a king fans. If you want to thank me, let's make a deal. What kind of deal? I know you have a precious specimen. I need you to use that to make 3 doses of serum. In return, I'll lift the curse on you. How do you know everything? Do you have some kind of ability to foresee the future? The specimen Shinji referred to was the Hydra larva that Kairi had obtained from the summoning department's head, Belphegor. Only the two involved knew about this, which was why Kairi was so surprised. If I could foresee the future, why would I be in such a mess? Good point. I agree to the deal, but I'll need a day to prepare. That's fine. Once you make the serum, I'll lift the curse. No need. The curse doesn't matter anymore. Kairi's decision took Shinji by surprise. If I remember correctly, this curse will. I am well aware of the curse's effects. Then why? This is the price I have to pay, the price the Shishigu family has to pay. I respect your choice, but in that case, the payment. No payment is necessary. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, glanced at Mordred. The anxious look on her face brought a slight smile to Kairi's lips. Unless you can bring the dead back to life, in which case, I'd be willing to pay any price. I don't have that kind of power, Shinji shook his head with a bitter smile. Even the Greater Grail can only save souls that haven't yet dispersed. Once they're gone for good. As expected, bringing the dead back to life is just wishful thinking. Kairi silently lit a cigar but didn't put it to his lips, simply watching the smoke curl and change. His mind was filled with old, almost moldy memories and a forever cherished face. In the Far East, where the Shishigu clan had settled, there was a cold, damp land almost always covered in rain or snow. Sunny days were few and far between, mostly confined to a handful of summer days. Most of the time, the land was shrouded in deep gray clouds. It was a desolate place where just surviving seemed to consume all one's strength. Although they were magi, they still needed to obtain food for survival. This was especially true for magi who had fallen into decline. Therefore, they had to start by earning the trust of the residents through mundane curses that barely qualified as magecraft. It's not too late, it's not too late, it's not too late. What do you mean, it's not too late? You're already finished. You've helplessly reached the end. Your magic crest is deteriorating, and your power has dwindled to less than 1/10 of its peak. With each generation, the magic circuits have become weaker and weaker. Soon, you'll just be ordinary people who know about magecraft. Humiliation, disgrace, and shame. For a magus, this was the most desperately avoided outcome. It wasn't about dying in the pursuit of understanding the abyss, or in a spectacular magical battle. No, it was simply about becoming a meaningless existence. This was the worst possible end. No, that can't happen. That absolutely can't happen. No, no, no. Like a child throwing a tantrum, they desperately sought help from familiar magi. Those who had benefited so much from them during their prime were now, without exception, showing them ridicule and contempt. What a pitiful family. You're already finished. What do you expect us to do for someone whose magic circuits are dying? It's sad, but this is the fate of a magus. No matter how many letters you send, your wish won't come true. In the end, the ones who fulfilled their wish weren't familiar magi. They made some kind of sorcerous contract with a near-demonic entity of unknown origin. Well, I can guarantee your prosperity. That guy said, laughing heartily. But this is just an advance. In the future, you'll still be cut off in an instant. Even so, the family made a decision. Before that moment arrived, they would conquer this magecraft. There were many methods they could use. Even if they couldn't do it themselves, they could pass it down to their descendants. One day, there was probably also some prejudice and disdain toward the sorcery of the borderlands. Their methods were primitive and crude, far removed from their aesthetic sensibilities. But on the other hand, the techniques were so simple and robust that they could be described as beautiful. How shallow they had been. The family began to inherit the knowledge, warning against the curse, and ordering their descendants to respond as quickly as possible. The time of prosperity was like a dream. Their theses were acknowledged, and the clock tower accepted the Shishigu family with undisguised amazement. Though they didn't know how it was done, they were welcomed warmly. Then, the downfall came just as suddenly. It wasn't a gradual descent down a slope, but more like being pushed off a cliff. A miserable end. No, it was a situation they had long anticipated, only, to their descendants, it seemed like a sudden disaster. Shishigu Kairi's fate marked the beginning of the end. Among the Shishigu family, he had the most exceptional talent, surpassing his father and reaching deeper mysteries of magecraft. As soon as he reached childbearing age, he was forced to marry. The family, never forgetting the curse, had to confirm as quickly as possible whether he could have children. Then, the family finally understood that it had begun. No, it's not possible. Kairi can't have children. Since there's no physical anomaly, this must undoubtedly be the result of the curse. How could this happen? It's finally starting. First, they tried various methods to see if he could have children. They used various drugs, held ceremonies, leveraged all their connections, and spent enormous sums to have magi skilled in healing check him. In the end, all attempts led to devastating results. Children could be born, but only for a moment, they died soon after birth. No matter how many times they tried, the children were born, died, and disappeared quickly. He and his wife quickly decided to divorce. With a cold gaze, she declared, "You are an amazing magus. Because you can even toy with your children." What she said was indeed correct, Kairi thought. Each child died the moment they were born, the responsibility lay entirely with him. No matter what he did, they died one after another, it was as if he had killed them himself. However, at this point, his wife's family also finally realized that the Shishigu family was facing a decline, so they quickly decided to withdraw. Kairi and his wife were, from a magical perspective, the perfect match. So the family was always adamant that the child must be born from the two of them. But things had come to this. They had no choice but to decide to adopt someone else's child. The Shishigu family had no retreat left. In any case, they had to make sure that Kairi Shishigu could somehow pass on the magic crest to another child. Whether it was a biological child or an adopted one, it didn't matter anymore. Even in such a situation, they still hadn't truly understood the true nature of the curse. The contract they had made should have been to abandon magecraft at the moment of Kairi Shishigu's birth. Giving birth to a child magus was fundamentally impossible. Without realizing this, they went to great lengths to find a distant relative's girl with high adaptability. When they arranged the first meeting, Kairi knew she was afraid of him and felt deeply frustrated. To further improve compatibility with the girl, Kairi lived with her. In that case, I can become a magus like you, brother. I'm really happy, she said, smiling. She was a weak-bodied, smart, and well-behaved girl. Every time it rained or snowed, her condition worsened. When she heard that transplanting the crest would make her healthy, she smiled happily. But until the transplant, she had to remain in poor health. Because there was no other way, Kairi read books to her bedridden self to pass the time. After becoming a magus, you won't read to me anymore. That's unfortunate, she said, lowering her head in disappointment. Kairi whispered to her, once you're healthy, you can read whatever books you want yourself. Seeing her puff out her cheeks and say, that's not what I meant, Kairi finally realized that she wanted him to read to her. Fine, I'll keep reading until you get tired of it. Hearing this, the girl finally smiled again. Both before and after. In Kairi's life, he had never experienced such a peaceful period. That kind of life. One day disappeared like magic without a trace. The body, which had turned purple, was sent for cremation. Following local customs, and more importantly to avoid polluting the land, they burned the body with fire. There were no tears, nor could there be any. The one who had always turned a blind eye to the possibility of this might happen was, without a doubt, Kairi Shishigu himself. Because he harbored the hope that maybe it will succeed. Because his father and the family's people all said there was no problem, he had the hope that maybe it really will be okay. All these reasons were just lies. It was impossible to hold anyone responsible for this. Because Kairi Shishigu wanted to become her father, it was this dream of his that tragically crushed the girl. That was the truth, and there was no other reason. Tears and apologies were now far out of reach. Kairi Shishigu silently accepted everything about the curse. He pored over books, almost driven mad with desperate thoughts, and in the end, he finally decided to accept this end. The rest of his life was just a matter of discarding his life. Even for a necromancer, the modern battlefield was still too dangerous. He was not a magus but something akin to a magic user, or perhaps entirely equivalent. However, none of this mattered to him anymore. It was as if a man who realized his death was near intentionally squandered all his accumulated assets. Whether it was sheer luck or a persistent refusal to choose death actively was hard to say. Kairi Shishigu barely managed to survive with half of his being intact. As for the other half, it had died along with the girl. Every time he bled and fell on the battlefield, he would recall. When I wake up next time, I can call you father. Ah, he had committed the sin of wishing for the girl to call him that. It was painful, excruciating, and exhausting. Dying would be easier. Then, he would clench his fists, spit out a mouthful of blood, and stand up again. As the years passed, his soft exterior had become as tough as steel, and his hand that wrote theses was marked with countless scars. He scavenged corpses, processed them, crafted spells, earned money, and then squandered it recklessly. He was guilty. Precisely because he was guilty, he had to continue living. He had not yet found a way to atone. At the very least, he had to experience something akin to death. And now, Kairi Shishigu encountered the Holy Grail. It was as if fate had led him to the Holy Grail. Reviving the dead was impossible, his knowledge as a magus told him so. The possibility was almost zero, his experience from countless battlefields declared this. But even so, perhaps there was something new to discover. With a semi-desperate mindset, suppressing the hope that began to swell, he reached out to the Holy Grail. This was the only reason the men sought the Holy Grail. It was an extremely ordinary and mundane story, one that could be found countless times in the world by just changing the circumstances. However, there was not a shred of falsity in this passion. It was a very insignificant, almost unconscious sense of dignity as a magus, as well as a hard-found means of atonement. In the deepest part of his instincts, he had clearly understood this. That was, Kairi Shishigu's place to die was here. But now, even this final hope was shattered, and he had truly lost everything. The man did not feel despair because, when his dream was shattered, he, like his partner, finally understood his true desire. What he wanted was simply for that girl, with her delicate and fragile smile, to be alive and smile at him. That alone would have been enough. He lived a half-dead life because he wanted her back. But her resurrection was utterly impossible, an irreversible fact. Precisely because of this, he was so reluctant to let go, and led a life of wandering aimlessly. With all hope severed, he would bear everything and slowly walk towards the end of his life. However, before that, there were still some things he could do. As the master of that troublesome guy, he could go crazy once for this fool, who didn't even properly understand his own wish. As the cigar burned out, Kyrie made his decision. At the very least, he couldn't let that guy end up in an irreparable state like himself. Chapter 541, Chapter 541, Stubbornness. 993 words. Shinji knew a bit about Kairi Sisigu's experiences and mindset. Since Kairi had made his stance clear, Shinji decided not to press further. Only two things remained to be addressed, or rather, one. However, the final matter at hand wasn't as harmonious. It would likely change the impression people had of Shinji, but for justice and the imminent battle, he had no choice. Miss Sealnike, where is Astolfo? The moment he stepped into the altar, Shinji noticed that almost everyone from the Black faction was present, except for one particularly restless individual. Restless people typically enjoy crowds and wouldn't miss such a gathering. His absence suggested trouble, which Selenike's unusual expression confirmed. He committed an unforgivable crime. I locked him up. What did he do? Selenike's answer was as Shinji expected. He could vaguely guess the nature of this unforgivable crime, probably related to a certain homunculus. After hearing Selenike's gritted teeth accusation, Shinji knew he had guessed correctly. Astolfo was a doer, someone who would act on his promises. Having agreed to help Sieg save the homunculus, he would unhesitatingly follow through. Of course, his rationality had evaporated. Although he intended to act, he probably didn't know how and decided to figure it out as he went along. Unluckily, just as he crossed the chasm created by Karna's noble phantasm, and approached the city gates, Sealnike intercepted him. By then, the Hanging Gardens had already seized the Greater Grail, and were slowly departing from the Trifas region. Seeing her servant being affectionate with a homunculus, a disposable, trashy thing, infuriated Sealnike. Astolfo was someone she admired and desired, yet here he was, smiling in a way he never had in her presence. Her jealousy spiraled out of control, amplifying the twisted darkness in her heart. She resolved to use her remaining 2 command spells to force Astolfo to kill the wretched homunculus. The thought of seeing Astolfo's anger, humiliation, reluctance, and regret would provide her unparalleled satisfaction. The vision of the noble knight breaking down in despair, shedding bloody tears, while she licked his tears and tormented his fading body, making her shiver with uncontrollable pleasure. Yes, this was what she craved. She had no interest in the war or the Grail. This was her true desire. Astolfo, I will utterly defile you. However, Darnik's orders were absolute. The Mun had ruled the Ig millennia for 60 years with unchallenged authority, and those who defied him met tragic ends. Compared to the irreplaceable ecstasy of her dreams, her life was more precious. Only by living could she savor it all. Death meant losing everything. As a black magus who thrived on torment and curses, she understood this better than anyone. Thus, she had to abandon her near-reachable desire, her best chance to debase Astolfo, and take both him and Sieg back to the castle. Astolfo, of course, refused to comply. Despite his pleas, Sealnike remained unmoved. Even his final attempt at resistance was suppressed by a preemptive command spell. Given Selenike's atrocious personality, her command spell orders couldn't be as simple as stop, cease, or don't attack me. For her, if she was going to use a precious command spell, it had to cause Astolfo pain. Her order was for Astolfo to personally deliver Sieg to Avisbron. This was the outcome Astolfo had desperately tried to avoid and least wanted to see. Although Astolfo, with his noble phantasm, the magic universal book, had A-rank magic resistance and could barely resist the command spell, it was still a struggle. To resist the command, Astolfo had to focus all his attention, without any distraction, or else his body would move involuntarily. The coercive power of the command spell only dissipates once the order is executed. In other words, if the command is not carried out, the coercive force remains, leaving Astolfo without free will even for a moment. Ultimately, Silniki used curse magic to strip Sieg of his ability to move, took both him and the immobilized Astolfo back to her workshop, and bound them both to instruments of torture. They could see each other constantly but were powerless to act. Soon, the servants who had attacked the Hanging Gardens returned, bringing news of the deaths of Darnik and Vlad III. With the clan leader's death, the orders binding Silniki vanished. Unfortunately, Silniki still couldn't act on her desire to torment Astolfo and Sieg, as Roche had already informed Avisbron of her capture of Sieg. Now that she had fallen out with Astolfo, she no longer had the means to oppose Roche and Avisbron. All she could do was pray that the damned homunculus wasn't suitable to become the Atom's core. Regrettably, things did not go her way. Sieg was confirmed as a viable core. Selenik's painstaking efforts resulted in a bargain where she could keep Sieg in her workshop for a few more days, not to harm his body but to use him to torment Astolfo. Silniki couldn't possibly reveal all these details, but from what she did share, Shinji could piece together most of the events. The subsequent developments were also predictable. Not harming Sieg's body didn't mean not breaking his spirit. Over those 3 days, Astolfo and Sieg must have endured immense humiliation and suffering. When Avisbron decided to activate his noble phantasm, Silniki would use her final command spell to force Astolfo to place Sieg into the golem, witnessing him being consumed, and despairing until he ceased to exist, unless an external force intervened. So that homunculus and Astolfo are still with you? Hearing Shinji's question, Selenik's face flushed with excitement. Yes, it's quite impressive. I didn't expect that frivolous guy to resist for so long, and that homunculus is stubborn. But they won't be able to hold out much longer. I think so too, because there's no need for them to struggle anymore. Shinji turned away, hiding the cold glint in his eyes, and spoke. Artoria, go to Selenik's workshop and bring Sieg and Astolfo here. Chapter 542, Chapter 542, A New Contract. 1170 words. Artoria, go to Selenik's workshop and bring Sieg and Astolfo here. Understood. Artoria executed her master's command without hesitation. Though she wasn't privy to the details, the nauseating smell of blood emanating from Silniki, and the vile expression on her face repulsed the noble and righteous king of knights. Selenik's reaction was slightly delayed, but she quickly pointed at Shinji, shouting angrily, "What do you think you're doing? What do you think?" Shinji turned around slowly and narrowed his eyes at the furious and frightened Silniki. You'll find out soon enough. In the next second, a flash of silver light. Ah! Silniki looked in disbelief as blood spurted from the severed end of her once delicate and beautiful wrist, like a faucet left open. Her right hand was gone. With just one strike, her right hand was effortlessly severed. The carefully maintained fingers and nails, and more importantly, the command spells on the back of her hand, all vanished from her right arm. Ah! Ah! Screaming hysterically, Silniki flailed her still intact left hand, trying to reclaim what she had lost. However, before her left hand could even touch the right hand held by another, she screamed again. Her graceful body flew backward like a ragdoll, crashing hard against the stone wall. Compared to the suffering of the homunculus you tormented to death, what is this pain? But Silniki couldn't hear these words anymore. Due to severe blood loss and a kick from Shinji that struck her abdomen, she had already passed out by the time her back hit the stone wall. Assassin! A slender figure appeared behind Shinji, only to be blocked by a flash of red lightning. You'd better not make any sudden moves, Black Caster. Red Saber, what is the meaning of this? Avisbron turned his head, looking at Mordred, who was pointing her large sword at him from a distance. Mordred grinned, her face showing blatant hostility. Nothing much, just can't stand your actions and that of the Black Magus. Why? because I'm also homunculus. While I don't have any special feelings for the homunculus here, your actions still piss me off immensely. I want to cut you both down. Mordred didn't fully understand what was happening, but she could discern Sealnike and Avisprin's attitude towards the homunculus, and that was enough. I see. Avisprin's voice was emotionless, but his master, Roche, was trembling with fear nearby. Master, Fiore calls, are you just going to stand there and watch? Assassin. Fiore still had a look of confusion on her face, seemingly unable to process the sudden turn of events. How Shinji, who was usually all smiles and easy to talk to, had suddenly turned hostile and violent. Shinji, who was called out, shrugged at Mordred. Can you put the sword down first? I have something to say to Castor. Mordred thought for a moment and nodded. Although she didn't put the sword away, she rested it on her shoulder, which was enough of a gesture for Shinji. Castor, I know you are different from that woman. But sorry, you have your goals and I have mine. I want you to give up on Sieg and use Sealnike as the core. I've already picked out the best location for your noble phantasm. And if I refuse? Then we'll have to fight. Avispron looked at Shinji, who was holding the immortal slayer scythe, and then at Mordred, who had her large sword on her shoulder. His fingers twitched slightly. It seems, I have no choice. No, actually, you do have one more choice. At this point, Shinji glanced meaningfully at Roche. But to be honest, that choice is even worse than using Sealnike as the core. If you dare to make that choice, you'll kill me. No. Shinji shook his head. You don't care about your own life. What you care about is your noble phantasm. So, I will destroy your noble phantasm. Believe me, I can do that, even if it's fully activated. I understand. I agree to your terms. I hope you keep your word. Don't worry, when have I ever failed to keep a promise? As they spoke, Artoria returned to the underground altar with Sieg and Astolfo. The two looked the same as they had 3 days ago, showing no signs of physical harm. However, their pale faces and lifeless eyes indicated their dreadful mental state. This scene deeply moved the onlookers, breaking their previous attitudes of either detachment or hesitation about stopping Shinji. Among them, Chiron felt the most gratified. With his wisdom, it was easy for him to foresee the fate awaiting Astolfo and Sieg. He had remained silent because a great enemy was at hand, and he didn't want to cause a split in their fragile alliance. He was a sage, not a king, lacking the authority to suppress internal conflicts and lead a faction. Thus, he resorted to this way of avoiding exacerbating tensions. Of course, he hadn't done anything. Every night, he would secretly sneak into Selenike's workshop to ensure Astolfo and Sieg's safety while pondering a way to save them without disrupting the alliance. In retrospect, he felt he had been overly cautious. With the Lesser Grail gone and the Holy Grail war interrupted, he no longer intended to stay silent, but he couldn't bring himself to be as decisive as Shinji. Perhaps that was his limitation. Chiron sighed inwardly and approached Astolfo and Sieg. He placed his hands on their foreheads, releasing a cool, refreshing aura. This aura revitalized Astolfo and Sieg's eyes, bringing back some of their lost vigor. I'm sorry. Chiron apologized softly. Astolfo's lips moved, trying to speak, but he couldn't utter a word as all his mental strength was focused on resisting the command spell's command. Just hold on a bit longer, it will be over soon. With that, Chiron stepped back, making way for Shinji, who addressed the two with a serious expression. I ask you, are you willing to become Astolfo's new master? I. Sieg hadn't expected this question from Shinji and stammered, unsure how to respond. Don't think about why or how it's possible. Just answer if you're willing or not. If you can't speak, nodding is fine too. Ignoring all other concerns, the answer was already in Sieg's heart. I am willing. Good. Astolfo, are you willing to become his servant? Astolfo nodded vigorously without hesitation. I knew you would say that. Drink from the cup, and your sins will be forgiven. This is the blood shed for many, the blood of the covenant. This feels like a wedding ceremony. LOL. This was a secret ritual passed down within the Holy Church. Kyrie Kotomine had used it once to transfer command spells to Kanath, and Skathak had deciphered its mysteries and taught it to Shinji. Amid solemn chanting and intense pain, the command spells from Selenik's severed hand were transferred to Sieg's arm. The circuits forcibly opened, forming a causal link between the two. Hereby, the contract is established. Chapter 543, Chapter 543, Gord's Transformation. 1042 words. Although the master had changed, Selenik's command spells were still effective. However, Astolfo no longer needed to resist them. The command was to hand Sieg over to Avisbron. So they would hand him over and then take him back, simple enough, especially with Shinji and Mordred watching Avisbron, preventing him from going back on his word. Once the effect of the command spells wore off, the two, having narrowly escaped death, embraced each other tightly. Seeing their faces pressed together, more affectionate than newlyweds, Shinji became even more resolute in his decision to send them to the Netherlands to get married. But before he could make a teasing comment, Sieg suddenly collapsed to the ground. Being a recently created homunculus, Sieg was nowhere near as resilient as a hero like Astolfo. His body and mind were very fragile, and the 3 days of imprisonment and countless mental torments had pushed him to his limits. The only reason he managed to complete the ritual was due to his longing for Astolfo, and the unknown skill Chiron had used. After ensuring that both he and the most important person in his life were safe, his mental resolve waned, and he could no longer hold on. For an ordinary human, this state would simply require some rest for natural recovery. But Sieg was different. He was a homunculus, a mass-produced humanoid battery. Due to cost considerations, his body parts, aside from the magic circuits, were low-grade, barely passing. Not only did he have a short lifespan, but his recovery ability was also poor. Reaching his limit meant irreversible damage. At this moment, Sieg's breathing was erratic, and his heart and lung functions were rapidly declining. Continuing like this wouldn't be life-threatening, but whether he could live normally as before was uncertain. Hearing Chiron's diagnosis, Astolfo's tears flowed instantly, filled with guilt and anxiety. "It's all my fault, Chiron, please save him." "I'm sorry, I can't help," Chiron sighed with a bitter smile and glanced at a short, stout figure who had approached unnoticed. "However, you might have a way, Mr. Gords." Gord snorted and nodded. "It's just organ dysfunction. Adjusting his condition to rely on the magic circuits should suffice. This low-grade model's only decent aspect is its magic circuits. What seemed impossible for a human was easy for a homunculus." Chiron wasn't lacking in ability, just experience in this area. "Don't you dare call him a low-grade model," Astolfo glared fiercely at Gord's eyes red. "He is a low-grade model. By the standards of homunculus, he doesn't even qualify," Gord retorted, locking eyes with Astolfo. "If it weren't for Darnik's orders, I wouldn't have created such a useless low-grade model, except for its low cost. I don't care about the standards of homunculus. I only know that Sieg is an outstanding person, the best master." Astolfo clung tightly to his new master, unwilling to let go for even a moment. "What you think is irrelevant to me. But I must remind you, if you keep holding him like that he might die." "Ah." Astolfo then noticed that Sieg's face had turned from pale to ashen. His respiratory system was already compromised, and being hugged tightly with servant-level strength. I'm sorry. The master is a low-grade model, and the servant is, never mind, arguing with you would be beneath me. Ryder, if you want to save him, place him in the center of the altar, lying flat. And you, over there, go get my toolbox." The last sentence was directed at the homunculus guarding the entrance to the altar. Interestingly, the homunculus showed no reaction at all. Gord's face twitched with irritation. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" The female homunculus standing to the left of the entrance, holding a poleaxe, finally turned her head and replied, "I have a name, it's Tool, and you gave it to me. I hope you'll address me by my name." "You. I'll call you whatever I want. If you don't want his condition to worsen, go get it now." "Fine, for Ryder and Sieg's sake." With a haughty toss of her head, the homunculus named Tool briskly walked away, leaving Gord's gnashing his teeth in frustration. Ugh, that wretched creature, has she forgotten who created her? Finally calming himself, Gord's found another pair of deep blue eyes staring at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, just curious what could have happened to change you like this. If my memory serves, you used to see them merely as tools." "I still do. But if you see someone clumsily cleaning, you'd want to correct them, right? It's the same thing. If you saw an idiot using a vacuum cleaner in the bathroom, anyone would get annoyed." To be honest, it was a decent analogy, but it made Shinji smirk. "I mentioned tools, but you said someone cleaning. Cleaners are people too. Your phrasing shows you've started to see homunculi as people." "Something must have happened, what was it?" "It's none of your business." "Hey, you didn't deny it." "Truly, after 3 days, one must reassess you." Gord's knew he couldn't outtalk Shinji, so he chose to remain silent, not wanting to be further provoked. However, Shinji wasn't planning to let him off. In his memory, Gord's transformation happened due to Siegfried's sacrifice and Sieg's influence, among other events. But now, with Siegfried standing right there and Sieg having been imprisoned upon arrival, what had happened? "Come on, speak up. It's not like it's a bad thing. Don't push him, assassin. Master won't respond to you. Even if he acknowledges it in his heart, he won't admit it verbally. That's how he is. Siegfried." A hand rested on Shinji's shoulder, and the words spoken by its owner completely overturned Shinji's perception of him. Siegfried was the kind of servant who passively accepted orders, never acting on his initiative. But now, what exactly happened during the 3 days I was unconscious? Shinji's curiosity was piqued. What had caused this change in the master-servant pair? Siegfried didn't remain silent like his master. Through his deep voice and the additions from Fiori and calls, Shinji finally learned the answer. Chapter 544, Chapter 544, The 3 Days of Coma, Part 1. 1191 words. Although Sieg's intervention led many homunculi to stop fighting and return to the castle, and despite Shinji's arrangements that sent Spartacus into the sky, greatly reducing the impact of the explosion, the situation was still dire compared to before the battle. 1/3 of the homunculi lost their lives, and more than half of the survivors were injured to varying degrees. Fortunately, among the surviving homunculi, those influenced by Sieg held an overwhelming majority. They might not have Sieg's luck or the guidance of several servants to develop a strong will, but they were gradually shedding their cold, machine-like mentality and starting to think independently. Led by the first homunculus who had contact with Sieg, the homunculi formed a small group dedicated to rescuing their comrades. Housekeeping homunculi cleaned out rooms to accommodate the wounded, while medical homunculi, organized in shifts, provided various emergency treatments. Combat homunculi split into 2 groups, one cleared the collapsed parts of the castle to rescue more comrades, and the other stood guard at the perimeter, not only against potential enemies but also against the magi who were supposed to be their masters. The leader of the homunculi group, who later received the name Tool, led a team drawn from various models into the core of the workshop, where the battery-type homunculi were stored in incubation tanks. They cut off the supply tubes with battle axes, removed the magic-absorbing machines, and after wiping down the bodies with bedsheets, dressed them and placed them on stretchers. When it came to calmly and efficiently performing tasks, the homunculi with the highest qualities carried out their work meticulously. Not all those rescued from the incubation tanks were survivors, some had their mana completely drained and were ultimately discarded. They were likely consumed during this large-scale war. The homunculi did not place these sacrificed comrades on stretchers, but wrapped them in the sheets used for wiping their bodies, hoping to mourn them properly in the future. Although the other homunculi had relatively weak emotions, they could somewhat endure it. However, witnessing their comrades' lives vanish before their eyes planted the seeds of sorrow in their hearts. The homunculi battery system was the most important asset of the Ig Millennia family, so it was inevitable that Gourds discovered Dahl and the others' actions. When the enraged Gourds, along with Fiori and Calls, rushed to the workshop and saw the homunculi standing ready, treating them as enemies, Gourds trembled with fury. He was angry. To him, homunculi were tools. Their roles had been predetermined: mana supply, combat, chores, all decided long ago. But now, such an incident had occurred, and as their creator, how could he not be enraged? He was hysterical, shouting curses, almost ready to destroy the homunculi blocking his way with his own hands. Yet, despite his outburst, not a single homunculus retreated or showed fear. They might have expressed their thoughts verbally, but their stance conveyed everything. They wanted to live and refused to be drained of mana until death, even if that was their assigned duty. When Fiori asked them what they planned to do next and revealed that they had very short lifespans left, the homunculi fell silent once more. They were well aware of their nature and knew that even if they gained freedom, they didn't have much time left. Unlike the homunculi used for chores and mana supply, the combat homunculi underwent special adjustments for battle. This made them quite exceptional in terms of combat capabilities, such as strength and mana. However, this came at the cost of a shorter lifespan. They were beings with compressed lifespans, created solely for the battlefield. Yet, they still wanted to act, still wanted to live, not just for themselves but also for their comrades behind them. This was something they learned from the homunculus who had given them the right to choose, and it was the first thing they truly wanted to do. So they would not back down. Nor would Gourds. The situation reached a stalemate. It wasn't until Calls, unable to bear the atmosphere, muttered softly, "At this point, there's probably nothing more for them to do anyway." Although he was immediately scolded by Fiori, everyone knew he was speaking the truth. The Greater Grail had already been moved to the Hanging Gardens, and the homunculi, as mere foot soldiers, had no means to reach it. As the distance increased, the importance of the homunculi battery system would diminish. Servants could not be too far from their mana sources. Once the Hanging Gardens left Trifas, this support system would become useless. Given that, why should they escalate tensions over these homunculi who had little time left and were destined to be discarded? In the end, the Magi left. They neither harmed the homunculi nor agreed to free them. As they departed, Gourds kept shouting insults like trash, inferior products, and useless failures, repeatedly saying, "You'll regret this." In his anger, he didn't realize that regret was a human behavior. The moment he subconsciously said it, he had already started to see these homunculi as human. Soon, the servants who had gone to the Hanging Gardens returned, bringing back a series of shocking news. After a brief period of shock, panic, and turmoil, the Ig Millennia family began a new consolidation. With Darnik's death, Fiori assumed the role of patriarch as the heir, taking over the reins of power. Assessing the current situation, Jean proposed allying with all remaining forces, announcing a temporary halt to the Holy Grail War. They aimed to protect the Lesser Grail, reclaim the Greater Grail, and prevent the world's destruction. The plan was to resume the war after defeating Amakusashiro and his group. They established new contracts with Achilles and Atlanta, who had lost their masters. Efforts were made to treat the injured and poisoned servants, restoring their combat capabilities as quickly as possible. A new defense system was set up to prevent enemy ambushes. They reached out to family members scattered across various locations to gather intelligence and monitor the movements of the Hanging Gardens. The events at the Hanging Gardens were reported to the Holy Church and the Mages Association. Though these two pillars of the mystical world would likely shirk responsibility, claiming it was personal actions unrelated to their organizations, any help in this potential world-ending crisis was welcome. In this busy atmosphere, the homunculi's issue was pushed to the back of everyone's minds. It wasn't until Gourds, after a day of busyness, lay in bed that the scenes he had pushed aside returned to his mind. The long-held theories and the resolute, unyielding homunculi. The short lifespan and the will to survive. Emotionless tools and the determination to protect comrades. These contradictions clashed violently in his mind, almost causing it to explode. Many times, he told himself not to think about it, but he just couldn't stop. After downing 2 bottles of red wine, hoping to drown the persistent images, he found it had the opposite effect, making him more awake. Tossing and turning, he finally stopped avoiding it. He donned his coat and walked towards the large room, where the homunculi resided. Chapter 545, Chapter 545, The 3 Days of Coma, Part 2. 2,101 words. Not sure if it was because the Magi deliberately ignored them to make the homunculus drop their guard, or some other unknown reason, Gords found that he wasn't met with any resistance. Quietly cursing, useless fools, not a hint of vigilance, Gords walked into one of the large rooms where the homunculus lived. The scene caught his eyes and made him feel extremely anxious. Although this wasn't a new occurrence, this time the anxiety felt even more abnormal to him. The room, originally meant for living, had been turned into a sick room. On the floor covered with white cloth, many wounded lay at specific intervals. Several medical homunculi moved among them, continuously performing various treatments. Their sweat showed how hard they were working. However, their effort and the results were not proportional, as most of the wounded's conditions continued to worsen. "I'm fine here, go treat the others," a badly injured homunculus said with a smile to another homunculus. But. It's okay as long as the bleeding stops. I am also a medical model, I know how to handle it. Once I recover, I'll join you in treating everyone. Sorry, I need to rest for a while. Please wake me in 5 hours. A homunculus said, closing his eyes. He had been working for 18 straight hours. Homunculus only need 5 hours of sleep. But it seems my body has become quite exhausted. This feeling of deep sleep, it's the first time. Sorry, I'm really at my limit. Don't worry about it, you've done very well. Like a patient on their deathbed, the homunculus lying on the ground gently patted the arm of the dejected homunculus who had lowered his head. Seeing such a scene, Gord's sense of urgency became even stronger. The homunculus lying on the ground was one of those confined to the magic supply tanks. Because of her congenital defects, she never had the chance to appear before anyone and could only die silently here. Fools, fools, fools. Every single one of you is a fool. Gord's teeth were grinding loudly, and he couldn't help but curse out loud. Immediately, the homunculus assumed a defensive posture. A tall, dark-skinned man materialized and stood between Gords and the homunculus. Saber, it's fine. He can't hurt me. Gords waved his hand, signaling Siegfried to step aside. Strangely, Siegfried, who always obeyed his master's commands, did not move this time. Instead, he turned to face his master. Saber? Master, please save them. Stop joking around, Saber. Treatment. Why should I? As if remembering something, Gords cut himself off mid-sentence, his face displaying an incredulous expression, as if he had witnessed a nuclear explosion right in front of him. Wait, how do you? From that long conversation onward, the understanding between master and servant deepened. On the night before the battle, Gords had even seen Siegfried's dreams, deeply experiencing his heavy and hollow life, and consequently fully recognizing what kind of person Siegfried was. He was a prince of the Netherlands, a great hero who slew dragons. Brave and noble, he earned countless honors. Men flocked to serve under his name, and women devoted their unwavering love to him. The hero responded to their expectations as well. He had almost no time to rest, continuously seeking battles. No, it was not that he sought battles, rather, battles never released him and his immense power. From the Nibelungen tribe, he received the mythical great sword and bathed in the blood of the evil dragon Fafnir, gaining a body of steel. An invincible sword and an invincible body, it was only natural that countless battles sought his participation. His career was spotless, his life dazzlingly brilliant. However, he was too much of a hero, overly heroic. Whenever someone requested his help, he would respond. Whenever anyone knelt and begged, he would surely grasp their hand. If someone asked him to slay a dragon, he would kill the dragon. If someone wished to win a beauty without violating anyone's will, he would rack his brain to find a way to fulfill that wish. In this process, there was no distinction between good and evil, it was simply a way of living like a wish-granting machine. He always believed that as long as he did this, it was enough. Good and evil were ultimately just matters of perspective. Therefore, even if a corrupt official cried to him about their family being killed, he would take revenge for them. However, if no one made a request, he would ignore even the desperate poor whose homes were destroyed. Because if he did not, it would never end. It was impossible to encompass the entire world within his arms. So he just kept responding to requests, adhering to this decision. Actions were not based on his will, battles were not his preference. Amidst all this, the hero suddenly realized, he had no idea what he was hoping for. Neither hope nor dreams existed for him. He couldn't even envision his future. While others saw the hero as their ideal, the hero himself had lost his ideals. What a deception, like gears that couldn't mesh together. Responding to requests and losing sight of what he sought was, of course, an inevitable result. Even though he was lost and confused, he still believed that there would be something to gain at the end of this path, that there would be something to find at the finish line. The hero had no choice but to continue fighting. He had never faced defeat, and he couldn't do so. Since victory was what was sought after, no matter how much suffering and despair he had to overcome, he always firmly grasped victory in the end. Victory, victory, always victory. I hope you can help defeat that monster, please save our village, please defeat our enemies, I want that mountain, I want that beautiful woman, I want that country. There were as many wishes as there were people, and only those who made requests saw their wishes granted. He was basically a holy grail, named hero. And that was fine, so the hero thought. Because being thanked by others was a joyous thing. Seeing others beg him with desperate expressions, their hearts moved him naturally. So he continued doing this, eventually even accomplishing the great feat of slaying a dragon. But somewhere in his heart, there was always a hole. A hollow space, vast and empty. Even though he deeply loved humanity. Even though he deeply loved the world. Yet this emptiness could never be filled, no matter what. Even in death, becoming a heroic spirit, and being summoned back to the present world to participate in the Holy Grail War. He still carried this emptiness, persisting in his life as a wish machine, and a hero. How sorrowful, incomprehensible, and yet how dazzling. Compared to him, Gourds felt very small and couldn't agree. What's the point of living like a machine? Can such a life truly be called human? Siegfried didn't respond, because he didn't know how to answer, only stubbornly persisting. Gourds scolded him, even kicked him a couple of times out of frustration, but the hero silently endured. In the end, Gourds, helpless and in despair, said, "At least find one thing you want to do, unrelated to anyone else's requests." Siegfried agreed. "So this is what you want to do?" "Yes, master. After you scolded me, I thought a lot. Although I still haven't found what I'm hoping for, I am certain that stubbornly adhering to my ideals, ignoring the weak who cower in front of me just because they haven't asked for help, and turning a deaf ear to their cries, abandoning them, such ugly and evil behavior is definitely not what I am aiming for." This was certainly the change Gourds wanted to see, but Siegfried's request left him dissatisfied. Why these useless idiots and fools? These short-lived, insignificant, foolish beings who can't even handle the simplest tasks have nothing in common with a renowned hero. Facing the irritable Gourds, Siegfried calmly answered, "Because they are weak, master. A knight should help the weak." Ryder made me realize this again. That idiotic knight. Gourds gritted his teeth again. "What if I refuse? Then I'll do what I can for them. I have some knowledge about treating external wounds," Siegfried said as he picked up a roll of bandages. But before he could take more than 2 steps, Gord snatched the bandages from his hand. Master. Fools. They are fools and you are a fool too. This won't work. Godesser knelt to check the pulse of a homunculus lying on the ground. He then tapped their arms, shoulders, and collarbone sequentially, as if understanding something. He nodded and then ordered the homunculus to open their mouth. Although it doesn't show on the surface, their respiratory organs are underdeveloped. The breathing aid is set inside the magic supply tank. Go get it. Ha! Seeing another homunculus' confused expression, Gords glared at them and shouted, I won't say it again. The homunculus hurriedly said, I'll get it right away, and ran into the hallway. What is it? Didn't you refuse? I said if I don't help, how would you, a fool who only knows how to fight, and this group of fools who only know how to treat external wounds and resist mental control, know how to treat underdeveloped respiratory organs. I never taught you that. Even if they're just tools, it would be a waste to use them so meaninglessly. More importantly, that way, your life wouldn't be spotless anymore, just a servant. Where's the life in that? I must be out of my mind. And so, while grumbling and complaining, Gords treated the homunculus injuries with incredible efficiency and astonishing skill. Siegfried quietly assisted him, and the two of them worked tirelessly until the next morning, adjusting all the homunculus. After that, Siegfried would periodically visit the homunculus, sometimes alone, sometimes asking Gords to come along. As Siegfried deepened his interactions with the homunculus, he made new requests, such as providing basic guarantees for the homunculus and extending their lifespans. Although Gords appeared annoyed, he ultimately reluctantly agreed and, under fiori witness, established a new contract with the homunculus, a contract of employment. The work for the homunculus remained the same, assisting Magi with various tasks. In return, the Ig Millennia family would provide living quarters and basic necessities, ensuring basic human rights, prohibiting casual beatings, and forbidding the use of homunculus for human experimentation. Gords, the creator of the homunculus, was required to name all surviving homunculus, starting with the current representatives. Additionally, there were clauses regarding the servants. The mana-supplying homunculus agreed to share the load, but unlike before, where a single homunculus bore the full burden of mana supply like a consumable, the load would now be distributed in segments among a group to prevent any homunculus from being drained to death. Correspondingly, the servants were obligated to protect the mana-supplying homunculus from harm. The contract was formalized with a legally binding document, signed or confirmed by blood from representatives of both sides. An interesting incident occurred during the signing process. Those familiar with Gords knew that he wasn't inherently bad, just had a foul mouth that often got him in trouble. So he got hit. The homunculus leader, Tool, hit him because he kept mocking everyone during the signing negotiations. He insulted everyone present, including Siegfried, with terms like idiot, fool, and moron. It got worse when he tried to use these terms for the homunculus names. The homunculus leader couldn't take it anymore and struck him in the stomach with an axe, threatening him. If you dare to give us lousy names on purpose, I'll use this to trim your belly fat. Gords, unwilling to back down, wanted to retaliate but was too close and too obese. The homunculus leader, specially designed for combat with excellent physical abilities, easily overpowered him and even mocked him. In this aspect, she truly was Gord's daughter, inheriting his demeanor. Although you are a decent alchemist, you should change your arrogant and conceited nature to avoid causing trouble for Lord Siegfried. Gords was so angry his teeth hurt. This is a nightmare. If I had known, I would have added some restrictions to prevent your rebellion. Tool's response was also amusing. With your skills, you probably couldn't have done that anyway. In the end, Gords had no choice but to name the humanoid homunculus Tool, a plain name, while secretly thinking he would mock them to his heart's content when they were close to death. Chapter 546, Chapter 546, Unusual Circumstances. 1053 words. After Siegfried finished his account, Shinji surprisingly refrained from making fun of Gords. Acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. Although this was different from the storyline Shinji knew, Gord's ability to make such a decision indicated his change, which was enough. Moreover, with Tool, the sharp-tongued girl around, Gord's now had a nemesis. Someone could finally curb his foul mouth, and hopefully, his other bad habits would also diminish. Given this, Tootle couldn't just be left to die. They needed to find a way to extend her life. Not sure if the bits and pieces heard from Fiore could help, but well, might as well go all out and tell Gord's everything. If he could develop some results, there might be hope for extending Tool's life, which would also help Siegfried. After all, they would need him and Astolfo's strength later. Although spreading such precious information without the original person's consent wasn't right, as the big sister of the homunculus, she wouldn't want her excellent juniors to die prematurely. Besides, surviving the Hanging Gardens was uncertain, so it was best not to leave any regrets. Fiore, adjust your state, I'll perform the surgery now. Calls, go prepare a medicinal broth for your sister. Fatty, lend me your workshop's operating room. If you have time, assist me. Don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing. I'll compensate you with something you're interested in. Astolfo, you and Siegfried rest first. Once you've recovered, I have something I need your help with. Mr. Kyrie, please handle the serum. Achilles, Atlanta and Artoria, please assist with security. Avisbron, that woman is your responsibility. I want to see results within a day or face the consequences, no excuses, I know your preparations are complete. Teacher, please find a room for Artoria and Jean, if possible, could you keep an eye on Roche? I fear Avisbron might target him. The latter part was communicated directly through whispered thoughts, causing a momentary change in Chiron's expression, who then nodded. A noble phantasm is part of a servant, so to some extent, the compatibility of the core is the same as with Avisbron. Who among those present had the best compatibility with Avisbron? The answer was undoubtedly his master, Roche, also a golem magus. The atom activated with Roche as the core would be stronger than using Seal Nike. Completing the atom was Avisbron's obsession in life. Would such a person abandon a superior core for an inferior substitute? Neither Chiron nor Shinji could guarantee that. Chiron based his judgment on Avisbron's nature, while Shinji's concerns stemmed from the storyline. According to the plot, after the Black faction's defeat, Avisbron defected to the Red faction. He used Roche's admiration to have him secretly bring out the golem atom, then placed Roche inside the golem as the core, ultimately activating the noble phantasm. Although Avisbron hadn't switched sides yet and Roche still had 3 command spells, making such an event seem impossible, Roche's trust in Avisbron had reached a blind level. Avisbron could probably sell Roche, and Roche would still happily count money for him. Avisbron had already completed the preparations, yet he wasn't rushing to use Kleinike to activate the noble phantasm. This behavior only intensified their worries. Could it be that Selenike's capabilities weren't satisfactory to Avisbron? Of course, Shinji didn't care whether Roche lived or died. He had no interaction with Roche, who was at most a familiar stranger. However, this stranger held absolute command over Avisbron with 3 command spells, which was crucial. To assault the Hanging Gardens, Avisbron and his noble phantasm were essential. Shinji had to keep Roche tightly controlled, leaving Avisbron no opportunity whatsoever. Just as Shinji was compelling everyone to take action through requests, threats, or incentives, the only one he hadn't addressed, Jean, suddenly displayed an unprecedented panic, exclaiming, This is impossible." More than one person asked, "What happened?" "Just now, my class privilege showed that 5 new servants have joined this Holy Grail war." "What did you say? Are you kidding? 5 new servants? Are you sure you didn't misread?" Shinji frowned. "I understand the Holy Grail's summoning system well. Its limit is the 15 servants from the Red and Black factions plus the ruler. How can there be 5 more? But the servant status I saw was exactly like that. This is strange." Shinji knew Jean wouldn't lie, nor would she joke about such matters, but how could this abnormal situation be explained? "Can you see detailed information about these 5 servants? True names, classes, alignments, anything?" I can't see their true names, I need to see the servants in person for that. The classes are Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, and Berserker. They have no alignment, and all 5 are shown as deceased. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in confusion. The more information they received, the more perplexing it became. They could confirm that there were no unusual actions within Millennia Castle, otherwise, Jean would have noticed. So, the source of this anomaly could be determined, it must have been caused by Amakusa Shiro's faction. But the question was, what was the point? If the 5 servants were alive, they could still be used as combat power, but what use were 5 dead servants? Was it just to shock the opposition? To show off his presence? This joke wasn't funny. Although the opponent seemed to enjoy showing off, a person capable of driving himself to such lengths wouldn't pull such a pointless stunt. This meant that this abnormal event must have some significance. What was the meaning of these 5 dead servants? And why did they appear on Jean's servant list? Shinji couldn't figure it out. If Fiori were here, she might be able to see something. No, talking about this now was pointless. He had to rely on his strength. Since this path led nowhere, he needed a different approach. What would he do if he were in Amakusa Shiro's position? With this thought, his mind suddenly cleared. However, before drawing any conclusions, he needed to confirm one thing. Jean, think carefully, did these 5 appear as deceased immediately, with no gradual process? Yes, that's correct. Jean nodded confidently. When I detected them, they were already dead. I think I might have guessed what that guy's plan is. Chapter 547, Chapter 547, Working Together. 1,187 words. As a dedicated fan of the Type Moon series, a lore enthusiast, a transmigrator into the Matou family, and Justy's closest partner, Shinji possessed the most comprehensive and detailed information about the Holy Grail. Even Amakusa Shiro, also a transmigrator, couldn't surpass him in this regard. Given this premise and assuming Amakusa Shiro's goals remained unchanged, whatever Amakusa could think of, Shinji should be able to anticipate as well. Amakusa Shiro's current situation, possessing the greater Holy Grail, lacking the lesser Holy Grail, and facing enemies who were banded together for mutual protection, making his combat power relatively insufficient. If the enemies decided to hold their ground and defend, it would be extremely difficult for him to reclaim the lesser Holy Grail and hunt enough servants. At this point, anyone with a bit of intellect would consider some alternative methods. What if there was no lesser Holy Grail? Make another one. Is it possible? One of the main reasons Shinji was in such a hurry to kill Zoken was because Zoken planned to perform human modifications on Sakura, transforming her into another lesser Holy Grail, the Black Holy Grail. This was in Shinji's original world line, where the secrets of the Holy Grail were only known to the 3 founding families. In this world line, the method of creating a lesser Holy Grail was a semi-public secret. With Amakusa Shiro's abilities and the influence of the church, making or stealing one wouldn't be difficult. In Shinji's world, due to the uniqueness of the Holy Grail system, Zoken needed Dark Sakura to actively hunt down and capture servants' souls. In this world, where pseudo-Holy Grail wars were rampant, collecting servants' souls was easy. They could gather enough servants' souls first and then connect them to the greater Holy Grail. Considering Amakusa Shiro's noble phantasm, this wasn't difficult. This also explained why there were 5 servants, the capacity limit of the lesser Holy Grail, why there was no saber, a limitation of the pseudo-Holy Grail war, and why they appeared as deceased immediately upon logging into the servant list. Damn Darnik, it's one thing to steal the greater Holy Grail, but why spread the ritual's information to everyone? The more Shinji explained, the angrier he got, eventually leading to outright cursing. Fiori gave him a strange look. Why are you getting angry? Any of us can be angry, but you shouldn't be. Not only shouldn't you be angry, you should be happy. Why? Whether Amakusa Shiro has prepared another lesser Holy Grail, or not makes no difference to you. If he didn't do this, would you not go after him? Ah. Fiori's words were a wake-up call for Shinji. No matter what, Shinji would confront Amakusa Shiro to reclaim justice. The other masters and servants, however, were different. An inactive Greater Holy Grail had no value for contention, but if it could be activated, and was just a step away from becoming an omnipotent wish-granting machine, it was a different story. As long as someone had a wish to fulfill, they wouldn't give up on the Greater Holy Grail. Moreover, this wish-granting machine was currently in the hands of someone who wanted to destroy the world. None of the masters or servants present wanted the world to end. Amakusa Shiro's actions effectively bound everyone present to Shinji's cause. No wonder Gourds muttered, "I'm now seriously wondering if you and the ruler are colluding to deceive us." To this, Shinji vehemently denied, "How could that be possible? If I were colluding, I wouldn't have said those things to Mordred and Atlanta. Pursuing the Holy Grail would boost their combat power." Jean also solemnly stated, "I can swear to God that everything I have said is true." Moreover, the servants summoned by the Holy Grail should soon be able to sense the changes. Artoria followed up, "I can also vouch for Jean. Having participated in a previous Holy Grail war, I can vaguely sense that something is changing, and we don't have much time left." Quickly, those with skills like instinct and mind's eye, such as Mordred and Chiron, also noticed subtle anomalies. From that point on, no one doubted the veracity of what Shinji and Jean had said. Then there's nothing to hesitate about. Achilles clenched his fists together, a wild grin spreading across his face. "We'll storm the Hanging Gardens and take down those bastards. I've disliked that woman Semiramis for a long time. This time, I'll teach her a lesson. And that priest Shiro, destroy the world. He'll have to get past me first." "Exactly. For the sake of those lovely children, I won't let the world be destroyed. This has nothing to do with whether I want the Holy Grail or not." Atlanta bit her lip, her expression firm, and she didn't forget to glare at Shinji one last time. Mordred also joined in, Yeah, the world is so wonderful, and I haven't had enough fun yet. No way am I letting that bastard destroy it." Faced with the two women's targeting, what could Shinji say? He could only surrender meekly, "I'm sorry, it's my fault, I misjudged your noble intentions. Please be generous and don't hold it against me." "Then it's decided. We'll first reclaim the Greater Holy Grail together, and then decide its final ownership." Fiori made the final decision. Strangely, although they were about to head into a dangerous battlefield, her face showed no trace of solemnity, but rather a bright and cheerful expression. "No time to waste, let's discuss our battle plan right away." Most of the servants present had battlefield experience, and more than half had served as commanders, making the discussion of the battle plan highly efficient. "The enemy's noble phantasm, the Hanging Gardens, has been under our surveillance. Catching up to it isn't difficult. The problem is the height at which the gardens are floating. How do we get up there? I think my noble eagle can reach it. My chariot can also manage. And there's Pegasus. Additionally, I can fly using my feathered shoes, so I don't need to ride Pegasus, and I can carry one more person if necessary." 3 servants with mounts spoke up, but after carefully recalling the noble phantasm's appearance, Chiron shook his head. "The eagle and Pegasus can carry 2 people each, and the chariot can take a few more, but it's still a bit tight." Avisbron suggested, "I can create a large flying golem, but it won't have the speed or protection of a phantasmal beast, making it hard to withstand the garden's defenses." "Ah, I have a solution for that. I don't worry about magical attacks at all because I have a book that can counter any magic." Astolfo pulled out a book from somewhere, but ugh, if only I could remember the book's true name. Because I've forgotten it, I can't use its full power. What? You can even forget the name of your noble phantasm? Achilles found it unbelievable. Because my rationality evaporation kicks in, Astolfo stuck out his tongue playfully. How embarrassing, and you're supposed to be a writer. Chapter 548, Fiori Heart. 1198 words. How embarrassing, and you're supposed to be a writer. Faced with Achilles' question, Astolfo showed no shame. But I am a writer. Forget it. It's pointless to argue about this. Let's talk about this book. Indeed, this book contains immense magical power, but I don't feel like trusting this guy. It's true. I'm telling the truth, just believe me. Alright, enough fooling around. Shinji casually knocked on Astolfo's head. What this guy says is true. This book indeed has the potential to break all magic. I initially planned to have him escort me to the gardens. As for the true name, I happen to know it, Casseur de Logi still. Remember it well, don't forget it again. Oh. When you said it, I remembered. You're amazing, assassin, to even know this. Could it be that you know all servants' noble phantasms? It's just a coincidence. Everyone, remember this. Whoever is closest to him at the time, remind him. No matter how well Shinji studied the settings, he couldn't remember all the noble phantasms of every servant. He remembered this particular noble phantasm purely because it had a temporary name, and the romanized version of the true name was extremely difficult to pronounce, so he had practiced it several times to get used to it, leaving a deep impression. Knowing Shinji's background, everyone was used to his peculiarities and quickly moved on to the next topic. How do we deal with the poison? This is very troublesome. Semiramis is the oldest poisoner, theoretically capable of concocting every poison that has ever existed in history. If we don't resolve this issue, we risk losing members at any time. The Greater Holy Grail has already accommodated 5 servants, and if we add one more, it will be too late. Jean's words resonated with all the servants except for Astolfo and Mordred. The feeling of being suppressed by poison, and at the mercy of others was something no one wanted to experience again. For a moment, the entire underground altar fell into silence. Suddenly, Shinji exclaimed, "Ah! What? Did you think of a good solution?" Jean hurriedly asked. Shinji didn't answer but instead asked, "You just said there are already 5 servants, with 1 more remaining." "Yes, what's wrong?" "This is bad. Jean, Artoria, let's go quickly." As he spoke, Shinji grabbed their hands and rushed out. "What's happening? Where are we going?" "To where you used to stay. Jack is also a servant." Upon hearing Shinji's words, Artoria and Jean immediately understood. What does the Greater Holy Grail seek? It seeks the souls of servants, more precisely, the souls descended from heroic spirits, which are far superior in quality to ordinary human souls, regardless of their class. Servants like Shinji, who obtained their class by cheating, do not meet the criteria for the Greater Holy Grail even if they enter it. On the other hand, despite being pushed out of the assassin class by Shinji, Jack is undoubtedly burdened with the name of Jack the Ripper, possessing the faith-bestowed name of an anti-heroic spirit, a being opposite to heroes like demons or monsters. Her soul meets the criteria. Moreover, because she is a modern anti-heroic spirit without class enhancements, Jack is very weak, and any proper servant could easily kill her. If Amakusa Shiro finds out about her existence, it would be disastrous. Jack would inevitably die, fulfilling the conditions for the Greater Holy Grail to activate, and then the world would be destroyed. Now they could only hope that Jack hadn't been discovered yet, or that their actions were swift enough. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Wait, this is too slow. As Artoria spoke, she materialized her holy lance and threw it overhead. Let's not forget, when the Greater Holy Grail was taken, Semiramis used magic to create a large hole directly above the underground altar. Although it was later patched up by homunculus for miscellaneous tasks, 3 days were not enough to fill in a thickness of over 10 meters. With a casual thrust, Artoria undid the homunculus 3 days of effort. Under the sunlight, the 3 servants leaped out one after another. Wait, where are you going? Fiori hurriedly asked. To pick up my daughter. We'll be back soon. You guys continue the meeting. After saying that, Shinji flew up to the surface with his feathered shoes, while Artoria summoned her beloved horse, Dun Stallion, and carried Jean as they galloped away into the distance, leaving everyone else in bewilderment. Daughter? Wasn't that guy a servant before? How does he have a daughter? Could it be that his daughter is also a servant? But there are no more classes left. Maybe it's a noble phantasm. Ha, maybe it is. Didn't he say he'll be back soon? We'll know by then. You're right. Let's continue the meeting. Have you come up with any good solutions for the poison? Darnik seems to have some antidote and anti-poison mystic codes, said to be relics from the Age of Gods. Fiore, you should know where they are, right? Fiore, who was mentioned, did not respond and continued to stare blankly in the direction Shinji had left, muttering softly. Daughter. Sister, are you all right? Calls asked with concern. I'm fine. Fiore snapped out of it like waking from a dream, and patted her cheeks. What's the matter, Calls? Uncle Gords said you know where Uncle Darnik's hidden mystic codes are. I do know. I'll go get them now. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Fiore moved her wheelchair towards the exit of the altar. As her servant, Atlanta naturally followed to guard her. She no longer wanted to see her master face the tragic fate of being killed. However, this goodwill did not move Fiore, but instead brought a hint of disappointment. If it were him, he wouldn't just guard me but push my wheelchair, right? If we were in a hurry, he would even carry me. But having obtained a physical body, and no longer relying on my magical energy supply, would he still treat me the same way? After fulfilling his promise and healing my legs, would I never see him again? And then there's the daughter he mentioned. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that little girl who appeared in Saigasora. He had her protect Kairi Shishigu, probably for Mordred. She is Artoria's daughter, and that rebellion seemed to have other hidden details. Perhaps our actions were also used by him. Mother and daughter fighting side by side, what deepens their bond more than that? He puts a lot of effort into his servants' welfare. It's so ridiculous, always worrying about such things, a failed magus indeed. Although I have no right to criticize him, perhaps people like us were never suited to be magus from the start. But it's not bad, this feeling. Compared to being with a true heroic spirit, being with him is more comfortable. Our compatibility is indeed very good. As she confirmed this once more, a certain thought took root, and began to grow quietly in her heart. If you could stay by my side forever, how wonderful that would be. Chapter 549, Night Talk. 1201 words. Shinji now felt tired, very tired, extremely tired. He hadn't stopped for 36 hours straight, and both his body and spirit were at their limits. Picking up Jack and Reika Rikudu, helping them settle in. Checking Fiore leg and devising a detailed treatment plan. Adapting to the newly acquired third magic, repairing 2 damaged noble phantasms. Holding multiple meetings with Chiron and others to discuss various strategies for attacking the Hanging Garden. Currently, he is drawing the structure diagram of the Hanging Garden. With this, the success rate of attacking the garden would be much higher. One couldn't help but admire Type Moon's dedication to settings. In Semiramis's entry, there were detailed settings for her noble phantasms, including comprehensive textual descriptions and several large illustrations, including structural sketches and completed appearance diagrams. Shinji aimed to recreate these illustrations. Ordinarily, this would be an impossible task. Although the setting collection was detailed, recreating it years later would be feasible only if he had a legendary ability, photographic memory. Unfortunately, though he had done quite well in his past life, he was far from a genius, and naturally did not have such an ability. Fortunately, under Justy's sincere guidance, he had grasped a part of the third magic. The third magic is related to souls, and reading information recorded in souls is fundamental. Using this ability, Shinji maximized the excavation of his memories. As long as it wasn't completely deleted from his brain, he could dig it out, then combine it with what he saw and finally recreate it with his pen. For someone experienced in engraving runes and drawing various magic formations, this wasn't difficult. Though what he drew might not be aesthetically pleasing, it would certainly be accurate. Of course, recreating such a large hanging garden from memory and reality naturally wouldn't be quick. From dusk till now, he had just barely completed the external view. At this rate, it will take at least 12 hours. There are less than 30 hours left until the scheduled total attack, and I still need to make time for Fiori surgery and prepare materials for gourds, which means I have to keep pushing myself. He dropped the pencil, flexing his stiff fingers and joints, then rubbed his sore eye corners. I'm running out of steam. Do I have to lift the incarnation state? This intense fatigue was one of the few drawbacks of a servant's incarnation. A human body ultimately couldn't compare to a servant's. Even with superhuman physical parameters, it required food, excretion, and sleep to maintain itself, unlike a servant, who could keep going as long as they had sufficient mana. After hesitating for a while, Shinji shook his head. No, it's not the right time yet. Not to mention that it would increase Fiori burden, and the risk of surgery. The timing of lifting the incarnation itself is a trump card. I didn't expect using the Lesser Grail as a medium would bring such a surprise, nor did I expect those two to be willing to help me. Maybe I can make Semiramis and Amakusa Shiro suffer a big loss, if I can endure it. Thinking about this now is a bit premature. I should find something to refresh myself. Coffee. Turning his head, he saw 2 empty pots on the coffee table. Probably won't help no matter how much more I drink. Better get some medicinal soup, though it tastes awful, it's better than nothing. Standing up from the chair, he stretched. There was a knock on the door. Who could it be at this hour? Muttering under his breath, he opened the door. Papa. With a familiar call, a pair of small hands wrapped around Shinji's neck, clinging to him like a koala, even nuzzling against his neck affectionately. Ha ha ha, that tickles, Jack. Naturally picking up the girl's petite body, Shinji nudged her forehead with his nose. He, it doesn't tickle at all, Papa. Hearing the girl's soft voice, his highly strained nerves relaxed considerably. As expected, daughters are the best remedy for mental fatigue. Being so closely hugged by her, he suddenly felt a surge of endless energy. It's really strange, isn't it? Even though the time spent together isn't much, why does he have this heartfelt feeling of doting on her? Perhaps it's fate. Just like the first time he saw Sakura, the first time she called him brother, he wanted to protect her for a lifetime. Shinji's heartfelt sighs were unknown to the naturally innocent Jack, who spoke in a child's proud tone. Papa, are you hungry? Mommy and we made some delicious food for you. Now that you mention it, I am a bit hungry. What delicious things did you make? Aha, there's vegetable soup, omelette rice, and fruit salad, all made by Mommy and we. I see, Jack is really capable, and thank you for your hard work, Miss Reika. No, it's not hard at all being with Jack. The woman, carrying a tray, walked into the room with the father and daughter smiling at their affection. Her face had completely shed the weary look she had when they first met. Who would have thought that such a person was once a high-class prostitute? Besides, you're Jack's papa, and I'm Jack's mama. There's no need to be so formal between us. True, then I'll call you Reika, and you can call me Shinji, or even Papa. Shinji, who used to be somewhat reserved, now held a resolve to leave no regrets, so he wouldn't be bothered by such trivial matters. It's a pity that there are quite a few people who fit the role of the mom. Jack, why don't you tell us who your moms are? Mommy, you're the first, Toria Mama is the second, Jean Mama is the third, Fiori Mama is the fourth, and that's all. When saying, that's all, Jack had a very noticeable nose-wrinkling action. This made Reika reach out to pinch her nose, and Shinji wanted to pinch it too. Oh my, isn't there one more? No, there isn't. Mordred is Toria Mama's daughter, so she's our sister. Recalling the meeting between Mordred and Jack, Shinji couldn't help but laugh. At first, Mordred the father complex and Sundara tendencies flared up, as she circled around Jack baring her teeth, and saying all sorts of fierce things. Things like, it's not so easy to be father's daughter. Or, I'm the only legitimate heir of father. Or, if you want to call her mama, you have to get through me first. The scene was quite awkward for a while. But Jack only said one sentence, you're Toria Mama's daughter, so you're our sister. Hello, sister. This one word sister hit the mark perfectly. Mordred, who had never been called sister before, was instantly disarmed. All her denial, Sundara behavior, and jealousy vanished, leaving only a silly grin. Ha, sister, ah ha, someone called me sister, say it again. Sister. Jack was very obedient. Very good. From now on, you're my little sister. If anyone dares to bully you, just say my name and I'll chop them up. The stark contrast before and after made everyone laugh out loud, filling the meeting hall with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 550, Night Talk with Rekha. 1187 words. At the end of the matter, that Sundara Mordred drew her sword in a fit of rage, provoked by the laughter. However, Jack pulled her back with a simple, good children shouldn't kill people at will, and Artoria added, as her big sister, you should set a good example for Jack, which instantly subdued her. Just like that, Mordred gained a little sister, and she was utterly smitten by this sister, showing no reluctance whatsoever, demonstrating the powerful charm of Jack. However, I'm not talking about Miss Mordred, but someone else who likes you. Hearing Rekha's words, Jack wrinkled her nose even more and pouted. Humph, we don't like that person. Lying is not good, you know. I remember you like her ears and tail, don't you? Don't you want to touch them? Jack's body trembled and she murmured. But she said bad things about Papa. We don't like her and don't want to call her Mama. The person they were talking about was, of course, Atlanta. Considering her wish, it's not hard to see how much this ill-fated female hunter loves children. Jack, being so adorable, instantly touched Atlanta's soft spot. Moreover, knowing that Jack is essentially a collection of the grudges of unborn infants, sparked a strong sense of responsibility in her. It's no exaggeration to say that in terms of doting on Jack, Atlanta definitely surpassed Rekha, Shinji, Artoria, and Jean, and could even compete with Mordred, who had awakened her sisterly protective instincts. However, due to a series of events that had happened previously, Atlanta didn't have a good impression of Shinji. Although the misunderstanding of blasphemy was cleared up, and she was grateful for Shinji's suggestions regarding the orphanage and foundation, the deep-seated dislike couldn't be dispelled overnight. Shinji, being Jack's papa and her second favorite person after Rekha, inadvertently expressed some dissatisfaction, which made Jack dislike her. She refused to be hugged and ignored this ma'am, with beast ears and tail, whose cuteness was off the charts. Initially, Artoria, Jean, and Fiore all showed varying degrees of resistance to being called Mama, and even Rekha was taken aback. Only Atlanta actively requested Jack to call her that. Achilles objected to this, but it didn't matter much since the goddess and protector dynamic was usually in favor of the former. So when Jack rejected Mama Atlanta, Achilles was outwardly displeased but secretly happy, which was obvious to everyone. Atlanta was deeply affected, her ears and tail drooping for an entire day. During the operational meeting, she stared at Shinji with a resentful gaze. Shinji had been thinking about how to resolve this, but got distracted by the design plans, only remembering now. Jack, do you trust Papa? Yes, we trust you. Papa has never lied to us. Jack looked at Shinji with admiration, just like any daughter looking up to her father. It's hard to tell if it was due to the absence of the assassin class's malice or the good teachings of Rekha, Artoria, and Jean, but Jack was now just an ordinary girl with no signs of anything unusual. Then you don't need to worry about Papa. Papa can handle things with Atlanta. You shouldn't dislike someone you like just because of Papa. Putting Papa aside, don't you really like Atlanta? Jack tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, not really like, just a little bit, like we like Fiore Mama, but not as much as Mama and Papa. Saying that will make Fiore sad. Hee, we won't tell Fiore Mama, we'll only tell Papa and Mama. Upon hearing Shinji's sigh, Jack gave a mischievous smile, prompting both parents to lightly knock on her head. You little rascal. That's enough. You don't need to worry about Papa's matters. Just do what makes you happy, and if you do something wrong, Papa and the Mamas will correct you. Okay, then should we go apologize to Atlanta Mama now? We just saw her walking in the garden. Walking in the garden this late? Oh, I almost forgot, that's Atlanta. Feline creatures love nighttime strolls. Muttering softly, Shinji ruffled his daughter's hair. Go ahead, but be careful not to catch a cold. Okay. Papa, don't forget to eat too. Shinji immediately took action, grabbing the omuris and devouring it. Seeing her father wolfing down the food, Jack's eyes formed little crescent moons. Then we off. Goodbye, Papa, Mama. As they watched their daughter leave, Reika moved to sit beside Shinji and handed him a bowl of vegetable soup. You always know what to do. I've tried to persuade Jack several times, but she never agreed. That's because the root of the issue is with me. That child has changed so much compared to when we first met, all thanks to you, Reika. It's not just me. Artoria, Jean, and the others have taught her a lot. They say I spoil her too much. There's nothing wrong with spoiling her a little. But in the future... Shinji hesitated, and Reika's expression shifted slightly as if sensing something from his demeanor. Are you going to do something dangerous? You figured it out, huh? Yes. Bringing us here, formally requesting Fiori assistance, and especially encouraging Jack to get close to Atlanta. You're worried that if something happens to you or Artoria, and the others, there will be no one to take care of us. Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Shinji was genuinely impressed. Reika's intelligence and emotional insight were indeed formidable. I wish I could rely on you more. It's not too late now. It is too late. We have no room for retreat now. It's not about outsmarting anyone anymore but about strength. I messed up, holding a good hand and still ending up like this. It's disgraceful. What else can I do for you? Nothing. Just take good care of Jack. If we don't come back, make sure to comfort her. The bitterness on Shinji's face stirred an unprecedented impulse in Reika's heart. She didn't know. She only knew that she didn't want to lose the man in front of her, who had saved her and done so much for her and Jack. Despite saying she would repay him for the rest of her life, she had done nothing but take care of Jack and go on an international trip. Other than her deceased parents, she had never met anyone like this. Having seen the ugliness of human nature over the years, she yearned even more for the good side of humanity. Jack, Artoria, Jean, they had changed her, and she had changed them as well. And it all started with the man in front of her. No, I think there's something else I can do. What is it? Relieve your stress. Huh? I know almost all the ways to relieve a man's stress. How about trying it? You know my profession, so there's no need to worry. Whatever you want me to do, I can do it. With seductive eyes and a teasing smile, she whispered in Shinji's ear, the charm of that moment making his heart skip a beat. Chapter 551, Chapter 551, Night Talk with Artoria. 1254 words. From the slightly ajar door came the sound of rustling and intermittent moaning. Is it here? Yes, right here, ah. Push harder, a bit faster. Yes, right here, ah. Sugoi. You must think something R18 is happening, right? No need to deny it, that's what any normal person would think. Next, one might either blush and walk away or quietly hide by the door to peek. However, in this millennia city, there aren't many normal people, so upon hearing this sound, a certain valiant visitor directly pushed the door open. Master, I saw your door was open, what are you doing in that position? What position? On the sofa, a man and a woman, with the woman on top and the men below, both turned their heads simultaneously. It's Artoria. Oh my, do you want to try it too? Oh, it looks kind of interesting. Artoria, with one arm, crossed over her chest and the other hand under her chin, carefully examined the two. Don't misunderstand, the chivalrous king, pure and saintly with little difference from a saintess, certainly doesn't harbor any lascivious attributes, nor would her demeanor break the norm. The reason behind this seemingly compromising position has nothing to do with anything illicit, obscene, or impure. Firstly, the two had not undressed. Although Shinji wasn't wearing his jacket, that was something he had taken off a long time ago. Drawing diagrams while wearing the custom-made white coat from Justy's was indeed inconvenient. The so-called woman on top, men below position was Shinji lying on the sofa with Reika pressing on top of him, her thumbs pressing against his spine, shoulder blades, and similar areas. That's right, Reika was merely giving Shinji a simple massage to help him relax. This is one of the most classic ways to reduce stress, and Reika was particularly skilled at it. Of course, Shinji wasn't oblivious to Reika's hints. As Reika had said, he could do as he pleased without any burden if he wanted to. But he couldn't. Neither his body nor his mind would allow it. Justy's was in enemy hands, and he had no mood for such matters. Additionally, having worked non-stop for 36 hours, the accumulated fatigue made him somewhat powerless. For him right now, a massage was the best way to relieve his fatigue. After about half an hour, Shinji felt refreshed, while Reika was left panting and exhausted, repeatedly saying she couldn't continue. She hurriedly tidied up the tray and left. When passing by Artoria, she whispered, "I'll leave the rest to you." She wasn't truly out of strength, she just understood that, like herself, Artoria was also worried about this man connected to both of them. She had taken up enough of his time, it was time to leave. To be honest, she was a bit envious of Artoria. Natural, straightforward, and so radiant, spending time with her often made one feel a bit inferior. The only one who could probably match her was that saint, should she give the saint a little push. Just for a bit of harmless fun. Putting away her allure and charm, she returned to the increasingly familiar, unadorned state of a woman who had left the life of dust and walked towards the terrace at the top of the castle. There a blonde girl was gazing at the silent night sky. At this moment, she didn't look like the savior of the nation, but simply an ordinary girl troubled by certain things. After Reika left, naturally, only Shinji and Artoria remained in the room. Still feeling the soreness and numbness from the massage, Shinji didn't get up. He just shifted from lying face down to lying on his back. Artoria didn't mind her master's laziness. She had seen how hard he had been working lately. Honestly, compared to herself, he seemed more like the one carrying the mission of the counterforce, which made her feel a bit uneasy. And this side of Artoria was something he had never seen before, not that he wasn't aware she had this side. As a seasoned king chef, he remembered every version and every demeanor of the Night King vividly. But seeing it in person was another matter, especially in her rare Wani-san mode. Master. Artoria. Moved by each other's unusual states, they spoke almost simultaneously. Ah. You go first. This time, even their words were identical. The two exchanged slightly awkward glances and then laughed together. I'll go first then. As expected, they spoke in unison. Shinji couldn't help but sigh, indeed, we are in sync. I think so too. Now, I can proudly say like Mordred, I have the best master. Haha, you're making me a bit embarrassed. The best, I'm still far from it. He raised his hand first, not giving Artoria a chance to speak. Don't rush to refute. Just take you and Mordred as an example. As a master, Kairi would surely be right outside the room, concerned about Mordred at the first moment. I've dragged it out until now without asking you, failing as a master. Because you have more important things to do. Saying this, I too have failed as a servant. You've been so busy, and I couldn't do anything. At this point, Artoria looked a bit dejected. How could that be? When everyone else gave up, you stood by my side and fought alongside me. That's the best support one could ask for. Master. By the way, how did your talk with Mordred go? She's just a child, likes to show off, and being not straightforward is normal for her. If she said anything to make you angry, just take it the opposite way, and you'll be fine. Also, It's okay, we've already cleared things up. Seeing her master, who worried about her and nagged, Artoria felt warmth in her heart, and the stern lines on her face unknowingly softened. Cleared things up? Yes, we did. Why she rebelled, why she harbored hatred, why she showed that expression, and her admiration for me. Honestly, I don't think I'm that amazing. If I had realized Mordred's feelings earlier, perhaps Britain wouldn't have. Looking back, Sir Tristan was right, not understanding people's hearts as a king, The more Artoria spoke, the lower her head sank, until she was almost burying it in her chest. Seeing this, Shinji reached out and tapped her on the head. Shinji? That melodramatic guy was just venting. Don't believe me? Let's find a way to summon him, if we get a chance, and see what he says. From what I know, Lancelot and the others have been wanting to beat him up for a while, to stop him from spouting nonsense. Really? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, ask Merlin when you get back. There's hardly anything that's happened that he doesn't know about. The Round Table Knights like to have you around and are loyal to you, but just like Mordred, they're not straightforward. If only a bit of your straightforwardness could rub off on them. Whatever, it's been so many years, no point in what-ifs. Yes, it's been so many years, no point in what-ifs. Artoria sighed softly. She had long accepted the present world and no longer obsessed over overturning history. Still, some things, when recalled, remained vivid. Despite the bitterness and pain, they were her precious memories. Master, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. What is it? Why are you so kind to me? Chapter 552, Chapter 552, Night Talk, All Misunderstandings. 1093 words. Was Shinji good to Artoria? Absolutely. From their first encounter during the Holy Grail War to now, Shinji had always, consciously or unconsciously, considered Artoria's well-being without expecting anything in return. When they first met, he had Scathatch intervene to heal her injuries and fend off powerful enemies. During the king's banquet, he spoke boldly. Though his words sounded harsh and his actions seemed ridiculous, like a clown among kings, it was his way of shattering her illusions and helping her see reality. At the Fuyuki River, she battled the sea monster, and with Scathatch's guidance, retrieved her strongest weapon, lost in her previous life, curing her curse and ultimately destroying the sea monster. In the final battle at Ryuta Temple, he restored Lancelot's sanity, defeated their strongest enemy, Gilgamesh, and through her most valued knight, resolved her inner conflict, allowing her to accept the end of her life and find peace finally. When they met again, he recognized her immediately. Even after 5 years, he still cared deeply for her. He felt frustrated, thinking she hadn't let go of her obsessions, and saddened, believing she was bound by the counter-force. When he learned she had entered Avalon and found peace, his joy was something she still remembered vividly. During the subsequent Holy Grail War, although he wasn't by her side, he always arranged things well for her. Whatever she wanted to do, he would find a way to make it happen. And when Mordred, the rebellious knight who ended her reign, appeared, he did everything he could to resolve their misunderstandings, allowing them to interact like normal family members. What he did for her went beyond the boundaries of a master and servant relationship, more like longtime companions. At first, she thought so. But after talking with Mordred, she found something different. His feelings for her differed from those of Merlin, Guinevere, or the Knights of the Round Table. She wanted to know the answer to this, which is why she came to him. You're asking about that, huh? Hearing Artoria's question, Shinji's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Maybe it's because I like you. A few days ago, Shinji would never have admitted this honestly, even though this like was somewhat different from romantic love between men and women. He might have come up with some grandiose reason, evaded the topic, or said something impressively vague. At that time, his mindset was restless, and he was worried whether telling the truth would leave a bad impression on Artoria. But after everything that happened, he discarded those now laughable concerns, completely calming his mind and being his true self. He also believed, given Artoria's character, she wouldn't be angry at his honesty. She would either outright reject him, or tell him to focus on the battle at hand. Artoria's reaction was almost as Shinji expected. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly composed herself and with a slightly heavy tone, said, "I'm sorry, Master. I can't respond to your feelings right now. I truly apologize." "It's okay. If you had responded, I would have found it strange. Besides, to be honest, I'm not even sure how to categorize or deal with this like. Your response makes me feel much more at ease." A fleeting complexity crossed Shinji's eyes, unnoticed by Artoria. "Thank you for understanding, Master. Then let's continue being partners and comrades." "Yes, let's leave the rest of the conversation until after the war. I hope we both survive until then." Artoria naturally took Shinji's outstretched hand and then, after a brief farewell, left. This honesty and openness were qualities Shinji most admired in her, though he couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. "I thought I might see her flustered or blushing, but she just froze for a moment and her ahob twitched. Is it because this doesn't count as a confession? Or has she matured over the 1500 years? Or maybe my affection level isn't high enough?" In his self-deprecating state, he had no idea that none of his guesses were correct. Artoria's nonchalant reaction was because of Mordred. Imagine this, if Mordred, with her obsessive admiration for her king and father complex, had an open conversation with Artoria, how would their relationship change? In truth, their way of communicating didn't change much, but they spent more time together. Mordred wanted to know how her father had been all these years, and what she had gone through. Talking about their experiences inevitably led to discussions about their respective masters. So Artoria told Mordred everything about her relationship with Shinji. Despite being a problematic child, Mordred had more common sense than her father, probably thanks to her mother, Morgan's teachings. Upon hearing all that Shinji had done for Artoria, Mordred's first reaction was that he had ulterior motives, like wanting to become her second dad or second mom, basically that he was interested in the king. Mordred was furious and prepared to draw her sword, but considering that Shinji was her father's master, and a strong combatant, and that he had contributed to their harmonious relationship, she didn't attack. Instead, she advised Artoria to be wary of her master. Initially, Artoria didn't believe it, but after Mordred's persuasion, she wavered and sought confirmation from her master. As it turned out, Mordred was right. Because of Mordred's warning, Artoria's reaction wasn't as dramatic as it would have been if she had been caught off guard by the confession. Before coming here, Artoria had already thought about what to do if it were true. The answer was what Shinji heard. She couldn't respond now, and the rest would be left until after the war. "Wait a minute, something seems off." That meant, "I won't answer you now, but I'll give you a formal response later." But with a few explanations and pleasantries mixed in, the meaning changed, at least in Shinji's understanding. It was a rejection, a sad one, and a very straightforward one at that. Meanwhile, back in her room, Artoria was still pondering her feelings for Shinji. Like Gawain and Lancelot, a comrade and battle companion? Not entirely. Like Merlin, a mentor, father figure and friend? Artoria, who had never experienced such feelings, was troubled. She recalled Merlin's nagging before she was summoned. "Artoria, you're no longer a king. Now that you have a rare chance to go out, enjoy life as an ordinary girl. Get a boyfriend, fall in love or something. Want me to teach you? I'm quite good at this." Could Merlin have been right? Chapter 553, Night Talk, Jean. 1163 words. Artoria's musings were unknown to Shinji. After lying on the sofa for a bit longer to regain some strength, he returned to his desk to continue working intensely. Just as he sketched a couple of lines, he heard footsteps again. Shinji didn't think much of it and casually spoke up. "What's up, Artoria? Did you forget something?" "No, it's not that." "Huh?" The paintbrush in his hand paused. The voice behind him was just as familiar, but it didn't belong to Artoria. Instead, it belonged to someone very similar to her. Oh, it's Jean. What's going on tonight? Everyone's coming one after another. Shinji sighed as he got up from the chair he had barely warmed and returned to the still warm sofa. Jean curiously asked, "Has anyone else come by besides me?" "Yeah, first Jack and Reika came by to bring me a late-night snack, and then Artoria. She left just a few minutes before you arrived. Because they're worried about you, afraid you'll overwork yourself." "So, are you here because you're worried about me too?" "I am concerned about you, but that's not the only reason, Black Assassin. No, Matou Shinji, I want to talk with you." Seeing Jean's serious expression and earnest eyes, Shinji set aside his relaxed demeanor and sat up properly. "What do you want to talk about?" "About your very existence." "Is there a problem with my existence?" "Yes. To be honest, I'm very confused. Your existence, your actions, and your participation in the Holy Grail War, all of it. Does it count as a violation? You're still hung up on this even now." "I was summoned in this way because of Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, but as a ruler, I have to fulfill my duties as an adjudicator." A helpless smile appeared on Shinji's face. "I see, that's so like you. Tell me, what about me makes you think I'm in violation?" "It's that Saint of Winter. You're not a heroic spirit, yet you became a servant. This must be her doing, right?" "Yes. The summoning of heroic spirits and their role as servants is a necessary part of the Holy Grail War. Your presence means the heroic spirit, who should have manifested as an assassin, didn't get that role. The position you occupy should belong to Jack. Although your goal is to resolve the distortions of this Holy Grail War, the act itself is a distortion. Using a distortion to solve a distortion." With wide eyes and a stern expression, the righteous saint expressed her convictions. "I believe this is wrong. However, the entire Holy Grail system was constructed by Justice, who sacrificed herself to become the core of the Greater Grail. This gave her the authority to interfere with the system. That's precisely what confuses me." Jean's previously strong voice gradually softened. "The Saint of Winter has the legitimate authority, but the exercise of this legitimate authority has resulted in a distortion. As an adjudicator, I should uphold the rules and resolve this distortion. It's akin to an unsolvable paradox." "So what do you plan to do?" "I don't know, which is why I'm hoping you can give me an answer." "Me?" Shinji scratched his head and looked at Jean without blinking. She nodded firmly. "Yes." "Are you serious?" Shinji was both amused and exasperated. "You're asking me, the person involved, aren't you afraid I'll intentionally skew the answer in my favor?" Jean replied calmly. "Because I trust you, I trust my companions, and the final judgment will be made by me. So, no matter the outcome, I'll accept it." The determination in her eyes, as clear as the washed sky, made Shinji feel both admiration and a hint of astonishment. "I really can't handle you, but that's also what makes you so lovable." "Low lovable? Please don't tease me." "How is that teasing?" "I'm just stating a fact. If you don't believe me, you can go out and ask anyone. Even if not 100%, 90% of people would say you're lovable." I could never ask such a question." A blush spread across Jean's cheeks, making her look like a young girl for the first time. "Then I'll have to ask for you." "Black Assassin." Seeing Jean getting upset, Shinji quickly stopped. "All right, I'll stop. Let's get back to the topic. Before I give you my answer, there are two things I need to tell you. First, this answer is just my personal opinion. You'll have to judge for yourself whether it's right. Second, if your judgment interferes with my subsequent actions, I will decide whether to resist with force depending on the situation. You have your principles and I have mine. I respect your principles, but that doesn't mean I'll accept them." "Understood. The issue you're struggling with is a matter of process versus result. In the process and result, Justice and I value the result more. As long as the result is good, the process can have flaws. Regarding the Holy Grail War, my existence not only doesn't hinder its progress, but also ensures it proceeds smoothly, which is a good result. Given the current situation, my presence can better help you resolve the larger distortion. Although you don't agree with using distortion to resolve a greater distortion, when two distortions have already occurred, the priority must be to resolve the greater one, and then deal with the smaller one like me. Who knows, maybe this smaller distortion will be eliminated by the larger one, and you won't have to worry about it anymore. Shinji gave a self-deprecating smile and winked at Jean, who shook her head seriously. That's not acceptable. Perhaps as you said, I value the process more because I believe that a good process leads to a good result. And the process of just dying is not a good one. Black Assassin, I don't want you to die irresponsibly and without clarity. Then what do you want me to do? Defeat Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, then survive. After that, I will make my judgment about you, even if it leads to conflict between us. Postpone judgment. Is that your decision as a ruler? Not just as a ruler but also as Jean d'Arc. Matou Shinji, I want you to survive. Shinji looked at Jean, and Jean looked back at him. Their blue eyes met, unblinking. Can you promise me something? Don't use that noble phantasm that comes from the culmination of your life. This. I'm sorry. Although Shinji didn't know how he learned about her hidden second noble phantasm, she couldn't promise this. So I can't guarantee anything either. I can only say we'll try our best. Everything we're doing now is for the best possible outcome. Let me help then. You? Can you draw? I can't, but Laetitia can. Wait, who did you say? Shinji found the name familiar but couldn't recall who it was. Laetitia, the owner of this body. Jean pressed her hand to her chest, awakening the girl deeply hidden in her consciousness. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.